Welcome to the Light Novel Up audio channel. Like and subscribe so you never miss a new chapter. Visit lightnovelup.net to read the latest novels, updated regularly. Thank you.
Chapter 51. An Unforeseen Event at the Hills. The sky was a clear blue, unmarred by clouds. The mountains in the distance were an umber black, and a warm, gentle breeze was in the air. "This is so comfortable. I've only just realized that the scenery of the hills behind our school is so amazing." Chu Yue and Bai Ling felt extremely contented as they strolled on the hills that were like a golf course behind Huaye. The view was vast, and the grass was green. In the middle was a lake surrounded by a dense grove of trees. When viewed from a distance, the surface of the lake was flat and smooth like a mirror. It was utterly spotless. Such a beautiful and picturesque scene greatly delighted them. "Yeah, this is so pretty, and the air is fresh." Bai Ling took a deep breath and looked around. She suddenly fixed her sight on a particular spot and exclaimed loudly, "Hey, Xiao Luo! Where is he?" Chu Yue's beautiful face turned pale, and she immediately looked in the direction Bai Ling was staring at. She did see a guy, but he was not Xiao Luo. She suddenly glared at Bai Yan and heaved with rage. "Damn you, Bai Ling! Are you asking for a beating? You're the one who's being too nervous. You had it coming. You're the one who's being too nervous. You had it coming." Bai Ling giggled with a gloating expression. She stared at the fullness of Chu Yue's chest before suddenly reaching out and grabbing a handful. Then she immediately jumped away with a happy laugh. "Bai Ling, you better watch out. How dare you make fun of me? Stop running." Chu Yue's face turned red all of a sudden, and she chased Bai Ling through the vast back hills as they started to frolic. Soon they ran into the woods. Fortunately, there were few people here. Otherwise, who knows how many boys would have been hypnotized by the scene of these two beautiful ladies frolicking about. Just when these two women were chasing and play-smacking each other as they amused themselves, a man holding a bouquet of red roses suddenly jumped out of the dense woods. He wore a blue hat and a casual sports suit. Although he was dressed in a very youthful manner, he appeared to be very old. He had 3 distinct wrinkles on his forehead, and his facial features were not particularly regular. The distance between his eyes was a little wider than the average person. "Are you?" Chu Yue asked. The man's expression was a little flustered. "My name is Ma Zhangfeng, and I'm here to court you." His eyes took in his surroundings uneasily. He had been lurking for 3 whole days. It was only now that this most opportune moment had presented itself. Chu Yue's 2 bodyguards, who were always sticking to her, were standing at the narrow entrance of the hills, which was quite a distance from here. He was confident that he could capture Chu Yue before the bodyguards reacted. The only thing he worried about was the guy with terrifying skills from that night. Chu Yue looked at Ma Zhangfeng up and down as she sized him up. Then she said straightforwardly, "Sorry, you are not my type. You should court somebody else." As the publicly selected campus beauty based on Huaye's forum, she had so many suitors that if they all were to form a line, it would extend from the main entrance of Huaye to its back door. No matter who was courting her, she would immediately refuse them. It was not that there weren't any handsome and outstanding boys, but it was because she felt that being in a relationship while she was a university student was simply a waste of time and emotions. There would be no happy ending. Bai Ling chucked from the sidelines. "Yeah, young Mistress Chu will not date while she's in university. Besides, it's not trendy to give roses now. This is so old-fashioned." "Is that so? Then I'll give you something else." Ma Zhangfeng was about to make his move and knock the 2 girls out with a drug again, but a chilling cry rang out through the woods. "Ma Zhangfeng, I owe you money. It's time to pay me back." A silhouette dropped down from the murky treetops like he had been waiting and gathering his energy for this moment. He put on a burst of speed and rushed towards Ma Zhangfeng. Xiao Luo's left foot slammed onto the ground, and using it as a pivot, he spun his body. Using the support of the terrific force of his onward rush, his right leg swept out, making a loud bang. Boom! Ma Zhangfeng was caught off guard by the furious strike of Xiao Luo's right leg. It struck him forcefully in his lower abdomen. The huge impact force made his body tremble violently, and his face turned pale. His saliva, which was mixed with blood, sprayed towards the sky. His tall body immediately flew backwards. "Xiao Luo!" Bai Ling's eyes were opened wide, and she regarded Xiao Luo and his sudden appearance with incredulity. Chu Yue shivered. "Pretentious dick! How are you here? Are you really stalking me?" "Nobody's stalking you. I'm here to collect my debt." Xiao Luo turned his head back and said angrily. Then he immediately rushed towards Ma Zhangfeng. His hands turned into claws. The whistling of a strong wind brought with it layers of chill. Ma Zhangfeng was overwhelmed with shock and horror. He could not afford to think about anything else at this moment. Escape was of utmost importance. He twisted around and fled into the dense forest, making an all-out effort to run away. Xiao Luo followed closely behind, and his speed became increasingly faster with each step. "Stop!" Xiao Luo's body sprang up abruptly, and he pounced like a falcon hunting its prey. His feet were sharp as drill bits as he approached, and he aimed straight at Ma Zhangfeng's back. The roaring wind behind him made Ma Zhangfeng's expression change dramatically. His feet twisted wildly and spun his body hard. However, Xiao Luo was too fast and fierce. Although he tried his best to avoid it, Xiao Luo's toes still fell on his shoulders. Snap! Along with the crisp sound of several broken bones, Ma Zhangfeng's body that was running forward suddenly went out of control. His body was nearly spinning in a circle as he was blasted out. He hit the ground more than 10 times like a ball before his figure slowly stopped moving. "Ah!" A loud scream came from beside Ma Zhangfeng. A petite and lovely girl was holding a paintbrush in her hand. She stood in front of an easel and was looking at the blood-drenched Ma Zhangfeng with terror. Ma Zhangfeng sprang up with a malevolent expression. He held the girl's throat and controlled her while he screamed at Xiao Luo, "Don't come over, or else I'll kill her." The girl was totally stunned. She had not yet reacted to what had happened in a split second. She was just painting here. What had happened? Who was this guy with blood on his face? Why was there such a person in school? She looked forward and stared. Her body trembled violently. She saw Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo also saw her clearly at this moment. He frowned immediately as he felt a headache coming on. It was because this girl was none other than An Huan Huan. His surprise did not affect his movements, and his footsteps never stopped. The sharp claws whizzed as it slashed through the air. "Sorry, threats are unacceptable." "Motherfucker!" Ma Zhangfeng, who had been pressured to the point of anxiety, bellowed with a deep voice. He grabbed An Huan Huan's arm and shoved her at Xiao Luo. Chapter 52. Taken Down. When had An Huan Huan ever encountered such a situation? As Ma Zhangfeng flung her, the only thing she could do while her head spun was to shriek. Xiao Luo frowned heavily. He stretched out his hand and caught An Huan Huan by the waist as she flew towards him. He turned in place and firmly set An Huan Huan down, who was shrieking non-stop. "Hero Luo!" An Huan Huan looked at the man so close beside her with a dazed expression, and her heart thundered chaotically. She didn't know if it was because she had a fright or if it was because the man she liked was holding her in his arms. "It's not safe here. Hurry, get out of here." Xiao Luo threw the words at her coldly and let go of An Huan Huan. His body curled slightly, and like a cheetah, he launched himself in the direction that Ma Zhangfeng had fled. An Huan Huan trembled as she stood rooted to the spot. After a long time, her blown-up pupils slowly contracted, and she swallowed with much difficulty. "King Gong? King Gong?" "It's my 10th move." Very good. Let's see how long you can hold out. In the depths of the dense forest, Xiao Luo's hard fist slammed straight into Ma Zongfeng's own fist, which was rushing towards him. There was no suspense. Ma Zongfeng was not his match at all. He vomited blood again as he went flying backwards. Again! A killing intent surged violently in Xiao Luo's eyes. Two combinations of attacks pounded on Ma Zongfeng's chest and abdomen consecutively with precision and ruthlessness. Ma Zongfeng, who had no strength to fight back, felt as if he had been hit by a train. He clung fiercely to a tree and held on for a few seconds before slowly sliding down like a puddle of mud. He sank to his knees on the ground with a thump. Blood gushed from his mouth as his chest rose up and down, and he looked at Xiao Luo with horror-filled eyes. He had carried out hundreds of missions, but he had never encountered such a situation or such a terrifying opponent. He originally thought that the remuneration of 700 grand could easily be his own, but never had he thought that hidden beside Chu Yue was such a scary monster, which left him no room for resistance. Xiao Luo walked slowly to him, and looked down at him from a towering position. "I'll ask you a question. Besides you, are there any other hunters planning to harm Chu Yue?" Ma Zongfeng stared blankly, then he snorted lightly. No comment. He thought Xiao Luo was very amusing and hilarious. He even asked such a question. Was he mocking those who worked as hunters? "I wouldn't give this sort of answer if I were you," Xiao Luo chuckled. His expression turned cold in the next second, and he raised his right foot. Then he brazenly stepped on the palm that he was using to support himself from the ground. Snap! Snap! A series of crisp breaking noises rang out as his bones broke, and with it was a blood-curdling screech that echoed throughout the dense forest. From his 10 fingers, and even his heart, an indescribable current of pain swept across his entire body. Ma Zongfeng struggled violently, but Xiao Luo clutched his neck tightly. The tremendous power made his face purple, and he almost fainted. "If you continue to struggle, I'll step on the other 5 fingers and break them all together." Xiao Luo's icy and stern voice sounded in Ma Zongfeng's ears, getting Ma Zongfeng, who had almost collapsed, to slowly recover his wits. He suppressed the terror and pain by the sheer force of will and stopped struggling. "Yes, you did the right thing." Xiao Luo smiled with satisfaction and released his neck. Who just are you? You're definitely not amongst Chu Yongjun's bodyguards." Ma Zongfeng's voice trembled a little. The man's skill was completely beyond his realm of comprehension. He was as strong as a god, but he was also a cruel, evil god. He didn't even blink when he broke his fingers. One could tell what a ruthless and vicious heart he possessed. "It seems that you haven't figured out the situation yet. I'm the one asking you questions now, not the other way around." Xiao Luo removed his foot from the back of Ma Zongfeng's hand. Ma Zongfeng's 5 fingers were completely broken, and they lay on the ground irregularly. The broken finger bones punctured his skin and flesh. Ma Zongfeng's left hand looked badly mangled. "I'll ask again. Are there any other hunters besides you?" I don't know if there are any other hunters. The employer maintains isolated contact with the employees. Each of the employees is in one-to-one contact with their respective supervisor. Maybe when the news of my failure reached the employer, he would send someone else." "You seem to be talking nonsense. It's of no practical use at all." Xiao Luo frowned. The movements of his hand stalled. Ma Zongfeng was so frightened that he shivered. He was afraid that Xiao Luo would do something to him again. His brain quickly recollected, see if there was any useful information, so that this person would have some mercy for him. Under the effect of fear, he really did think of one thing. I remember, when I left the employer's office, I seemed to have heard him contacting the Blackwater Company." "Blackwater Company?" Xiao Luo's frown became even more severe. "What do they do?" "They are an organization specialized in training and coordinating mercenaries to carry out missions. A pool of black water can swallow heaven and earth. This is the slogan of their company." "A pool of black water can swallow heaven and earth." What a shitty slogan, Xiao Luo said scornfully. Ma Zongfeng's face pressed out a bitter smile. "Blackwater is the world's largest mercenary company. All the people from that company are freaks. Only this monster dares to underestimate Blackwater. Xiang Guoyang arrived at this moment and shouted to Xiao Luo, "Mr. Xiao!" I returned from my thoughts. His back left the trunk of the tree, and he said, "You came at the just right time. I'll leave him for you to deal with." To Ma Zongfeng, this sentence definitely sounded like the best and most pleasant words in the world. If he were to continue staying with Xiao Luo, he would not know what kind of abuse he would be subjected to. He really was afraid of Xiao Luo. The fear that he felt originated from deep within his soul. "Okay." Xiang Guoyang nodded in acknowledgement. When he turned his head to look at Ma Zongfeng's condition, he couldn't help but be stunned. Ma Zongfeng's face was covered with blood, his 10 fingers were broken, there was even a clear scratch mark on his neck, a couple of his ribs seemed to be broken, and his chest was slightly sunken in. Even though he was a professional trained bodyguard, such a miserable-looking Ma Zongfeng caused him to feel an inevitable chill. A layer of goosebumps suddenly formed all over his body. Looked at Xiao Luo's back, he muttered a criticism in his heart. "So vicious!" Xiao Luo was extremely puzzled. When did he become so fierce and violent? One must know, in the past he could feel his blood freezing in his veins when he saw someone bleeding copiously. But now he felt no discomfort, even after beating someone into a pulp and stepping on the other party's 10 fingers until they broke. On the contrary, he actually felt especially excited. What had happened to him?
Chapter 53. I'm willing. Xiao Luo had a question, and he asked in his mind, "System, does the ability Constitution of King of Mercenaries affect my nature and temperament?" Ding! Constitution of King of Mercenaries is to enable the host to quickly possess the mercenary king's ability, including physical strength, combat experience, reflexes, and the understanding of firearms. Naturally, your nature and temperament is included too. Once redeemed, the host is the strongest mercenary. You'll have a cold-blooded side. I see. Xiao Luo exhaled softly and shook his neck. He thought that he was experiencing a split personality just now. At this time, An Huan, who was filled with curiosity, sneaked over and found Xiao Luo. She immediately grabbed her easel and ran up to him. "Hero Luo, were you dealing with the bad guys just now?" Xiao Luo nodded, after which he thought that An Huan was really acting too calmly. She even dared to run up to him. Shouldn't a typical girl have been scared witless by now? He asked. "He was clutching your neck just now, weren't you afraid?" "I was very scared, but when I saw you, I wasn't scared at all. When you held me as I was about to land on the ground, I felt that we were like the male and female protagonists in Kung Fu Hustle. The mood was so on point." An Huan giggled. Xiao Luo was exasperated. He had to take his hat off at her. It was such a dangerous moment, but An Huan could still think of movie scenes. But when he replayed it carefully, the moment he caught An Huan as she was about to land on the ground indeed was a bit like the segment of Xing Ye and the Mute Girl. "Hero Luo, I see Princess Yue and Ba Ling. Did the bad guy come for Princess Yue?" Just when Xiao Luo was about to deny it, An Huan said, "You're also here for Princess Yue. You're especially here to protect her." "An Huan, you have a really rich imagination," Xiao Luo frowned. "Hero Luo, just admit it. I just heard your conversation with that bad guy just now. You even stepped on and broke his fingers. You're Princess Ye's bodyguard." And Huan pointed at the direction of Xiao Luo. He had planned to pull the wool over her eyes by bluffing his way out, but it seemed impossible now. Xiao Luo sighed, said grimly, "Keep it a secret for me, okay?" "Okay, but you have to promise me 2 things." An Huan leaned close and said charmingly as she looked expectantly at him with her big, watery eyes. Xiao Luo knew this would be the result. He said in a low voice, "What 2 things?" "The first thing is that you have to teach me Kung Fu. I want to be able to fight like you." Teach you kung fu? Xiao Luo was astonished. Then he realized that he could use the time when he would be teaching An Huan Huan kung fu to make her suffer, and he immediately agreed with great joy. This request is reasonable. I can agree. The second thing is, date me. An Huan Huan batted her eyelashes seductively at Xiao Luo. Dating? Xiao Luo shivered all over and then flatly refused. No! No way was he dating An Huan Huan, who was a university student. Even if he wanted to date, he would date a woman who had started working in society. Why not? An Huan Huan pursed her small lips, and she stamped her feet anxiously on the ground. You've chosen the wrong person for a relationship. I'm really unsuitable for you. Also, you know that I'm just Chu Yusei's bodyguard. I'm not a student at all. You and I belong to different worlds. But I just like you. An Huan Huan took hold of Xiao Luo's arm, and dang, I've never been so serious before. When I first saw you, I felt there was a special vibe about you that just attracted me. And then your fierce debate with Ruran made me fall in unwavering love with you. In my eyes, you are my Mr. Perfect. Xiao Luo gently pushed her away and said sternly, Trust me, after you graduate from university, you'll find your present actions to be very childish. I don't care. If you don't agree, I'll go around telling everyone that you're Princess Ye's bodyguard. And Huan Huan started to act unreasonably. Xiao Luo was not a master who gave in so easily, especially when it came to compromises with a girl. His expression immediately changed, and he said coldly, I really hate when people threaten me. After speaking, he turned away and left with a heavy expression on his face. An Huan Huan panicked as soon as Xiao Luo got angry. She caught up to him and stopped him in his tracks. Okay, I won't threaten you. Hero Luo, don't be angry. Xiao Luo exhaled a long breath and shook his head helplessly. An Huan Huan, how could you set your heart on a man that you don't know much about? Aren't you afraid of being taken advantage of? Taken advantage of? What advantages can I lose? An Huan Huan blinked, not knowing the reasons. Xiao Luo was speechless. He straightforwardly said, What else? The most precious thing for you girls. Isn't it your body? Upon hearing this, a rush appeared on An Huan Huan's face. Oh, Hero Luo, you're that... What an eye! Xiao Luo was totally depressed. He didn't say any unspeakable words. Why was he being accused of that? At this moment, An Huan Huan bowed her head and said bashfully, Hero Luo, if you want, we can wait until our relationship is stable, then I'll be willing. After that, she quickly turned around with her back to Xiao Luo. She felt so shy that her face had become rushed. She'd be willing? Xiao Luo's eyes were open wide. He was totally dumbfounded. He thought in his mind, just what are you willing to do? Did I ask if you were willing? This was how An Huan Huan understood his sincere guidance? He didn't want to talk anymore, and quickly left. An Huan Huan shouted at him. The louder she shouted, the faster he walked. He felt that it was necessary to keep his distance from An Huan Huan. The weekend arrived in a blink of an eye. Zhang Dashan called and said that he wanted to have a meal with Xiao Luo on Saturday night. When he learned that Xiao Luo was at Huaye University, the receiver on his mobile phone was nearly broken by his loud voice. What? You're at Huaye University? I say, old friend, you're not focused on finding a job? Instead, you've gone to Huaye University for what in the world? Zhang Dashan's tone had a note of exasperation that Xiao Luo was not properly focused on making good in his life. I'll talk about it in detail on Saturday. I can't say things clearly with just 1 or 2 sentences over the phone, Xiao Luo said. Okay, then I'll go to Huaye around 7 p.m. on Saturday. After finishing this sentence, the manner of his speech abruptly changed and became vulgar. By the way, are there any pretty girls? Bring 1 or 2 of them out. We can find a chance to get them drunk, then take them to the hotel and have a crazy night. Hey. Are you trying to get a life sentence? Xiao Luo rolled his eyes. What talking nonsense. I have 200% confidence to make that girl fall in love with me after I sleep with her. With just you? Just me. I'm 18 centimeters in battle mode. Have I shown it off to you before? Get lost." Xiao Luo only retorted with 2 words and hung up the phone. He returned to the dormitory from the rooftop. "Brother Luo, Song Jianan has posted his challenge on the school forum. He said he'll set up the arena at the Mixed Martial Arts Club and wait for you on Saturday night." Ding Kai put the mobile phone near to Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo didn't take a single look and lay down on the bed. "He can do whatever crazy thing he wants. I've got no time to play with him." In addition to Song Jianan's challenge, Brother Luo, the handsome photos of you kicking Zhao Xinghei and his goons in the cafeteria a few days ago is spreading like wildfire on the forum. You're famous in Huaye. The Taekwondo Association, the Karate Association, the Martial Arts Club, all the clubs and associations related to martial arts say that the kick you delivered to Zhao Xinghei was fake. They're waiting for you to be crushed by Song Jianan on Saturday night. Zhu Xiaofei also added as he roughly browsed the school forum. Xiao Luo couldn't help but find it a little comical. What was going on with university students now? They didn't seem to be particularly diligent about their studies, but were extremely meticulous about this kind of trivial matter. They were putting the cart before the horse.
Chapter 54. Experience it for yourself. At 3:30 in the afternoon, it was time for 2 slots of physical education classes. Most girls choose volleyball, table tennis, badminton, and the likes. Chu Yu and Bai Ling were 2 anomalies that chose soccer, which directly led to Xiao Luo's student character choosing soccer too. "Pretentious dick, why are you here?" When she met Xiao Luo in a small soccer field where lessons were specially conducted on, Chu Yu's beautiful eyes were opened wide in surprise. She wore a casual sports suit that comprised of a red jacket matched with a black shirt. The head of a little anime girl was silkscreen printed on the chest area. Her face was bare of any cosmetics, but it was still bright like the moon. Her figure was also soft and beautiful. Her entire person appeared clear, attractive, and refined. As usual, she had a delicious lollipop in her mouth. Standing beside her was Bai Ling, who seemed to have a soft spot for white. She wore white trainers, a white sports suit, plus her skin was also exceptionally fair and her facial features exquisite. She had the air of a girl next door, pretty daughter from a humble family. She truly gave off a fresh, clean, and beautiful aesthetic. The 2 girls standing on the soccer field made a beautiful scenery, attracting the gazes of those around them. Numerous males passing by the football field halted in their tracks like cattle and fixed their attention here. Xiao Luo rolled his eyes at Chu Yu. "What's so strange about my presence here? Is it only you, Miss Chu, who is allowed to do soccer for her optional course?" Just this sentence alone made Chu Yu choke on air. "Xiao Luo, young Mistress Chu actually wants to invite you to join our gaming team again. I hope you can forgive her for the incident at the dance party." Bai Ling smiled helplessly. Indeed, Bai Ling has a way with words. Xiao Luo smiled at Bai Ling. "Joining your team is one thing. I can't get along with Fu Jiawei and the rest of them, and if I join, I'll definitely lower the overall strength of your team. This is your choice. It's not that I didn't invite you. In the future, you can't say that I'm the one who forced you away," Chu Yu said unpleasantly. Xiao Luo shrugged his shoulders indifferently. Bam! At this moment, a soccer ball rushed towards them at high speed in a gorgeous arc. The sound of the ball cutting through the air was extremely sharp, and the strength of the force was bold and powerful. At a glance, one could tell that a soccer expert had kicked the ball. The soccer ball whistled through the air as it went straight for the profile of Xiao Luo's face. If he was hit, he would feel a temporary buzzing in his head, but if his body was weaker, he might spin a couple of times on the spot before collapsing and thoroughly losing his face. "Ah!" There were quite a few crazy girls on this small football field who had chosen to take this course just like Chu Yu and Bai Ling. When they saw this scene, they subconsciously cried out in fear. Beside him, Chu Yu and Bai Ling also felt a tremor in their minds, shouted in alarm, "Careful!" Xiao Luo leaned back, and the angle was just right for him to dodge the ball. The soccer ball, spinning at high speed, swept past his eyes and kicked up a strong wind that caused the hair hanging across his forehead to flutter. "Who kicked the ball?" Chu Yu immediately spoke up, demanding justice. She shouted in the direction that the soccer ball had come from. "You almost hit someone! How did you even kick the ball?" Even she felt extremely bewildered as she shouted these words. Why was she demanding justice for this pretentious dick? Was it because she had mistaken him as a stalker who wanted to do her harm a few days ago and now wanted to compensate him? As soon as the words fell, more than 10 agile sports students gathered around them, their faces shone with belligerence and provocation. "It seems like they are from the Mixed Martial Arts Club again." Bai Ling whispered the words. These people wore uniform sportswear. On the chest area of their clothes were printed the words, "Mixed Martial Arts Club." The group was headed by a boy who was of a similar strength as Zhao Xinghe. He had a thick layer of hair on his legs, a clean face, but his smile was very sinister. "Sorry, I wasn't paying much attention just now." Although he was apologizing, his tone and expression were full of challenge, and there was not the slightest sense of sincerity in his apology. Xiao Luo smiled coldly. There was no doubt that the ball was meant for him just now. These guys who insisted on picking a quarrel with him really were everywhere. It seemed that Song Jianan's Mixed Martial Arts Club was passable. "Oh, isn't this Xiao Luo the Fiend who had kicked one of our sports students in the cafeteria a few days ago?" the leader said with an exaggerated expression, as if he pretended to be surprised. As soon as this remark came out, other students also cast their attention on him. Xiao Luo the Fiend, he was a celebrity in the school forum. Who in Huaye was more famous than him? His physical fitness looks average. Does he really have so much power to your feet? It must be those silly asses in our school who exaggerated the incident and boasted about him to the point that he has become a god. I don't believe that he can really kick a man and send him flying 4 or 5 meters away. Another 8 or 9 sports students folded their arms in front of their chests, and they took their measure of Xiao Luo as they spoke belligerently. "Would you like to test it on the spot? You can choose a person to be the fat pig. I'll be in charge of the kicking. How about that?" Xiao Luo said lightly as he patted the clothes on his body. "You piece of shit! What did you say?" These sports students immediately became hostile. They rubbed their palms and wiped their fists. They couldn't wait to tear into Xiao Luo. Actually, they were already burning with rage when they saw that Xiao Luo had also come to this field. It was because Xiao Luo had slapped the proverbial face of the sports students as a whole, which had never happened before. In the past, the sports students in Huaye walked like they owned the school. Their noses were turned up towards the sky. They made their authority felt, and they were so proud of themselves. They were proud of being a sports student. But now, not only did Xiao Luo beat Tong Yuze up, he also sent Zhao Xinghe flying in the cafeteria. These were all sports students, and they were also community sports majors. Now, no matter where they went in school, they kept feeling that someone was talking secretly behind their backs, making fun of the sports students. "You were making trouble for someone else and were taught a lesson in return. You asked for it. Who can you blame?" Chu Yu argued as she found it really unfair. Although she hated Xiao Luo, they still belonged to the same major. To see him besieged by these sports students, she could not hold herself back anymore. "Xiao Luo, let's go. Ignore these people." Bai Ling directly called out for Xiao Luo to leave. "Xiao Luo, do you only know how to stand behind a girl, letting 2 girls stick themselves out for you? If I were you, I would have been—" "Du Pengfei." At this moment, a loud and clear voice interrupted the leader's speech. The physical education teacher who taught soccer came over. "What are you standing there for? Hurry and get everyone together."
Because Du Pengfei was very good at soccer, he was appointed an assistant by the physical education teacher to help him teach the class. Yes, teacher. Du Pengfei smiled coldly at Xiao Luo, then he waved a hand and called others to the center of the soccer field. The members of the Mixed Martial Arts Club are all basically students of community sports major. Pretentious Dick, you'll have much to suffer, Chu Yu sighed and looked at Xiao Luo with pity. Different situations call for different actions. I'm not afraid of them anyway, Xiao Luo said indifferently. Then he frowned. Hey, can you stop calling me Pretentious Dick? Don't you feel disgusted when such an awful name comes out of your mouth? Chu Yu took out the lollipop and pouted. None of your business. Pretentious Dick, Pretentious Dick, Pretentious Dick. I'm saying it. What about it? I'm going to make an expression at you. You can experience it for yourself. Xiao Luo rolled his eyes and then turned away.
Chapter 55. Kicking a person or a ball? The physical education class at university was like that. There wasn't much quality content. If not for the unexpected presence of some pretty girls in his class, the PE teacher would have let the students disperse and enjoy their free time after they had finished their warm-up exercises. But even so, after half an hour, the teacher gave the order to disperse, letting everyone play soccer on the field however they liked. Xiao Luo wasn't interested in playing soccer with a bunch of children, so he minded his own business, walked to a corner of the field, sat down, and played with his phone. Xiao, who gave you permission to play with your phone? Before he had even warmed the spot with his butt, Du Pengfei and his group approached him. Du Pengfei pointed at Xiao Luo and yelled in a firm and righteous voice, You should be serious in PE. Put your phone away. Don't go looking for trouble, otherwise you are the one who will regret it. Xiao Luo kept playing with his mobile without raising his head once. Motherfucker, you can act like an asshole. Why don't you go to hell? Poor fuck, he's so engrossed even though he's only playing on a domestic phone. Stop pretending that you're dead by sitting here. Stand up. Let's have a soccer match. Didn't you think you were so great? Do you dare to have a match with us? The guys in the group were all holding a soccer ball as they made sarcastic comments. Had they not been in school or PE class, they would have descended on Xiao Luo in a swarm and beat him up. Get lost. Xiao Luo raised his head and glared at them with threatening eyes that seemed to say, Back off, for your own good. He was like a bloodthirsty beast. Du Pengfei's group took a step back as an involuntary shudder ran down their spine. They looked at each other in dismay and saw the horror in each other's eyes. But they turned their thoughts around. There were so many of them and only one of him. What was there to be afraid of? Fine, you sure are crazy and arrogant. Du Pengfei beckoned, and the group of them turned and left. After walking more than 20 meters away, Du Pengfei and 5 other guys who were holding soccer balls placed them on the ground. The 5 of them walked a short distance, then rushed toward the soccer balls at the same time. Arrogant, arrogant motherfucker! Du Pengfei roared with fury. Shoot! The 5 guys pulled their right foot back, exerted some force, and delivered a violent kick. Whoosh! The balls instantly roared, drawing 5 fierce arcs in the air as they whizzed toward Xiao Luo. The strength behind the balls was mind-boggling. The sound of the soccer balls cutting through the air made everyone on the field feel a sense of suffocation. Chu Yue and Bai Ling, who were passing a soccer ball back and forth, tightened their expressions and shut their eyes. Everyone knew that the 5 guys, including Du Pengfei, weren't playing soccer. They were planning to hit someone. The PE teacher also noticed the strange going-ons here. He was so scared he sucked in a breath of cold air and immediately screamed at Xiao Luo, who was still sitting on the ground playing with his mobile. Hurry! Dodge! As a teacher who taught soccer, he very well understood the power of a soccer ball flying at high speed. If any student bled, fainted, or was injured in his class, he was afraid he would lose his secure employment as a PE teacher. Xiao Luo instinctively raised his arms in a cross to protect his head. Bam, bam, bam.
5 footballs smashed into him from 5 different directions. The strength behind the balls was too great, and they instantly bounced back after hitting him. Yes! Off strike! Ha ha ha! Du Pengfei and his party shouted excitedly, while clenching their fists and pulling their elbows back and forth. Everyone else on the field watched Xiao Luo without blinking. He was hit by 5 soccer balls flying at high speed. How could he be totally fine? The PE teacher swallowed with difficulty and stared fixedly at Xiao Luo in disbelief. When he saw him casually putting down his crossed arms, the ball of worry that was hanging by a thread in his mind finally fell away. He patted his chest to ease the fear. With trepidation lingering in his heart after the near trauma, he ran up and yelled in a stern voice, "Du Pengfei, what do you guys think you're doing? Are you kicking a ball or a human?" "Teacher, we're kicking soccer balls. It's because the balls have no eyes, so they flew toward that guy." Du Haipeng pointed at Xiao Luo and said with a relaxed expression, "Yeah, teacher, we don't know what's going on either. The balls are out of our control once they're in the air. The soccer balls must like that person so much that they just need to be in close contact with them. Yeah, the soccer balls love that person too much. Ha ha, ha ha." They roared with laughter to vent their anger. "Nonsense. Others may not be able to control the direction of the ball, but do you think I don't know about you guys or what you're up to? It's because of your strong soccer abilities that the school has made an exception by lowering the admission scores for you. I don't care what kind of grudge you have with that student. Don't make trouble in my class, or I'll make sure you have a hard time." The sports teacher severely reprimanded Du Pengfei and the others. Then he shouted at Xiao Luo, "Student, are you all right? Anything wrong? Can you stand up and walk?" He suddenly stopped talking because Xiao Luo was standing up slowly and walking toward him. As he stood up, an intimidating wave of power swept outward from his center. It seemed as if a ferocious beast had broken free from its shackles now and revealed its ghastly teeth. The sports teacher smelled trouble, big trouble, and felt as if this bloodthirsty and wild beast was targeting him. "Xiao Luo is angry." Bai Ling looked at Xiao Luo in a daze. Chu Yue also felt that Xiao Luo was very different from usual when he got angry. His face was smoldering and severe. She recoiled in fear. Du Pengfei and his people curbed their mirth and looked at Xiao Luo defiantly. "Brother Fi, that kid seems to be angry." One of them pretended to be serious. "It's good that he's angry. I was afraid he wouldn't be, or we would have wasted 5 perfectly good soccer balls. Ha ha. Ha ha ha." The others broke out in nervous laughter too. To see Xiao Luo looking so angry made them feel even deeply how they had stood up for the community sports majors as a whole. At this moment, Xiao Luo put his mobile phone in his pants pocket and glanced at Du Pengfei and his party. Then he ran like a cheetah to a soccer ball on the ground. He raised his right foot and delivered a ferocious kick. Whoosh! The soccer ball that had been lying motionless on the ground like a meek little lamb transformed as it turned into a roaring beast. It cut a vicious trajectory through the air and rushed toward Du Pengfei and his companions with unprecedented force and speed. The ball was like lightning tearing through the void. Alarmed, the guy's instinct was to get away, but the soccer ball with its aggressive momentum had already hit him in the stomach when he first thought of dodging it. Without any warning or defense, he toppled backwards and went rolling with the ball. He rolled 4 or 5 meters away, like a winter melon. With a blurp, the food he had eaten that noon that had been mostly digested turned into vomit as it came spewing out of his mouth. The scene shocked everyone. "Fuck! What are they looking at? Shaolin soccer? Legs of the Omega Supreme?" Every one of the onlookers sucked in their breath. They stood with flabbergasted expressions at the boy who was retching violently on the ground after being struck by a soccer ball. Chu Yue and Bai Ling also had their eyes open wide. Their eyelashes were trembling. Did this happen? It didn't seem real. The PE teacher couldn't believe his eyes either. Beads of sweat the size of beans rolled slowly from his forehead. There were no crafty angles or techniques behind that kick, only insane speed and power. How the hell did a human kick the ball? Wasn't it shot by a machine? Looking at their buddy lying on the ground and vomiting uncontrollably, Du Pengfei and his party froze in terror. They felt a wave of coldness flowing from the top of their heads to the tips of their toes until their entire bodies were icy cold.
Chapter 56, Flaming. Ding! Congratulations! You've received the Soccer Talent! Xiao Luo ignored the system notification in his mind as he looked askance at Du Pengfei with cold eyes and a dark countenance. The temperature on the field seemed to have dropped several degrees. Everyone shuddered involuntarily. "You guys like to play soccer, don't you? Okay, I'll play with you." Licking his lips cruelly, Xiao Luo mentally prepared himself for the game as he walked toward another soccer ball and stood silent with his eyes focused on the ball. Then, with high concentration, he drew his foot back and struck the ball powerfully, completing the action smoothly in one go. There was nothing hesitant about his movement. The ball soared as it carried a strong wind that whistled and howled. It spun at high speed while tearing through the air, quickly closing the distance of 20 or 30 meters before forcefully striking the forehead of a sports student. The impact did not stop there. The student's sturdy body flew backward as it spun head over eagles like an out-of-control car before finally crashing to the ground 3 or 4 meters away. The student's head buzzed, and his brain seemed to have turned into a pot of mush that was being stirred. He tried very hard to stand up. It was as if he'd lost his cerebellum, for he could not maintain his balance at all and kept falling to the ground again and again like a drunkard. Without waiting for the audience to react, Xiao Luo kicked another ball. Bam, bam, bam. Immediately, 4 sports students toppled to the ground. Shh! The spectators sucked in their breath as they looked on with horror-filled eyes. To crush someone with a soccer ball, what kind of skill and power were behind those kids? Perhaps this guy was the Omega Supreme. Chu Yue and Bai Ling watched Xiao Luo in disbelief. They thought he was one of a kind. With people watching with rapt attention, Xiao Luo got into a shooting position with an expressionless face. He lowered his upper body to the point where his face nearly touched the ball. His right foot was raised high and back, and his body was solely supported by his left foot. Oh my God, how can he keep his balance like this? Everyone was staring at him in awe. The PE teacher was starting to get nervous. What if someone got hurt? Such a shooting position was unheard of. He had never witnessed anything like it, but he could sense its dominance and power. The purpose of the posture was to concentrate the body's strength on his right foot. When the raised right foot came down, this power could be maximized to the extreme. Xiao Luo's usual kicking technique was fierce enough. If he kicked this ball and it hit someone, wouldn't it cause serious injury or possibly death? When he thought about this, the PE teacher burst into cold sweat. "Stop! Stop right now!" He shouted and ran toward Xiao Luo to stop him from shooting this ball. But it was too late. Xiao Luo's right foot had already kicked the ball. Roar! The ball thundered. Its trajectory was no longer a parabola, but a line that seemed straight to the naked eye. As it clung close to the ground, it flew toward Du Penghei's 3 remaining buddies with a whistle. The eyes of the 3 people nearly bulged out of their eye sockets. The soccer ball spinning at high speed became bigger and bigger in their vision. Suddenly, they thought they were hallucinating. That flying orb turned into a fireball. They blinked, scared witless. No, they weren't hallucinating. This was real. The ball, burning like a comet with a tail of red flames, was rushing at them with a violent, stormy power that would sweep away everything in its path. "Help! Help!" The 3 of them closed their eyes and screamed, sure they were going to die. Their hearts were shrouded in a red-hot glow. Bang! The burning ball exploded a few inches from the 3 students, scattering red-hot flames on the ground. A pungent, scorching odor filled the air as thick black smoke rose. Total silence. The soccer field was deathly silent. Everyone stared blankly at the bits of glowing flames. A shiver ran up and down their spine, and their hair literally stood on end. "The ball is actually burning," a student said in a trembling voice. Another dumbstruck student continued. It turns out that everything in the movies was real. When the soccer ball reaches a certain speed, it can ignite from its intense friction with the air and turn into a flaming soccer ball. The three buddies looked as if they had just escaped from the Grim Reaper's clutches. They were deathly pale and could no longer stand. They slumped to the ground in a cold sweat, panting heavily. Their bodies shivered uncontrollably. One guy's crotch was soaking wet. He was so scared he lost control of his bladder. Chu Yue and Bai Ling were thunderstruck. Was this happening? Xiao Luo had only taken a moment to turn this soccer field into a battlefield. This was too scary, way too scary. The PE teacher finally exhaled. After the soccer ball ignited, it exploded at a critical moment without harming the three students, thank goodness. Otherwise, who knows what would have happened? He shuddered to think of the consequences. Du Pengfei's face was ashen, and his tongue stuck to the roof of his mouth from anxiety. He could not utter a single word. His 9 companions had collapsed in the blink of an eye. Even worse, they were crushed in soccer, a sport they prided themselves on. This was surreal. He was so panicked he could hardly breathe. His heart was beating so fast he thought it would beat out of his chest. His legs had turned to jelly. "It's your turn." Then he heard Xiao Luo's cold and emotionless words. After regaining his composure, Du Pengfei turned around and ran off like a wolf out of the field. He just kept running. The farther he was from the beast, the better. "You think you can outrun a ball?" Xiao Luo's lips curled in a sneer as he sauntered toward a soccer ball. "No, no!" Was he going to shoot again? Stop him! When the PE teacher saw this, he took action. "Stop your nonsense!" He shouted and ran for a short distance before throwing himself on the ground and sliding the rest of the way. The soles of his feet approached the soccer ball in front of Xiao Luo. This was a beautiful sliding tackle. Its purpose was to intercept Xiao Luo's ball. Xiao Luo glanced at him indifferently and lightly kicked the ball up with his foot. He quickly escaped the tackle and then punted the ball with the back of his foot. The ball slowly rose, drawing a rainbow-like arc in the air. It circumvented one person before rushing toward Du Pengfei. It was as if the ball was alive. It sped up frantically at the critical moment. What did I see? Is this Bend It Like Beckham? The PE teacher was so surprised he momentarily forgot that Xiao Luo was using a soccer ball to crush someone. The others were also shocked, too. Du Pengfei, who was running wildly, felt the ball whizzing toward him from behind and tried to avoid it. But it was too late. Bang! The ball slammed fiercely against his back. The immense force knocked him to the ground. Du Pengfei rolled for 4 or 5 meters with the ball, with a petrified look on his face, and landed on the grass like a dog, panting heavily. Blades of grass stuck to the sides of his mouth and swayed with every breath he expelled. The audience went silent. The images of the flaming soccer ball and the arc through the air that was like a rainbow lingered for a long time in everyone's mind. The PE teacher was relieved to see that Xiao Luo wasn't making any more fatal moves. Otherwise, Du Pengfei and his companions would have been seriously injured or killed. Xiao Luo walked toward Du Pengfei and stopped in front of him. He looked down at him from his towering position. "Tell your people from the Mixed Martial Arts Club, especially Song Jianan, that my patience is limited. If he doesn't know how to restrain himself, I'll go after him and destroy one of his hands. All of you will suffer with him. I mean it, so don't test me." Arrogant, domineering, crazy. The people present who heard these words felt a deep and real tremor in their souls.
Chapter 57. It would be bad if a misunderstood occurred. If anyone on campus had heard someone threaten to destroy one of Song Jianan's hands and make the other members of the Mixed Martial Arts Club suffer, he would have fallen down laughing or treated it as a joke. But look who was talking. It was Xiao Luo the Fiend, someone who could send a person flying 4 or 5 meters away with a single kick. Someone who could ignite a soccer ball after he shot and turned it into a fireball.
A guy like this wasn't human. Yet some people believed he did indeed possess those extraordinary abilities. Looking at Xiao Luo's back after he walked away, Du Pengfei broke down and cried like a baby. Now he understood why Tang Yuze's and Zhao Xinghei's expressions darkened at the mere mention of Xiao Luo's name, and why the look of terror appeared in their eyes. How was he human? He was a monster. "Hey, what's your name? I told you to stop, didn't you hear me?" The PE teacher knew he'd lost face. He ran toward Xiao Luo while pointing his finger at him and yelling angrily. His rage was beyond his control. But when Xiao Luo stopped in his tracks, the teacher instinctively stepped back and put his guard up, afraid this beast would reduce him to tears too. Xiao Luo slowly turned his head and said indifferently, "Teacher, I believe you witnessed what just happened. They hit me with the ball first. I simply returned the favor." The PE teacher was incensed. Pointing at Du Pengfei and his buddies, he shouted, "Don't talk nonsense. According to your logic, if a dog bites you, will you return the favor too? I agree that they are dogs, but I'll not bite a dog because I'm a human. If a dog bites me, I'll only hit it with a stick until it becomes afraid of me." Xiao Luo said matter-of-factly. The nerve of this smartass. Xiao Luo's viciousness and lack of empathy were offensive. The PE teacher was fuming at Xiao Luo's audacityness. In all his years of teaching and coaching, this was the first time he had ever encountered such an arrogant son of a bitch in any of his classes. As a physical education teacher, he was physically fit and exuded a powerful and dignified presence. Any student who saw him felt at least a little bit of fear and a lot of respect. But, as it turned out, this student in front of him felt neither. At this moment, Chu Ye walked. One could not help noticing her soft and beautiful figure. She gently spoke up. "Mr. Wang, you really can't blame him. It's Du Pengfei and his friends who provoked Xiao Luo first. If you want to blame someone, blame Du Pengfei. If he hadn't egged Zhao on, this situation never would have happened." Beside her stood the lovely Bai Ling, nodding in agreement. Facing these two beauties, the PE teacher's disapproving frown relaxed. Moreover, when Chu Ye and Bai Ling came over, they brought with them a fragrant breeze. As a testosterone-laden middle-aged man, he was used to dealing with male students. Now that he was smelling a woman's fragrance, it was impossible to say that his heart and mind were not running amok. Of course, he had to keep those impulses in check and squelch any inappropriate thoughts that might cross his mind. "Well, Chu Ye is right. I was confused for a moment and accidentally blamed the wrong person." Teacher Wang agreed with Chu Ye. Then he put on his most serious face and yelled at Du Pengfei. "Du Pengfei, considering that you and your companions have disrupted class by attempting to hurt your schoolmates and by displaying unsportsmanlike behavior, I will apply to the school to issue you your next punishment. In addition, if you do not attain a passing score in PE this semester, you'll have to take makeup classes next semester." Fuck, was this the charm of a campus beauty? It wasn't fair. Clearly, the ones who were injured were Du Pengfei and his gang. But the person who caused their injuries, Xiao Luo, did not have to take any responsibility for his actions. The punishment fell onto Du Pengfei and his people. They might even have to make up their physical education classes next semester. What a colossal waste of time that would be. Everyone looked at Du Pengfei and his companions sympathetically. At the same time, they also speculated about the relationship between Chu Ye and Xiao Luo, saying that the campus beauty Chu Ye was extraordinarily stubborn, and anyone who pursued her met with a direct refusal. But it seemed that she already had a boyfriend. He appeared to be none other than Xiao Luo the Fiend, who burst here from out from nowhere. Why else would Chu Ye stand up for him? On the other hand, when Du Pengfei and his companions heard Teacher Wang's words, which were like a court sentence, their faces immediately turned gray. They really did have remorse for their actions. Xiao Luo glanced at Chu Ye, astonished. He was a little surprised that she would speak up for him, but kept his thoughts to himself. He turned around and walked to a corner, then took out his mobile phone and continued to play with it. After Chu Ye and Bai Ling finished talking to Teacher Wang, they trotted toward Xiao Luo. "Pretentious dick, I helped you. Can't you say a word of thanks?" Chu Ye said, her sweet mouth twisted in a pout. "Thank you." Xiao Luo didn't look at her at all. He was playing a game on his mobile, oblivious to everything around him. "I've said it. If there's nothing more, you can go away." Chu Ye was so angry she stomped her foot. "Come here. Talk to me nicely. Will you die if you talk in a friendlier tone?" She didn't know where this guy's superiority came from. She took the initiative to chat with him. Still, he acted like a self-important ass, repelling her and putting thousands of miles between them. How could she not get angry? "Xiao Luo, young Mistress Chu wants to be friends with you." As best friends, Bai Ling and Chu Ye's confided in each other and shared each other's secrets. It was therefore only natural that Bai Ling knew how Chu Ye felt about Xiao Luo. No matter how Chu Ye did not allow any boy to get close, he was nevertheless an outstanding guy in all aspects, hence her interest in him. She did have the desire to be friends with him. Be friends? As for Xiao Luo, he simply wanted to get through protecting Chu Ye in one piece. After that, he did not want to have any contact with anyone from Haiye. Just like Zhu Jimo, he tried to arrive quietly and leave the people from this world in the same manner, taking nothing from them. So he resisted her offer of friendship. Chu Ye did not try to be secretive. "Pretentious dick, a lot of unhappy events happened between us, but didn't those days pass? Let's bury the hatchet and be friends." She then extended her right hand. Of course, that was what to say that she liked Xiao Luo. No, she simply admired him. Friendship was the only thing she had on her mind. "We can bury the hatchet, but let's forget about being friends." Xiao Luo stood up and said. "Why?" Chu Ye was annoyed and puzzled. "Because you were born into a wealthy family, and I'm just a country bumpkin who was born into an ordinary family. We don't travel in the same circles or have the same frames of reference. I seriously doubt we could ever be friends." Xiao Luo found a perfunctory reason and dodged the issue. "Xiao Luo, I'm from an ordinary background too, but young Mistress Chu and I are very good friends," Xiao Luo said. Xiao Luo smiled. "You're a girl. It's different for me." He looked at Chu Ye. "Moreover, if I'm too close to you, I'm afraid a lot of people will get the wrong impression. Once that misunderstanding occurs, I may be in more trouble." "Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding?" Chu Ye blinked her large and beautiful eyes, not knowing the reason. "The misunderstanding that I'm your boyfriend?" Xiao Luo said calmly. As soon as Chu Ye heard this, she blushed and shouted, feeling angry and bashful. "What nonsense are you talking about? Even if all the men in the world are dead, I'll never let you become my boyfriend." "So that's all the more reason not to become friends. It would be disastrous to be misunderstood by others." "Humph, fine. Do you think it's a loss to me if you don't become my friend? Bai Ling, let's go. This guy is crazy." Chu Ye stomped off in a huff, pulling Bai Ling along with her, and turning away. Xiao Luo exhaled a long breath. He sat down and continued to play with his mobile.
Chapter 58. Man in a Rock. One after another, the days flew by. On Saturday afternoon, Xiao Lu changed into a more mature getup after getting a call from Zhang Dashan. He needed a breather. University might be a paradise for many, but it wasn't so great for him. The worst part was having to go to class. It sucked. Time crawled at a snail's pace when one was miserable. Every minute seemed like 1,000. "Brother Lo, are you going out?" asked Yu Shuafei. He considered the possibility, and then, visibly alarmed, asked, "You're not going to the Mixed Martial Arts Club to respond to Song Janan's challenge, are you?" Hearing the words Song Janan and challenge, Ding Kai, who was lying in bed reading, sat up and looked at Xiao Lu with a pale, terror-stricken face.
Lao Zhu, you think too much. I can't be bothered with that kind of senseless person. Xiao Lu smiled slightly. Then where are you going? A good friend is coming to meet me, and we'll be having a meal tonight. Xiao Lu inhaled lightly and said, By the way, do you want to come along? You can eat and drink for free. Nah, you're going on a date. We're not to be a third wheel. Xu Shuafei shook his head and grinned, showing his teeth. That's right. People who are third wheels are losers. Ding Kai echoed, then lay back down and continued reading. Xia Lu, who was silent for a moment, said softly, He's male. What? A guy? Zhu Shuafei and Ding Kai looked at each other and saw the shock registered in the other's eyes. No wonder Brother Lo was unmoved by An Zhuanzhuan's relentless pestering. So the reason was... Zhu Shuafei coughed a few times and said, Brother Lo, we understand. You can go with peace of mind. We'll not gossip about you. We'll keep our mouths shut tight and keep this secret of yours. Also, we'll not look at you with peculiar expressions because of this. After all, it's been a long time since the Reformation. Our minds have been liberated and are as wide as the Pacific Ocean. Leaving aside a man getting with another man, it's not a big deal for us even when it comes to a man with a snake, a man with a ghost, and a man with a rock. Holy shit, they understood? What do they understand? Xiao Lu felt a little ill. He knew that a man who got together with another man was gay, but man and snake? And what the hell was a man with a ghost and a man with a rock? Why had he never heard of these? Had he become behind the times again? Lao Zhu, are you talking internet slang? What do you mean by a man and a snake? It's Zhu Xian and Lady White Snake. Ding Kai put down his book. Then what about a man and a ghost? Ning Kai-xian and Ni Xiao-chen. Xiao Lu felt that his three fundamental views had been turned upside down. Then he asked curiously, what do a man and a rock refer to? It's the Monkey King's dad. Zhu Shuafei suppressed his laugh and said. Series of question marks appeared in Xiao Lu's mind. Brother Lo, the Monkey King's dad got a rock pregnant. Isn't he fucking capable? Zhu Shuafei guffawed. One slept with a snake, one slept with a ghost, and one even dared to sleep with a rock. So many predecessors have created a new history in their obsessions. Brother Lo, compared to them, there's nothing strange about you. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Lu was exasperated. In the next second, he sent Zhu Shuafei, who had thrown his head back and was laughing so hard that tears were flowing, a kick that sent him flying. When Xiao Lu rushed to the school gates, Zhang Dashan and his white Corolla were already waiting there. What the hell? How did a bastard like you become better looking since our last meeting a while back? This was the first thing Zhang Dashan said. Xiao Lu rolled his eyes. He opened the door and hopped in the front passenger seat. Cut the crap. I'm hungry. Let's quickly find a place to eat. What about the hot, pretty girls? Didn't I tell you to bring some with you? Zhang Dashan yelled, but didn't linger at the school gate. He slowly started the car and headed for the city. You seem so thirsty. I think I need to order you a doll online, Xiao Lu joked. That's good, but I want one imported from Japan, and it has to be the real thing. I don't want the inflatable one that only costs around $20. It's too damn shoddy and can never hold up against a few violent thrusts from me, Dashan laughed mischievously. Get lost, you bastard. Xiao Lu wanted to kick him. Bwahahaha! Zhang Dashan was so excited he deliberately pressed sports mode and stepped on the gas, causing the car's speed to skyrocket in that instant to match his current excitement. But he didn't dare to speed for too long. Speed limit signs and traffic monitoring abounded in Zhongshan. He couldn't even count the ins and outs of the traffic light intersections on his 10 fingers and toes. By the way, Lao Shou, I haven't told you what you're doing in Huaye, asked Zhang Dashan curiously at a traffic light intersection while waiting for the light to turn green. I was entrusted to protect someone. Xiao Lu felt he had nothing to hide from his bro. What? Protect someone? When did you become a bodyguard? Zhang Dashan was more than a little surprised.
Xiao Luo then briefly told him the story of how he met Chu Yongcheng. Boss, so you're in Huaye to protect Chu Yongcheng's daughter, the same Chu Yongcheng who owns Zhongshan House? Zhang Dashan's eyes immediately widened. Whoa, this was some story. Xiao Luo said, other than this Chu Yongcheng, there shouldn't be anybody else who goes by that name in Zhongshan. Fuck me! Zhang Dashan looked at Xiao Luo as if he were an alien. Bastard, you got to know Xu Yongcheng, a VIP tycoon in Zhongshan. What a lucky bastard. And you're the one protecting his dollar. Fuck, isn't it evident he wants you to be his son-in-law? I haven't seen you in a while. Talking bullshit has become your forte, Xiao Luo said, rolling his eyes. Who's talking bullshit? Isn't it just like TV? Right, so what does Chu Yongcheng's daughter look like? Is she pretty? She's okay, so-so. Xiao Luo propped his chin up, giving a fitting and direct evaluation. An okay from you means very good. Zhang Dashan felt pretty confident about things and said, like a shameless rascal, damn it, bro, I don't care. You must take me to see her. I happen to dress up tonight, so I look good and cool. If I can captivate her, I'll immediately ascend to the pinnacle of my life. Xiao Luo took a closer look at him. For real, he did look passably good in his pretentious attire. A white shirt with black trousers in the Western style. He gave off a strong, gentlemanly vibe. His body was passably good, too. There was only one disadvantage. His face was too chubby. Otherwise, his sister Xiao Ruyu would have been attracted to him from the beginning. I have to tell you something, Lao Shan. I have to tell you something, Lao Xiao. Zhang Daoshan's expression suddenly turned serious. What is it? Xiao Luo frowned. Zhao Mengqi was taking the roundabout approach by trying to get some info about your situation from me. She was going to visit you at your home, but found you weren't there. Based on her tone, I think she wants to get back with you. Get back together? Xiao Luo shook his head and smiled, looking at the night scene outside the window. He didn't say a single word. He had already ended the chapter of his life, titled Zhao Mengqi. A random search on the internet will turn up a lot of negative information about that slimeball Hua Haifang of Hua Hai Corporation. He sleeps around with lots of women and changes girlfriends about as often as one turns a page when reading. Zhao Mengqi thought she had slept with someone dependable. Ha! In the end, she'll just get dumped after he's had his fill, Zhang Dashan said indignantly. He thought that Zhao Mengqi was just a stupid woman. Don't talk about her. Let's talk about happier things. That's true. You two have broken up. I don't know why I brought it up. Come on, let's talk about Chu Yongcheng's daughter. How old is she? Does she have a nice body? How's her skin? And most important, does she have a boyfriend? Zhang Dashan suddenly became energetic and animated.
Chapter 59. Running into a Familiar Face. After parking the car, Xiao Luo and Zhang Dashan walked into a hot pot restaurant. Welcome. Please come in, gentlemen. A waitress enthusiastically led the two of them to a window seat on the second floor. When Zhang Dashan saw that the waitress was a beautiful woman, he became playfully teasing. He raised the pitch of his voice and said excitedly, "Oh, it's you? So you're working here." The waitress was startled by his bluff and seriously examined Zhang Dashan, thinking, "This person seems to know me." She carefully asked, "Excuse me, you are?" "You've forgotten me? I'm crushed. We met recently, and you even called me bro, remember?" Zhang Dashan put on a sad face. His expression suddenly went from excitement to joy to dismay. The waitress was quite embarrassed now, thinking she must have been careless to forget an acquaintance. She went through her memory over and over again, but when she couldn't find any information about the person in front of her, she became even more panicked. "I'm sorry, I've forgotten where I've seen you." Zhang Dashan covered his heart and said with a bitter and distressed expression, "How hurtful! I feel hurt. Forget it. Just put down the menu. We'll take our time ordering." "Sorry, but I honestly don't remember where I met you." The waitress was totally in panic mode. The person in front of her didn't seem to be joking at all, which meant that she must have known him but had forgotten all about it. Oh well. Zhang Daxin waved his hand dismissively and took a deep breath. I'm very sad now and don't want to talk. It's better for you to remember me on your own. It'll come to you, I'm sure. Oh. The waitress shrugged her shoulders and walked away. She looked back 3 times for every step she took, struggling to remember just where she had met Zhang Daxin. Xiao Luo gave Zhang Daxin a thumbs up. Aren't you the #1 actor? He made a waitress suspicious of life with just a few words and expressions. What else could this be but the work of the #1 actor? #1 actor? What balls! This is a technique for picking up girls. Follow and learn more with me in the future. Zhang Daxin preached to Xiao Luo while selecting ingredients on the menu. Xiao Luo lifted his cup and took a sip of warm tea. He joked, "Don't you usually say things like, 'Oh, you look so familiar. Have we met before? Why did you change the script?' Old friend, it seems that you don't know how to pick up girls at all. Women are very savvy these days. If you ask them where you've met, they can be sure that you're here to pick up girls. They'll ignore you completely. But if you use my method, I can 100% guarantee that the girl will inquire about your information in turn. This is what I have tried on WeChat. It works like a charm." Zhang Daxin threw the menu in front of Xiao Luo so he could pick a few more ingredients for the hot pot. Xiao Luo couldn't be bothered to prattle with him in this setting. Besides, he wasn't at all interested in learning how to pick up girls. "Do you know why women want to get married?" asked Zhang Daxin, suddenly lowering his voice. Xiao Luo glanced at him. "When fate brings the right people together at the right time, they'll naturally get married." "Wrong!" Zhang Daxin slapped the table. "Why's that wrong?" Xiao Luo asked. Zhang Daxin said seriously, "It's because marriage has balls." "Has balls? Has balls?" Xiao Luo quickly understood and cursed, "Fuck you." Translator note, this pun is based on wordplay. Balls here is not an exact or literal translation of the Chinese term. It means useless here, but is made up of the characters for bird and use. So the literal meaning of Zhang Daxin's statement means, there's a dick that can be used in marriage. Soon, the hot pot ingredients they ordered filled the entire table. There were few vegetables. It was mostly meat and shellfish, including beef, mutton, pork, shrimp, crab, and more. Zhang Daxin was a meat lover, and so was Xiao Luo. If not for the need to have some vegetables to offset the greasiness, they wouldn't have ordered any at all. When another waitress carried over the Mandarin duck pot and the hot pot base, Xiao Luo was so surprised. "You?" Zhang Daxin almost sprayed out the beverage he had just drunk. "I say, old friend, do you have to be like this? I just used this trick. Even if you want to plagiarize it, wait until you go to another place before trying it." "But I do know her," said Xiao Luo very seriously as he narrowed his eyes at him. "Balls. You just said I was the #1 film actor, but you're the motherfucking real deal." Zhang Daxin couldn't stand it and decided to rain on Xiao Luo's parade. He raised his head and said to the waitress, "Pretty lady, just ignore him. He's talking nonsense because he wants to pick you up." But the waitress ignored him. She just stared at Xiao Luo in a daze with her round, wide eyes. She had chic short hair and was smartly turned out in a red waitress uniform that perfectly accentuated her curvy figure. Her face was oval and her eyes could not be considered small. With her exquisite facial features, she exuded a dignified and solemn vibe. It was Huang Ruroran, the class monitor of the English language majors. Xiao Luo was the last person she expected to see here. Her family was not well-to-do, so she found a part-time job. To avoid running into her classmates, she chose this hot pot restaurant because it was far from Haie, almost in another district. But she never expected to run into a familiar face here, least of all her nemesis, Xiao Luo. How would she ever live this down? At this moment, she felt the world spin. 3 words popped into her mind. I'm done for. Oh my God, why did he come here? Huang Ruoran was about to break down. It would be 10 times better to bump into anyone at her part-time job than this bastard. But it just happened to be Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo might humiliate her thoroughly. She hoped there was a hole in the ground that could swallow her up. Oh my God, why did he come here? Huang Ruoran was about to break down. It would be 10 times better to bump into anyone at her part-time job than this bastard. But it just happened to be Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo might humiliate her thoroughly. She hoped there was a hole in the ground that could swallow her up. Pretty lady, pretty lady. Zhang Daxin yelled a few times and pulled her back from thinking about her embarrassment. Sirs, these are the dishes you ordered, and this is your receipt. You can match the items and see if all the dishes have been served. Huang Ruoran forced herself to calm down. She added water and the base ingredients into the pot, not daring to look Xiao Luo in the eye. Xiao Luo was amazed. This was the Ruoran who spoke so powerfully and carried herself so valiantly? The contrast was extraordinary. Of course, he knew that this was part of the regulations at the hot pot restaurant. The waitresses must address the male customers as "sir" in a friendly tone and have a respectful attitude. Otherwise, the boss would not keep the employee. Xiao Luo also knew that Huang Ruoran was very embarrassed and stressed. He didn't want to put her in such an awkward position. So he said, "We can do it ourselves, no worries, you can attend to other matters." He was not someone who would humiliate others, as Huang Ruoran thought. Moreover, he didn't believe it was shameful for university students to work part-time. At least, they were self-reliant and understood the workings of society earlier than others. Far from looking down on Huang Ruoran, he respected her. But Huang Ruoran didn't think so. In her imagination, Xiao Luo had a mocking smile on his face. She didn't linger and hurried away after taking Xiao Luo's suggestion.
Chapter 60. Scoot over. Xiao Luo and Zhang Daxin were enjoying their meal and having a grand old time. Between bites of food, they talked, laughed, and traded vulgar jokes like 2 old veterans. The scene looked so harmonious. But in Huang Ruoran's view, Xiao Luo was making fun of her. That was exactly how some paranoid people felt whenever they heard people whispering or laughing behind their back. They assumed they were the subject of gossip. When Xiao Luo goes back, he'll blab to everyone that I work here as a waitress, Huang Ruoran muttered to herself under her breath. She nervously knitted her brows together. She had a strong personality and didn't want anyone to see her side as a waitress, bending and growling to the customers. But fate was not on her side, and she just had to run into Xiao Luo this evening. By Monday, her secret would be out, and she worried about losing all her hard-earned respect as the class monitor. Unlike Huang Ruoran, however, Xiao Luo wasn't thinking about her at all. He was simply enjoying the delicious hot pot and a night out with his best friend. The university was as far from his thoughts as the moon. He ate his meat and drank his soup. As to life, he found it to be a beautiful thing, at least at the moment. "Damn it," said Zhang Daxin, "why wasn't Sis Luo attracted to me at that time? Does having a large face negate all that I am? This is too unfair." After they were half full, Zhang Daxin started complaining. The Sis Luo he was talking about was Xiao Luo's sister, Xiao Ruyi, shortened to Sis Luo. "In what way is that trash Tung Ren better than me? His skin is smooth as a baby's bottom, and his face is small and fair. Sis Luo wouldn't have a sense of security with him. What does she see in him? I really don't understand this." You can't blame this on anyone. I created a chance for you guys, but in the end you dragged me into playing landlord war with her for a whole night. My sister complained to me that you're a stupid prick." Xiao Luo put down his chopsticks and berated Zhang Deshan. He didn't want to talk about this again. He got so angry whenever this subject came up. "Argh!" Zhang Deshan's face turned green. "You bastard! Why do you have to have such a good memory? In any case, weren't you the one who came up with that rotten idea of playing landlord war? I know I can't stop playing once I come into contact with poker cards." Xiao Luo didn't want this to turn into a long-winded conversation, so he immediately poured a large plate of beef meatballs into the hot pot. At this time, a group of people sat down at the table behind them. There were 3 men and 2 women with tattoos on their bodies. The men had bare arms and wore gold chains. They looked like unreasonable, violent bandits. The women were skimpily dressed, and their nails were painted black. In addition, they carried a strong smell of perfume. As soon as they finished ordering their dishes, they started talking up a storm as they remained in their seats. Their voices were very loud. They acted as if they had bought the entire hot pot restaurant for the night. Of course, Zhang Deshan did not object to their loud voices, but what he couldn't stand was the stool occupied by the man behind him. It severely infringed on his space. Even turning around was a Herculean task, let alone standing up. Just when the man was chatting happily, he would shake his stool back and forth, and the back of it kept cramming and bumping into Zhang Deshan. At a certain point, he couldn't take it anymore. He patted his shoulder and said, "Hey, buddy, can you move your stool back a little? It's so uncomfortable how you're cramming against me. Thanks." The man turned his head and gave him a disdainful glance, then turned back and continued talking bombastically with the others. It was as if he hadn't heard Zhang Deshan's words. "Fuck!" Zhang Deshan cursed in his mind, feeling depressed. "What's wrong?" Xiao Luo asked. "What's wrong? Old friend, can't you see that I'm about to be squished into a lump of shit?" Zhang Deshan was extremely upset. At this moment, he happened to see Huang Ruran, who was adding water to customers at another table. He immediately beckoned, "Pretty lady, please come over here." Ruran came over reluctantly, without looking at Xiao Luo. She asked, "Do you want me to add water for you too?" "Pretty lady, look at the water in our pot. Does it look like we need more?" Zhang Deshan pointed at the boiling hot pot and then at the space around him. "This hot pot restaurant should have more than this tiny bit of space for guests. I feel very uncomfortable sitting here now. I'm not even in the mood to eat now. Say, what should be done about this?" Ruran saw that it was because the man behind him had moved his stool too far back, thus infringing on the space that belonged to Zhang Deshan. The space left for Zhang Deshan was just enough to accommodate him. It was already so cramped to sit there, let alone eat his meal. She nodded slightly, then walked to the man and politely requested, "Sir, would you please move your stool forward a little?" The man raised his head and said with an unpleasant expression, "Why should I move the stool forward? I like to sit like this. It's comfortable. What about it?" Ruran said, "I'm sorry, sir, but you've infringed on the space of another guest, causing him—" "Is there a line drawn here, or is there a rule that says I can only have this tiny bit of space for my seat and I'm not allowed to move the stool back?" The man had a blazing temper. Ruran never expected this man to be so unreasonable, but she also had a lofty, unyielding character. Since the guest was so rude, she immediately straightened her face and took a harsher tone. "I'm sorry, sir. Please move your stool forward." As soon as the words came out, her compliments laughed. They looked like they were enjoying the entertainment and had no fear of things blowing up. "Shanzi, since the pretty lady asked nicely, just scoot over." "Ha ha 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 ha! Yeah, give the beauty some face." "Isn't that bitch going to break up with you? This pretty lady isn't too bad. You can be on bad terms with anyone, but you should never be on bad terms with a pretty girl." A few people laughed and commented. One of them even pawed the woman next to him in front of so many eyes. He touched her everywhere, and not only did she not mind at all, she even seemed to enjoy it as she snuggled intimately against his body. Initially, the man named Shanzi had a ruthless expression, Upon hearing what his compliments said, he laughed and his gaze became vulgar and obscene. He said to Ruran, "If you want me to move the stool, sure, but kiss my face. I can even give up my entire seat if you ask me to, let alone moving it forward a little." His compliments laughed out loud and coaxed, "Pretty girl, kiss him, ha ha ha." They were obviously playing with her. Ruran gritted her teeth angrily. Although she had been working as a waitress here for almost a year, she had never encountered such a situation. For a moment, she was at a loss for what to do. "Bro, I told her to ask you to move the stool. Confront me if you've got the skills. What kind of skills do you have when you're only capable of messing with a woman?" Zhang Deshan turned his head to the side. He picked up a piece of meat with his chopsticks and stuffed it into his mouth with gusto. Xiao Luo was also sitting in his seat, and he slowly ate with a slight smile of indifference. The man named Shanzi slammed his wine cup down. He stood up, turned around, and looked at Zhang Deshan with an ugly and murderous expression. "I was going to ignore you, but you're motherfucking getting cocky with me." He moved the stool in the direction of Zhang Deshan by more than 10 centimeters. The back of the stool pressed against Zhang Deshan's arm directly. Then he stomped on the stool with great strength and said combatively while pointing at the ground, "I'm putting the stool here. Why don't you try asking me to move it again?"
Chapter 61. Madness. Xiao Luo's expression abruptly darkened. His luck must have really run out for him to be encountering such people at the hot pot restaurant. Zhang Deshan prepared to launch an offensive. He lowered his stance and waved his hands about with an awkward smile, compromising with the man called Shanzi. "Everything's all right now, pretty lady. Go ahead and do your thing," Zhang Deshan said to Huang Ruran. "But it's fine. I have enough room. Besides, we're almost done here. I'll just put up with it," Zhang Deshan interrupted her with a smile. Hearing him, Huang Ruran nodded, turned around and left. Her heart, however, was still a little uneasy. As soon as she left, the matter came to an end. When the man by the name of Shanzi saw Zhanzi ducking out, not only did he become more arrogant, but he viciously spat a mouthful of phlegm onto the ground right in front of Zhanzi. Then he sat down and said to his companions in a loud voice, "He's just a pissy. Let's ignore him and continue our talk." "Shanzi, you're so manly," said a lady with a toady smile. The man forcefully grabbed her creamy thigh and smiled playfully. "Oh yeah? Really?" he teased. "Yeah, but it's because of your manliness that I like you," the lady said, moving nearer to him with a seductive smile. "You horny little slut, I'll bang you to death when we get back," giggled the man with exhilaration while pinching the lady's pointy chin. "You're so naughty." The woman playfully shoved the man's hand away. "Ha ha!" The other 3 men and 1 woman, who were all sitting at the same table, went along with it, laughing. Compared to them, Xiao Luo and Zhang Deshan's table was much quieter. Xiao Luo knew Zhang Deshan quite well, and he knew that he wasn't that kind of person who'd just crap out on something. He would never let something like this go, especially after being bullied to this extent. As expected, as soon as Zhang Deshan had finished all the meat, he signaled to Xiao Luo with his eyes that it was time to get ready. Zhang Deshan drank down his cup of beer and stood up suddenly. He lifted the pot brimming with boiling broth, turned around, and splashed it on Shanzi. "Arr!" A horrifying scream rang out. Shanzi felt like his skin was being forcefully torn from his bones as incomprehensible pain spread throughout his entire body. The faces of the other 3 men changed immediately. They'd never expected Zhang Deshan, who had crapped out just now, to go berserk out of the blue and act without saying a word. His ruthlessness overwhelmed them on the spot, while the 2 ladies shrieked in horror. "You son of a bloody whore!" With an atrocious face, Zhang Deshan kicked the man who was screaming in pain to the ground. Then he lifted the stool and brought it down on him, repeatedly smashing while yelling, I was in a good mood today, you bastard. Then you went and screw it up. Do you really believe that I would deny you the privilege of seeing the sun tomorrow?" After smashing the man with the stool, he resorted to punches and kicks. He pounced on him repeatedly, and the man could only bellow in agony while groveling on the ground like a pig being slaughtered. Xiao Luo lifted his eyes and continued sipping his orange juice indifferently. This was the Zhang Dashan he was familiar with, a good citizen with his blazer on and a hooligan with his blazer off. In college, he had been in his fair share of fights, all provoked by some trivial issue. During their first year, they had even gotten into an argument because Zhang Dashan liked to smoke in the dorm. Xiao Luo had nagged his somewhat because he couldn't stand the secondhand smoke, and the two had ended up in a brawl. But after they'd fought, not only did they not become estranged, their bond became even stronger. Their relationship was a perfect example of the phrase, "friendship grows from conflict." Snap! The sharp sound of cracking bones brought Xiao Luo back to reality. As he focused his eyes, he saw Da Zhongwei smashing the man's nose until the bridge was crooked. Following a round of horrifying non-human screams, the man's body twitched, then his head turned sideways and passed out. It wasn't until that moment that the three men who'd come with him regained their senses. As they were about to rush forward, Xiao Luo struck out at them, humming lightly as he forcefully kicked their table. His kick literally had the force of 2,000 pounds. The table reacted as if it had been hit by a raging bull. The dense square table slammed the three men hard against the wall. The two ladies shrieked even louder. Their shrill cries immediately attracted the attention of all the customers in the hot pot restaurant. "Why the fuck are you screaming? Shut the fuck up!" Zhang Dashan growled at the ladies with a fearsome look, pointing at them with his finger. Terrified, they stopped right away and gaped at Zhang Dashan in horror. From far away, Huang Ruran clearly saw everything that was going on. Before, she had genuinely thought that Zhang Dashan had complied. She'd never expected this to not be the case at all. Humans really did gather around their own kind. Those who had close ties to Xiao Luo could never be her kind of people. Zhang Dashan had not yet finished venting his rage. He still wanted to whack the man on the ground a few more times. Xiao Luo stopped him with a frown, saying, "Enough. This guy will surely end up in the ICU if you carry on." Damn, I am so pissed. I haven't been this infuriated in many years. That bastard is destined to receive a brutal thrashing from me, Zhang Dashan yelled. He was really enraged, and the blood vessels on his forehead bulged. Through her peripheral vision, Xiao Luo saw one of the restaurant's employees make a telephone call while glancing furtively in their direction. He was definitely calling the police. Seeing what he was doing, Xiao Luo picked up Zhang Dashan's shirt from the stool and thrust it into his hands, saying, "It's time to go." Of course, Zhang Dashan was no fool. He wouldn't stay there like an idiot and wait for the cops to arrest him. He immediately threw on his shirt and swept majestically from the restaurant alongside Xiao Luo, just like Stephen Chow exited the casino in his movie. Before he left, Zhang Dashan even waved to the restaurant's startled customers and said to them, "Please do not admire me, for I'm nothing more than a legend. Don't stare at me. Please enjoy your food while it's still hot." What the hell? Who was this guy? How was he so calm after almost killing someone? He'd even managed to pull off a Stephen Chow-style exit. Exactly how big was his heart? It was only at that moment that the customers regained their senses. Then the whole place plunged into chaos. Huang Ruran was still standing in the same place. Utterly stunned, she was unable to recover from the shock. After leaving the hot pot restaurant, Zhang Dashan drove all the way to the suburbs. As he scurried down the road, he rolled his car windows down, opened the skylight, and blasted the DJ's music at the maximum volume. "Hey, slow down, man!" Xiao Luo, who was sitting in the passenger seat, didn't feel safe at all. He thought that the car could flip at any moment. "What did you say? I can't hear you," Zhang Dashan shouted over the music. "I am asking you to slow down." Xiao Luo was all fired up. They were flying at 130 miles per hour, and his life was already flashing before his eyes. "I can't hear you. Ha ha!" Zhang Dashan laughed excitedly. As the deafening music echoed in his ears, Zhang Dashan sang along to the radio. "Like a G6, like a G6, na na na, now I'm feeling so fly like a G6. He screamed the whole time, and venting was his sole purpose. Gradually, Xiao Luo came around to resonating with Zhang Dashan. He felt like there was too much sadness in his heart that needed to come out. He no longer cared if they would end up getting in a car accident, and began to move his body along with the rhythm of the music. The deafening music vibrated in the air around them. Xiao Luo felt like he was in a dance hall. Amidst such an atmosphere, every cell in his body began to trip in the fantastic light. "This is the excitement that I want. I want this madness." In the end, Xiao Luo joined a party. The two weren't competing over who could sing better. They were competing to see who could push their vocal cords higher. From the looks of things, it seemed that neither of them would stop until someone lost their voice.
Chapter 62. To Save or Not to Save. The night was dense like ink, and it could not be dispelled. Zhang Dashan stopped his car on a hilltop on the outskirts of the city. The two men leaned against the hood as they reveled in the view of Jiangsheng below. Shrouded in the dark of night, the city was like a creature with its head on the ground and a glimmering body whose brilliance illuminated half the sky. The flickering neon lights were ever so enthralling. Sometimes they cascaded down from the crowns of skyscrapers. Other times they pursued each other like playful elves or became kaleidoscopes that dazzled the eye. That was a nice beating. It's been a while since I felt this good. Zhang Dashan let out a long sigh, then turned to look at Xiao Luo and asked, "Xiao Luo, how you doing? You weren't injured just now, right?" "Injured? How could I be injured?" Xiao Luo asked. "Well, you make a fair point. Surviving that literally made you into a Superman. You know the guy who wore his red underpants over his clothes? Your opponents should be the ones getting injured." Zhang Dashan took out a cigarette, lit it, and pressed it between his lips. He delighted in the pure fun of blowing smoke rings. "It's late now, so I should get going, or else the dorm's gate'll be locked." "Bro, do you really still think of yourself as a university student? Are you actually worried about being locked out?" After glancing at his phone, his face became a little twisted. He said, "This very moment marks the beginning of the nightlife, and you're actually telling me that you're going back? What the hell, bro?" "My principles haven't changed. Go by yourself if you want. Get in the car and take me back to the Huaye campus." Xiao Luo sounded very determined. This was the only thing that he was insistent on not doing together with Zhang Dashan, because of the education he'd received from his family since he was young, and he also wanted to stay pure for his own reasons. He knitted his brows and sighed. Fine, I'll leave you out of this. When I get myself a girlfriend in the future, I'll definitely quit this bad hobby as well." "Stop bullshitting. You have no self-control," Xiao Luo snorted dismissively. "You know nothing about it. You have no right to talk since you never tried it, but—" "Fuck off, man. No more pervy talk," Xiao Luo interrupted with a frown. He grabbed the pillow off his seat and hurled it at Zhang Dashan. At 10 p.m., aside from the gathering places of night owls, the number of people and vehicles out and about in Jiangsheng's avenues and streets was significantly reduced. "Damn this dumbass app! It took us to a dead end!" Zhang Dashan was sitting in the driver's seat and cursing at the navigation app on his phone. The op's monotonous voice was still repeating the sentence, "Go straight," which irked him to the extent that he tossed away his phone. "Look at this dumbass app asking me to go straight when there's a damn wall in front of us. Oh, I'm so frustrated." Xiao Luo looked at his phone, then shook his head and said, "It's not the software, it's your brain. You've gone the wrong way. The street shown on the map is actually at the next intersection, parallel to this alleyway. It's not far away." Zhang Dashan grabbed his phone in disbelief. He looked at the map again after enlarging it, and finally admitted to the fact that he had gone the wrong way. His face turned red, but his lips, however, remained in a state of denial. "What the fuck? It's all because this dumb app failed to distinguish between the street and the alleyway. It's really inaccurate, is it not?" "Stop bullshitting. Hurry up and turn around," Xiao Luo said solemnly. "I know, bro." Zhang Dashan sighed and slowly turned the car around. Just then, they saw a few figures lurking around the alleyway's entrance. Taking a closer look, helped only by the light of a nearby street lamp, they counted a total of 6 people. 5 of them were men, and the 6th was a woman with a graceful figure. "What in the world? Tormenting women? In broad daylight? Under the bright sun and moon?" Zhang Dashan exclaimed while glancing at Xiao Luo. "Broad daylight? Bright sun and moon? Excuse me, it was nighttime." Xiao Luo really wanted to jump on him. "Holy moly, how savage and brutal! These beasts are preparing to force themselves on her." Zhang Dashan fixed his eyes on the group. Then he looked at Xiao Luo and asked, "Save her? Yes? No?" When Xiao Luo was about to reply, Zhang Dashan answered, "Of course we should. Good cabbage shouldn't fall into those beasts." As soon as his voice fell away, he switched the car's headlights from low to high beam. The dazzling headlights were like messengers from a world of light. They illuminated all the filth otherwise hidden by the darkness. The 5 men violating the woman were startled. One pulled out a sharp dagger from his waist and shouted fiercely in Xiao Luo and Zhang Dashan's direction. "Who the fuck is that? Are you seeking death? Turn off your headlights." Then 2 more men wordlessly took out their knives and ran straight towards Zhang Dashan's car. Chapter 63. Wear this shirt for now. Seeing the 2 men running toward them with atrocious expressions and switchblades in their hands, Xiao Luo was speechless. He turned to Zhang Dashan and mumbled, "So you'll go handle them?" "Why me? You're the most capable fighter. Of course it should be you. I'll cheer you on from the car." "You said that you were going to save her. I didn't say anything," Xiao Luo shot back disdainfully. Seeing the 2 men coming closer and closer, Zhang Dashan became very anxious. "Hey, bro, don't piss out at this critical moment. If they smash my car, then I'll kill myself in front of you." "Go ahead then. Kill yourself. Hurry up," Xiao Luo said with indifference. "You are a real asshole. Are we still brothers or not? Saying something like that can easily get you struck by lightning, you know?" Zhang Dashan grew heated, but then cooled off again, smiled, and said in a friendly tone, "Xiao Luo, everyone is eager to be the hero who gets to rescue a beauty. Now the chance to do just that has presented itself to us. Give it a go, all right? Maybe, just maybe, she'll offer her lifelong devotion. Judging from her figure, she's definitely a belle. If either of us is thinking about hooking up with her, I can tell you that she'll be more than enough. You know what I'm saying?" "Why are you working at a bank since you're such an expert at making up fantasies?" Xiao Luo quipped, rolling his eyes. Zhang Dashan was confused. "Where else should I go to work?" "You should become a screenwriter," Xiao Luo snorted. Then he cracked his neck, opened the door, and walked out of the car. One of the men charged at him immediately. However, a moment later, his vision flickered, and a foot wearing a white sneaker landed firmly on his chest. The next second, a force of boundless energy surged by. The man's body, which had been moving forward, suddenly froze, as if it had been suddenly struck by lightning. His chest was in anguish, and it felt as if his heart had stopped pumping. Blood gushed out from the back of his throat. As his blood continued to pour out, his entire body flew backward like a broken kite. Then it crashed onto the ground 4 or 5 yards away.
The other man was startled for a moment, then he yelled and viciously thrust the switchblade in his hands toward Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo let out a chilling snort, then curled his body slightly and leapt into the air, bouncing like a spring. He pulled a suave 360-degree flip in midair, rotated his right foot to dodge the incoming switchblade, and swung his left foot at his opponent's temple. Thud! There was a muffled sound of impact. Then the man flew sideways. He flew over the roof of Zhang Deshan's Corolla and crashed into the alley wall. He was stuck to the wall like mud for half a second before gradually slipping down to the ground. What the hell? What is that guy made of? Zhang Deshan stared at Xiao Luo blankly from inside the car. His friend had brought down two men wielding knives in a blink of an eye. His moves were straight up terrifying. Holy pepperoni! Has Xiao Luo become a new person entirely after that car accident, or what? He's literally as ferocious as a tiger. However, it could be said that the remaining three men were experiencing the most shock of them all. They'd thought they had bumped into an imbecilic bumpkin. They never imagined that this kid meant serious business. As Xiao Luo walked toward them, the three men's nerves instantly tensed. With the car's high beams blinding them, they could not see Xiao Luo's face at all. They could only make out a silhouette. Both the face and body were completely black, moving slowly toward them. They felt even more depressed and nervous, precisely because they could not see clearly who was in front of them. It felt like a devil was slowly approaching them. Looking at their two companions on the ground groaning in pain, beads of sweat the size of beans tumbled uncontrollably down their foreheads. The man who had just been about to unzip his pants regained his senses after blinking repeatedly. He pointed his dagger at Xiao Luo and warned him severely, "Hold it there! Don't come any closer!" Xiao Luo remained silent, but continued to advance step by step. His footsteps sounded particularly ear-piercing in the very quiet alley. Tut, tut, tut. These footsteps were like the ringing of a large bell. They'd tap them right on their souls. "I said stop! Do you hear me? I'm telling you to stop!" The man repeatedly growled. He braced himself and elevated the volume of his voice. Xiao Luo sneered coldly. "Come at me all at once. I'm in a hurry." "You—" His words infuriated the gang's leader. Through gritted teeth, he commanded the two men holding down the girl, "Go! Kill him!" The men let go of the girl and charged at Xiao Luo, yelling. One of them maneuvered extremely fast, covering a lot of distance in no time. A sharp blade was moving at lightning speed, coming for Xiao Luo's neck. Xiao Luo lifted his right hand and promptly extended his left. Suddenly his vision became blurry. In essence, he was slapped in the face before he had even seen Xiao Luo's palm clearly. Slap. The crisp tone of skin being slapped was heard. The man's cheeks swelled up, and his entire body was sent flying. With his bloody teeth, he had a miserable look. After getting rid of one of the henchmen, he didn't even pause. His giant hands turned into claws, and he grabbed the neck of the remaining man with the ferocity of an eagle. With a forceful swing of his arm, the man shrieked as he was tossed high into the air. Under the influence of gravity, he smashed back down to the dirt, hard. There was a crack as his right leg broke when it collided with the ground. Howls of suffering, like pigs being slaughtered, echoed up and down the alley. Strong and unmatched, domineering and extreme. The girl who had almost been violated opened her eyes wide. She didn't expect Xiao Luo to be so powerful. The leader of the men was utterly flustered. He turned around and ran. Xiao Luo looked down and glanced at a brick on the floor. Then, using a two-step approach, he lashed out at the brick. Push! The brick, which had initially been lying silently on the ground, suddenly flew out from under his feet. It spun at an immense speed, creating a fearsome trajectory like that of a meteor. In the end, it rammed the fleeing man in the back of the calf. "Ah!" The man fell to the ground, clutching his calf and wailing tragically. Without any suspense or pressure, Xiao Luo packed up the 5 hooligans who had been about to commit rape. Zhang Deshan was witnessing the entire process. He was feeling an intense, untruthful feeling. His brother, Xiao Luo, had jumped into a 1 versus 5 fight. Moreover, he'd gone up against 5 ruffians armed with knives. In less than a minute, he'd cleaned them up and left them moaning in different postures scattered on the ground. Who would believe in this tale if he were to tell it? Xiao Luo tore the clothes off the leader and walked over to the girl. She was still standing in the same place in complete shock. When their eyes met, they were both stunned. "You again?" Xiao Luo frowned deeply. The girl's eyes were wide open. She muttered in disbelief, "Xiao Luo?" Her beautiful hair fluttered. She had slender eyebrows, bright eyes, a pointy nose, blushing cheeks, and alluring lips. Surely this woman was Huang Luoran. She hadn't recognized her before because she was simply dressed in her own clothes instead of her waitress's uniform. Who else could she be? Sure enough, it was Huang Luoran. She hadn't expected to run into 5 hooligans on her way back to school from work. The possibility of bumping into Xiao Luo twice in one day had also not crossed her mind, what to speak of saving her from the depths of despair. At that moment, her mind was confused and her feelings were incomprehensibly jumbled. Xiao Luo quickly regained his composure and tossed the man's clothes over Huang Luoran's practically naked body, saying, "Wear this shirt for now." Huang Luoran quickly wrapped herself up in the shirt, raised her head, and looked at Xiao Luo with gratitude. Thank you."
Chapter 64. Impending Storm. Because Xiao Luo was against her, Huang Luoran had always despised him. She wished that he was not even in the class at all. However, when this loathsome boy had appeared at her most desperate moment and rescued her like some sort of savior, Huang Luoran's hatred for him crumbled in an instant. She had a fair complexion, refined facial features, and slender arched eyebrows. Then there were those cynical dark eyes. Huang Luoran was sitting in the back seat on the passenger side and staring blankly at the man in the front seat. Her heart was unable to settle. "What's your name, pretty lady?" asked Zhang Deshan with a smile at Huang Luoran in the car's rear-view mirror. "Huang Luoran." "Oh, Luoran. My name's Zhang Deshan. I'm Xiao Luo's trusty old partner. My nickname's Cannon, but you can call me by my real name, Deshan, although Cannon also works." Zhang Deshan giggled, attempting to lighten up the atmosphere. Huang Luoran could not understand his sense of humor, so she didn't give him any response. She just sat on her seat without saying a word. The fear she had just experienced still lingered in her mind. The ambiance inside the car instantly plunged into an awkward silence. Zhang Deshan wasn't giving up. He didn't believe that he couldn't liven things up. After a couple of dry coughs, he said, "Luoran, let me tell you a joke. A monkey's sitting in a tree. When a big truck passes beneath the tree, it stops. Guess why?" Seriously, such an old-school joke? Xiao Luo couldn't help but shake his head. He refused to believe that this was the first time Huang Luoran heard this joke. He glanced at the back seat out of the corner of his eyes. As expected, Huang Luoran remained indifferent. She was in a daze as if in some faraway land. Zhang Deshan continued, "Because the truck driver thought that the monkey's ass was a red light. Don't you think he's stupid? He's really stupid, right?" He cracked himself up and even teared up. Only after 4 or 5 seconds, he discovered that Huang Luoran wasn't reacting to his punchline. Beside him, Xiao Luo studied him expressionlessly. Isn't it funny?" Zhang Deshan asked. "Not at all," Xiao Luo said, not mincing his words. "Well, awkward." "Just focus on driving. Don't go the wrong way again," Xiao Luo exhorted. Zhang Deshan became agitated and raised the pitch of his voice as he said, "Fucker, if I go the wrong way again, I swear I won't touch another girl ever again in my life." Half an hour later, they were finally back at Huaye. Although Huang Luoran was still badly shaken, she refused Zhang Deshan's offer to drop her directly to her dorm.
When she got out of the car, she bowed deeply to Xiao Luo and Zhang Dashan and said, "Thank you." Then she turned around and returned to school. Xiao Luo understood her very well. She had a strong personality. Unlike the other girls, she wouldn't so easily accept help and affection from boys. "That girl isn't bad, you know. Look at how small the crack is between her legs. I think she's still a virgin. Xiao Luo, hurry up and take her down," chuckled Zhang Dashan while looking at Huang Ruran's back. "Do you have anything inside your brain besides that one thing?" Xiao Luo directly said. "Come on, bro. Our ancestors used to say that the desire for food and sex is part of human nature. Can you not be so uptight? In our society today, wolves are abundant and meat is scarce. So if you don't bang a pretty girl, someone else will sooner or later. Why not take the good stuff for yourself? You shouldn't restrain yourself too much. YOLO!" Zhang Dashan preached earnestly. "Dubious nonsense." Xiao Luo rubbed his nose, then shifted the topic of conversation. "Oh yeah, are you really going to go whoring later?" "Whoring?" Zhang Dashan's expression changed immediately. "The heck! How can you say that and still look so dignified? Don't you feel ashamed?" "Are you telling me that you're not after whores by going to that nightclub?" Xiao Luo shot him a glance. "Bro, stop using the word whore, please. It's not elegant at all." "Okay, here it is then. Didn't you eat a pineapple stick outside the club last time? From now on, we will refer to this classy and elegant activity as pineappling." Xiao Luo was speechless. He was a little bit thankful that his sister hadn't fallen for this guy. Back at the dorm, before Xiao Luo even opened his door, he heard groaning coming from inside. When he walked in, the room was in a mess. Cups, books, boxes were all over the floor. The chairs were turned over. Xiao Luo's area in particular with chaos. It looked like it had been overrun by bandits. Zhu Xiaofei and Ding Kai were lying on their beds with bruises all over their bodies. Their clothes were torn. Zhu Xiaofei was in especially bad shape. The corners of his lips were inflamed, and his eyes were so swollen that they looked like two squinting lines. "Brother Luo, Brother Luo," Zhu Xiaofei and Ding Kai called to Xiao Luo. "What happened here?" Xiao Luo asked. "It was the people from the Mixed Martial Arts Club. They came looking for you but couldn't find you here, so they beat us up instead," Ding Kai explained through gritted teeth. No matter how timid he might be, he couldn't hold back his anger after taking such a beating. Zhu Xiaofei spit out a mouthful of blood and said with rage, "Those bastards! Wait until I get better. I will make them pay for what they did today, even if it means getting expelled." "There's no need to wait until then. I will make them pay sooner than later." Xiao Luo's face turned grim. He had tolerated one incident after another. Still, Song Jiang and his gang continued to provoke him repeatedly. He had reached the last straw. "Where is the Mixed Martial Arts Club?" Zhu Xiaofei's heart stiffened. "Brother Luo, what are you going to do? Don't act recklessly." "You and Kaisi should rest in the room. Just tell me where the Mixed Martial Arts Club is," Xiao Luo said calmly, but a terrifying chill could be felt coming from deep within his eyes. Zhu Xiaofei paused for a moment, then said, "They're located at the indoor basketball court next to the swimming pool. That place is the training ground for the mixed martial arts, taekwondo, karate, and wushu clubs. The school specially approved that site for them." "Got it." Xiao Luo stood up, opened the door, and left. Zhu Xiaofei and Ding Kai exchanged glances, and each could see the intense worry in the other's eyes. "Kaisi, do you think something bad will happen?" "I don't know. If Xiao Luo doesn't return in half an hour later, let's call the counselor." Zhu Xiaofei nodded in agreement. Just now, something about Xiao Luo's expression had chilled them to the bone. Xiao Luo wasn't someone who would compromise. Still, there were more than 100 people in the mixed martial arts club, and Xiao Luo was on his own. No matter how great a fighter he might be, he couldn't possibly take on more than 100 opponents. If Song Jiang and them failed to hold themselves back for a moment and injured Xiao Luo, then Zhu Xiaofei would feel uneasy for the rest of his life. Although it was almost 11 p.m. at night and the Mixed Martial Arts Club was still as bright as day, people were training inside the venue. In addition to the members of the Mixed Martial Arts Club, there were also many from the other clubs. After all, that night, Song Jiang had challenged the school's fiend, Xiao Luo, to a fight. Although Xiao Luo wasn't here yet, the others had all arrived with the utmost anticipation. They were eager to see if Xiao Luo was really as brutal as the legends made him out to be. Two members of the Mixed Martial Arts Club gossiped at the door during their water break. "What a waste of excitement. That jerk doesn't even dare to show up." "Yeah, right. He's so afraid that he doesn't dare to return to his own dorm. We are only flattering him by saying he's Wukong. Wonder if how this piece of trash ended up being a celeb on our school's forum. Xiao Luo the fiend? More like Xiao Luo the coward."
Chapter 65. So it was you. As the two members of the Mixed Martial Arts Club were chatting, a colossal hand came to rest quietly on one of their shoulders. The guy's hair was dyed blonde, and he felt his shoulders sink as if a giant mountain were pressing down on him. His body listed heavily to one side. When he turned his head, his eyes fell on a gloomy profile as chilling as snow. "Xiao Luo?" The boys' faces changed in a flash. They couldn't believe that Xiao Luo had appeared in this place at this moment. Xiao Luo declared faintly, "Which of these guys went to beat up my roommates at the 7th dormitory tonight? Please, point them out to me." Hearing this, the blond guy snapped out of his shock, but when he remembered that this place was the Mixed Martial Arts Club's territory, meaning that his allies were all over the place, his courage surged. The blond boy shouted, "Who the hell are you? Why should I listen to you? Get your hand off my shoulder!" He shouted this to the roof so that he could attract everyone's attention. As expected, the lingering members of the Mixed Martial Arts Club, who had initially been sparring with each other and the members of the other clubs, looked over. "Xiao Luo? The fiend? Why is he here? Didn't they say that he's afraid to accept the challenge and didn't even dare to go back to his room tonight? Song Jiangnan just left a moment ago. If he hears about this, he will definitely rush back over. Looks like these two men are going to spar today after all." The members of the other clubs were shocked. Still, the members of the Mixed Martial Arts Club slowly gathered around Xiao Luo with disdainful faces. Xiao Luo's bright expression dimmed. He regarded the hostility being directed at him as nothing more than hot air. He spoke again to the blond guy. "Answer my question." "Are you fucking sick? Don't you understand the human language? Do you need me to— Ah!" The guy's normal speaking voice was cut off abruptly and turned into a cry of pain. Xiao Luo's fingers were about to shatter his shoulders. The blond boy was in so much pain that his muscles on his face seized up. "Let me ask you one more time. Who went to beat up my roommates at the 7th dormitory tonight?" Xiao Luo repeated chillingly, as the strength in his fingers intensified. "I don't know! Let go of me!" The blonde's cries became even more miserable. He struggled desperately, wanting to break away from Xiao Luo, but Xiao Luo was grabbing him with a unique method, much like the ones police use to arrest criminals. No matter how hard he struggled, it was useless. "Let him go!" roared the blond boy's companion, and he hurled over a clenched fist. Xiao Luo snorted contemptuously, then slammed his head toward the incoming fist. The fist and his forehead collided, making the sound of potato chips cracking. The guy backed off and screamed in agony. He felt as if the punch he had just landed on hard rock. 3 of his fingers were broken. Gripped by unbearable pain, his right hand couldn't stop shaking. This simple yet brutal move was very effective.
The other members of the mixed martial arts club suddenly had the jitters. Just then, a guy with a pierced ear came forward and yelled at Xiao Luo, "Hey, are you making trouble here? Do you not really believe that I can disassemble all your body's spare parts?" Undoubtedly, he was a veteran member of the Mixed Martial Arts Club, and the reason Xiao Luo figured so much was that Zhang Jingha, Du Pengfei, and the rest of the gang followed him over. Compared to the guy with the ear piercing, Zhang Jingha and Du Pengfei were at the opposite end of the attitude spectrum. They were not emboldened. They didn't dare act too arrogantly in front of Xiao Luo. When they met Xiao Luo's gaze, their eyes betrayed how they were very unsettled deep down. They were terrified of Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo pushed the stricken blonde away, walked over to the guy with the pierced ear, and stood in front of him for a moment. Then he said in a deep, solemn voice, "You look like someone high up in the club. Maybe you know who went to the 7th dorm to beat up my 2 roommates tonight." Seeing the veteran member standing beside the guy with the earring was like seeing a bamboo pole next to a giant tree. The guy with the earring's physique wasn't at all inferior to Zhang Jingha's. The guy with the earring used his thumb to point at himself and said arrogantly, "Of course I am their leader." Then he spat on the ground and declared disdainfully, "Looking at those 2 wastes of space pisses me off. Their faces were just asking for a beating. They got whacked because they're worthy of being whacked." "Uh-huh. So it was you." Xiao Luo smiled, then headbutted the guy the very next second. Bam! Following the impact's muffled sound, the guy with the earring went weak in the knees. Gradually, he backed off and stumbled to the ground. "You say!" the guy with the earring's 5 lackeys shouted in worry. Then they surrounded Xiao Luo, looking fierce and nefarious, like they were going to beat him up. With a stern look, he punted one of them to the ground. Then he extended his palm and landed a slap on each of the 4 men's faces, leaving their ears ringing and their heads spinning. All of the men tumbled in an instant. Xiao Luo strode over them and walked right up to the guy with the pierced ear. Completely deterred by his aura, Zhang Jingha and Du Pengfei and the rest of their gang moved aside to make way for Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo grabbed the leader's collar and lifted him up off the ground, growling, "Who else participated, aside from you?" "Your mom!" roared back the guy with the earring, and he immediately greeted Xiao Luo with his fist. Again, he knocked him down using his head. The amount of force that he used this time was considerable. His forehead was ripped open, drenching his entire face in blood. Psst! Everyone gasped, especially the girls from the other clubs who screamed hysterically the moment they saw blood. The members of the Mixed Martial Arts Club shivered, but not all of them were white in the liver. Seeing the state of the guy with the earring, one of them charged at Xiao Luo and yelled, "Fuck him!" Many followed his lead, screaming as they charged at Xiao Luo. They looked like a pack of wolves hunting their prey. Zhang Jingha and Du Pengfei hesitated for a moment. No matter what, as veteran members, they were not allowed to be outdone by the younger members, right? So they grit their teeth and charged forward. "Very well then, come, all of you, let's have some fun." There wasn't a trace of panic on Xiao Luo's face. In fact, an unspeakable excitement shone in his eyes. The corners of his mouth turned up, and he unleashed a sinister grin. Then he grabbed the collar of the leader with both his hands, lifted him up off the ground, and tossed him at the club members charging at him. Bam! Bada-doom! The guy with the earring, who weighed about 170 pounds, flew off like a cannonball, instantly knocking some 7 or 8 of his fellow club members to the ground. As they tumbled into a heap, the boys were like bottles being run over by a bowling ball. "What the heck? Is this guy human?" When the people from the other clubs witnessed this scene, they were so shocked that their eyeballs almost fell out. Hurling a real person like a toy was literally unimaginable. The moment Xiao Luo had finished dealing with the guy with the pierced ear, a dogfight ignited on the spot. The hidden power inside Xiao Luo's body also erupted at the very moment. But as he thought about the fact that his opponents were students, he held back a little. Otherwise, with a full-power punch, he could have directly crippled or even killed someone. Any of the club members who were touched by Xiao Luo's punch, in their elbows or joints or anywhere else, reeled from the strong impact. What astonished them most was that they couldn't break into the 2-yard radius around Xiao Luo, despite there being so many of them. It was like the area around him was protected. Even if someone were to break through and land a blow, those attacks would literally do no damage to Xiao Luo. Was this guy's body made of metal or something? The group was utterly terrified. It was hard for them to fathom that Xiao Luo, who looked like an ordinary guy on the outside, could possess such terrifying physical strength. He was literally made of cast iron. Little did they know that after Xiao Luo had acquired the constitution of the king of mercenaries, his physical prowess could not be rivaled by an ordinary human. Only a force of 500 or 600 pounds could harm him. The members of the Mixed Martial Arts Club were all students. They were still a very long way from delivering blows with a force of 500 or 600 pounds. Therefore, Xiao Luo was apparently invincible.
Chapter 66. Overbearing Might. Xiao Luo twisted and charged. Like a beast in human form, he rammed straight into one of the Mixed Martial Arts Club's members and sent him flying. To the man, the amount of force was like being brutally smashed by a car at full speed. He landed heavily in front of Zhao Xinghe, Du Pengfei, and the others. His stomach turned as he retched uncontrollably. Zhao Xinghe and Du Pengfei were too shocked to speak, and their palms grew cold and sweaty. It should not have been difficult for more than 100 people to beat up Xiao Luo. But now that they'd seen the extent of his strength and ferocity, they'd lost all hope of defeating him. Xiao Luo stood like a malevolent god, immovable and radiating bloodlust amid nearly 30 fallen bodies. I treated you like human beings, but you've decided to act like dogs. I told you before, when a dog bites a human, I give it a thrashing. I beat it until it fears me, till the sight of me makes it tremble in fear. Xiao Luo's scowl was full of provocation and contempt. Even the air around him seemed to react to his bloodlust, rushing away from him. As they experienced pure terror for the first time, a layer of cold sweat formed on the brows of Mixed Martial Arts Club members surrounding him. The boy with the ear studs lying on the floor grit his teeth and howled in anger. "What are you guys afraid of? Get him!" Hearing this, his gang of die-hard followers grabbed the wooden staves used by the Taekwondo Association and rushed at Xiao Luo, yelling and screaming. Others followed their example. They picked up the tools used by other clubs and used them as weapons. A tide of bodies came at Xiao Luo. They were young and swept up in the moment. Blinded by rage, they could no longer hold back, and they had no qualms about beating someone to death. "Go to hell, Xiao Luo!" The two men at the front of the pack wore fearsome expressions. They raised their staves high and brought them down mercilessly toward Xiao Luo's head. Not waiting for their staves to make contact, Xiao Luo exhaled softly. In a flash, he moved into the space between the two men like a phantom. As he came close to them, he spread his arms wide, which were strong like steel beams. Then he brought them crashing into the men's chests like some unstoppable force of nature. "Ah!" With a cry, the two men fell away like a kite cut strings. Their backward momentum took down a group of Mixed Martial Arts Club members behind them. "Again!" Xiao Luo smiled excitedly, like a tiger amidst a flock of sheep. Seeing this, a wave of fear washed over the Mixed Martial Arts Club. As armed as they were with staves, wooden boards, and nunchaku, none of them posed any threat to Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo's punch had gone straight through a wooden staff, striking the man who had been wielding it directly in the chest with unparalleled force. Xiao Luo had shattered a 2-inch wooden board with a single kick, sending his opponent and countless wooden splinters flying. Xiao Luo had effortlessly disarmed his opponent, who was wielding nunchaku, and returned the blows with a vengeance. The young hotshots from the Mixed Martial Arts Club were used to strutting around the Huaye campus like kings, but every single one of them was shaking in their boots now. Xiao Luo had systematically demolished their sense of superiority. Zhao Xinghe and Du Pengfei were already down for the count. Zhao Xinghe had been whipped in the back by Xiao Luo's nunchaku. Where he'd been struck, his flesh burned like he'd received a lashing. Du Pengfei had taken a kick to his thigh and lost all feeling there, aside from a convulsing pain. His leg shook uncontrollably. It didn't take long before 80 or 90 of the Mixed Martial Arts Club members were on the ground groaning in pain. The remaining 10 or so huddled together, their faces clearly filled with fear. They pointed their wooden staves at Xiao Luo, but their weapons shook violently, just like the hands that gripped them. Xiao Luo was way too fearsome and overbearing. What kind of power did he possess to thoroughly beat down more than 100 men? The people watching from the other clubs were dumbfounded. Their mouths seemed to dry up, and they found it hard to swallow. None of them could have expected this outcome. "Again! Come on!" Xiao Luo shot a challenging glare at the remaining members of the Mixed Martial Arts Club, who were still standing. Although Xiao Luo was not using his full strength, his attacks were still strong enough to draw blood. The blood of his fallen foes was now splattered on his clothes and his face, making him look even more vicious and intimidating. Just because you have 100 members in your so-called Mixed Martial Arts Club, you've become so full of yourselves and think you're the kings of the school. You act like the scum of society, fighting, brawling, and beating up anyone who crosses you. Does that make you feel accomplished? I'll tell you now, you guys are trash. Beneath the title of university student, you're all just a bunch of scumbags. Xiao Luo's forceful rebuke echoed across the large training ground. The Mixed Martial Arts Club members who were still standing dropped their weapons and stiffly looked at Xiao Luo in horror. "We don't want to fight anymore. We admit defeat." As though they were actors in a television drama, they raised their hands in surrender, trembling in fear the whole time. Xiao Luo's monstrous strength had shaken them to their core. Xiao Luo sneered. "You started this fight. What gives you the right to end it?" With a cry that sounded more like a roar, he hurled the nunchaku that he was holding at the wall. The metal chain connecting the two sticks snapped with a loud crack, and the nunchaku fell to the floor in 2 pieces. This display of raw power made everyone watching shudder. The remaining Mixed Martial Arts Club members slumped to their knees. They were pale as ghosts. Xiao Luo was their worst nightmare, and they were terrified. "Xiao Luo, that's enough! They have already conceded defeat, so you don't have to go this far." A man in white training clothes stepped forward and said this. Xiao Luo glanced at him impassionedly and remarked, "Are you from the Mixed Martial Arts Club too?" "I'm Wu Yanlong, chairman of the Taekwondo Association," replied the man in white, revealing his identity. "What you did today," Xiao Luo cut him short with a wave and said, "If you're not from the Mixed Martial Arts Club, then you have no right to speak here. Stand aside and don't tell me what to do." He then strode over to the cowering Mixed Martial Arts Club members. Wu Yanlong was incensed. As the esteemed chairman of the Taekwondo Association, even the professors at Huaye University showed him some respect. Xiao Luo's demonstration of blatant disrespect irked him to no end. "Then I will fight you myself," Wu Yanlong yelled, sprinting toward Xiao Luo. When he was around 3 or 4 yards away, he leapt into the air and aimed a flying kick at Xiao Luo's head. The jump had incredible force and speed, parting the air around him like a roaring wind. "Another one who wants to act like a dog?" Xiao Luo's expression turned cold. He leaned back, dodging Wu Yanlong's flying kick. Then, rotating his upper body, he spun sharply to the left and swung his right palm savagely at Wu Yanlong's chest. The impact sent Wu Yanlong flying, and he landed on the ground with a thump. Fresh blood leaked from the corner of his mouth. Just one move. One move had brought down the Taekwondo Association's chairman. Onlookers from the other clubs felt their hair stand on end. They'd previously voiced their doubts about Xiao Luo in the forum. Now the truth was being slapped in their faces. "Chairman!" A few of the Taekwondo Association members rushed forward to help Wu Yonglong to his feet. "Who else wants a piece of me? Step forward. I'll accept any challenge." Xiao Luo's fierce gaze swept along the bystanders, who lowered their heads, refusing to meet his eyes. Wu Yonglong could only clutch his chest. His earlier bravado was now nowhere to be seen. All he felt was an unspeakable shame.
Chapter 67. Power Contest. What? Is Xiao causing trouble at my mixed martial arts club? Song Jianan had already returned to his dorm, but upon receiving a phone call, his expression darkened. He left his backpack at the management office and ran off toward the mixed martial arts club. By the time he reached the place, his fellow club members were all sprawled on the floor, moaning in pain. Not a single one of them was able to stand. Meanwhile, Xiao Luo was sitting cross-legged inside the club's exclusive sparring ring. He leisurely surveyed the scene with his right hand propping up his chin. Seeing Song Jianan arrive, Xiao Luo stood up. "Song Jianan, you're a little too late," Xiao Luo remarked lightly. "Xiao, you are asking for it now," Song Jianan roared, and his voice swept across the training ground. Enraged, he ripped off his black vest, revealing the strong, well-defined musculature of his upper body. His block-like muscles hinted at his explosive power, which threatened to be unleashed at any time. Nya! Shooting off as if he were competing in the 100-yard dash, Song Jianan charged forward, shocking everyone watching. As he approached the ring, he kicked off the ground hard with both feet while leaning forward and flipping around. He sailed right over the ropes of the ring in a magnificent, swift 360-degree spin. His outstretched right leg spun down at Xiao Luo like a steel whip, crashing down with violent intent and the force of a giant wave. There was no holding back, no mercy to be shown. Song Jianan brought to bear his 20 long years of training in that single explosive moment. His moves, vicious yet elegant, stunned the bystanders looking on in horror. Xiao Luo slightly lowered his center of gravity and brought up both arms to block the incoming attack. A dull thud sounded as Xiao Luo was blown away by the force of Song Jianan's kick. He fell backwards, sliding across the ring on his back some 2 or 3 yards. He almost slipped underneath the ropes and right out of the ring. My God, is this Song Jianan's full strength? The people from the other clubs held their breath. Xiao Luo, the fiend, had always seemed to be unstoppable, and this was the first time they'd seen him sent flying by an attack. It was the first time he'd ever appeared to be at a disadvantage. The mixed martial arts club's spirits were lifted by this one move, as though they had been injected with a stimulant. The boy with the pierced ears cheered for Song Jianan. "Nice one, boss! Kill that son of a bitch! Kill him!" Song Jianan bristled with anger, and it seemed like his whole being was shrouded in a burning rage. He pointed at Xiao Luo and spit viciously. "Xiao, if you walk away from this unharmed today, I, Song Jianan, will change my name and follow you." He spoke very arrogantly, revealing his strong self-confidence. Xiao Luo got to his feet slowly and chuckled. "Are you sure about making such definite statements? You should really watch your words." "I'll watch your damn grandmother." The offensive words exploded sharply from Song Jianan with a booming roar, as he charged again like a wild bull. The offensive Song Jianan launched was fierce. Fists of iron burst forth at gale-force speed. It was as though the fearsome power of his entire body condensed into his legs and fists, and then was unleashed on Xiao Luo, dealing blow after merciless blow. With the body strength of a black bear, Song Jianan demonstrated his fearsome, explosive power. Swiveling left then right, he rained a storm of punches on Xiao Luo with his iron fists.
His assault was not only manic and fierce, but it also contained an exceptional degree of offensive power. His moves were tricky and challenging to read. The sight was unparalleled. All who were present stared unblinking at the two men dueling in the ring. Still, their focus was almost entirely concentrated on Song Jianan's flurry of punches and kicks. "I thought you were an opponent worthy of my full strength, but this is all you've got." After 40 or 50 consecutive fierce attacks, Song Jianan launched himself up 3 yards into the air and landed on a pillar in the corner of the ring. Then, without a moment's rest, he jumped off the pillar and brought his elbow crashing down on Xiao Luo. His jumping ability and offensive moves combined into an extreme force. If someone had received that elbow blow while lying on the floor, they would have undoubtedly been killed or crippled. Xiao Luo crossed both arms over his head and adopted a wholly defensive stance. Boom! Song Jianan again descended with the force of a landslide or a meteor smashing into the earth. Like a surging wave, his terrifying power crashed down. It displaced the air below him, which accelerated and howled out like a roaring gale. Xiao Luo's body shot backwards like a cannonball, and his body crumpled into a C shape from the sheer speed at which he flew. He slipped through the ropes, landing roughly on the ground 2 or 3 yards away, like a speeding car crashing to a stop. All the bystanders were stunned. They'd always heard that Song Jianan had real skills and was strong as Black Bear, but they had never seen him in a fight. Now that they'd seen him in action firsthand, they knew how fearsome he could be. He was practically a black bear in human form. The mixed martial arts club members were overjoyed. They even forgot their injuries for a while. However, looking at Xiao Luo motionless on the ground, they felt a tinge of worry. They wondered to themselves, has the boss beaten this guy to death? "For the 2 crimes of hitting my friends and stealing my girl, you were doomed to suffer today, Xiao Luo," Song Jianan taunted coldly. A broad sneer formed on his face as he continued. "I heard you boasting a couple of days ago that you were going to cripple one of my hands. Now that I've beaten you halfway to death like a dog, how do you plan to maim me?" Xiao Luo's shoulders quivered almost impersonably as the cold, sharp laugh emanated from him. It was like the chilling laugh of a devil. It made everyone present feel a chill deep in their soul, as though the temperature at the training ground had dropped to freezing. Song Jianan was no exception, and his expression on his face promptly froze. At that moment, Xiao Luo's body moved. He crawled up slowly from the ground like a blood-seeking demon breaking out of hell, and his chilling presence filled every corner of the room. "Let's go again." Cracking his neck left and right, Xiao Luo moved back toward the ring with massive strides. With every step forward, his bearing increased explosively, and everyone watched him advance unblinking and in a daze. He pulled apart the ropes and put his feet through. Xiao Luo was back in the ring. With his shining black hair, handsome brows, sharp black eyes, and tall, exquisite figure, large without looking rugged, he stood there with the cold arrogance of a hawk and looked down at everyone beneath him. You're unhurt?" Song Jianan paled. It was already a miraculous feat for someone to take one of his full-force blows without fainting. But from the way Xiao Luo had casually walked back into the ring, he did not seem to be hurt in the slightest. The others watching were stunned. It was likely that nobody in the whole of Zhongkang could withstand one of Song Jianan's elbow strikes. Yet Xiao Luo had blocked it directly with his arms and was completely unharmed. How was that possible? Was this guy some freak of nature? Fear was struck deep in the hearts of everyone present.
Chapter 68. Devil. Your strength is acceptable, but your punches are still too light. If you want to hurt me, you'll need to try a bit harder, Xiao Luo said while shaking his head. He had the ability to utterly demolish Song Jianan. He'd only let himself take such a one-sided beating to see how much damage his current body could sustain and accurately gauge its abilities.
Song Jian'an's mouth twitched and his knuckles cracked as he clenched his fists tight. Xiao Luo's flippant attitude was a major insult to him. "You shut the hell up!" With a loud cry that shook the heavens, Song Jian'an charged forward toward Xiao Luo with the explosive acceleration of a wild bull. It was as if the momentum of his entire body had been compressed to the maximum before exploding outward all at once. With this manic dash, he closed the 2 to 3 yard gap between them in the blink of an eye and slammed his left foot into the floor with a force that shook the entire ring. He stopped in place. Extreme movement shifted to intense stillness for one brief moment, generating unimaginable power. Pivoting around on his grounded left foot, he channeled all the force and inertia of his initial charge into a sweeping kick and flung his right leg toward Xiao Luo. Everyone around watched with wide eyes. Even from a distance, they could clearly sense the violence of the force embedded in that one kick. If it made contact with Xiao Luo, he would probably be sent flying out of the ring again. To their great surprise, Xiao Luo did something which nobody could perceive. He made the slightest move, but at the same time appeared to remain perfectly still. However, Song Jian'an's reaction was apparent. As if colliding head-on with a train, his forward momentum sharply came to an abrupt stop, and his whole body catapulted backward before slamming forcefully into the ropes at the side of the ring. He struggled to regain his footing and stumbled a few times before finally stabilizing himself on the ropes. What? What just happened? What in the world just happened? Without exception, horror crept into everyone's hearts. Xiao Luo had definitely done something, so why hadn't they seen precisely what? Were their eyes deceiving them, or was he simply moving too fast? Song Jian'an broke into a cold sweat. He also had not clearly seen what move Xiao Luo had made. However, his chest had clearly been struck. It burned with pain, and his circulation seemed to be in disarray. He was winded and reeling, experiencing considerable discomfort. Gasping for breath, he asked, "What did you just do?" "Nothing special. I just kicked you," Xiao Luo replied with a smirk. "That's impossible. The motion of a kick is so obvious that I wouldn't have missed it. You're lying! You're lying!" Song Jian'an had always been confident in his own martial prowess. Ever since coming to Jiangsheng from his hometown, he had felt like a tiger released from a cage. Nobody from the whole of Jiangsheng, let alone Huaye University, was a match for him. As anger and shame welled up within him, he lost all his reason. Like a rabid black bear, he glared with red eyes and attacked Xiao Luo with another roaring charge. When he was about 1 yard away from Xiao Luo, he stamped down hard on his right foot. The floor of the ring squeaked as if it was about to be torn asunder. Then, pouring all his strength into his tightly clenched right fist, he shot it forward like an asteroid piercing the void of space. Wrapped in the force of a raging wave, his fist plowed toward Xiao Luo. Roar! It sounded as though a wild beast was roaring in the extensive training grounds. The bystanders stared in unprecedented horror, while the girls shut their eyes, not daring to watch. In their minds, they imagined a scene of considerable bloodshed. The mixed martial arts members were either dumbfounded or confounded. Was this their boss's true strength? Their hearts stirred with complicated feelings they couldn't identify. Was this happiness, excitement, fear, shock? Maybe they were feeling any one of those emotions, or a mix of all of them. Song Jian'an's fist continued to roar like a wild beast as he swiped and pounced like an animal. The wind shrieked behind every one of his swings. A hand appeared suddenly, without warning. As fast as lightning, an open palm accurately stopped one of his punches. The violent, surging force of the blow was instantly silenced. The hand made no move to attack, but its seemingly infinite strength suppressed Song Jian'an's savage fist. Song Jian'an looked with fright at Xiao Luo, whose palm now enveloped his fist. He tried to channel more strength into his punch, but Xiao Luo's hand was like a mechanical vice, refusing to let go. No matter how much he struggled, he could not move his fist 1 inch. Song Jian'an,
I will now honor the promise I made." Xiao Luo's glare was awfully majestic, and his mouth formed into a toothy grimace. He looked like the wrathful king of wolves, ferocious and feverish. The next second, he turned his wrist hard, twisting it 90 degrees. Crunch! With the crisp sound of splitting bone, Song Jian'an's right wrist was folded back in a V shape. A jagged white fragment of bone pierced through flesh and skin as fresh blood shot out of the wound. The bloody scene made the girls watching cry out. Song Jian'an looked at his fractured right hand, stupefied. His mind went blank, and the whole world was silent for a brief moment. He even forgot to feel the pain. "It's broken? Is this my hand?" The moment passed, and intense pain and unspeakable panic swept through his body like a rolling wave. "Ah!" A shrill scream resounded. Xiao Luo let go of Song Jian'an, and he sank to the ground, clutching his right hand with his left. The only emotion that could be read in his eyes was a deep, murky dread as his otherwise robust body trembled from shock. Fear was written on the faces of all watching. Who could have imagined that Xiao Luo would cripple Song Jian'an's hand? How was this even possible? How could anyone have ever conceived of such a thing? The mixed martial arts members' faces were ashen as they shivered in fear. Xiao Luo was a devil. Why did they have to go and provoke such a horrendous fiend? The fierce aura Xiao Luo was emanating chilled everyone at the training grounds. A pin-drop silence prevailed, and nobody dared speak or make a sound, not even breathe too loudly. Xiao Luo, all by himself, had stunned the members of all the various clubs to the point of inaction. "You devil!" The Taekwondo Association chairman Wu Yanlong broke into a cold sweat. His complexion was already as white as a sheet. At that moment, a loud drumbeat of footsteps approaching could be heard. The English language instructor Qin Nanyu and several security guards from the campus security department rushed onto the scene. They took in everything, especially the sight of Song Jian'an crying out in pain in the ring. They all froze in place like statues. "You've arrived, Teacher Qin." Xiao Luo calmly and smoothly stepped out of the ring, as if the act itself was second nature for him. Qin Nanyu came to her senses and said in a voice that was close to a shriek, "Take Song Jian'an to the hospital now, quickly!" Shaken back to consciousness from their stupor, two of the security guards swiftly carried Song Jian'an away. The rest of the guards checked the conditions of the mixed martial arts members who were lying on the ground. "Xiao Luo, you did all this?" Qin Nanyu asked. Her face was livid as she stared at the young man in front of her. "You've caught me red-handed, so you wouldn't believe me if I denied it," Xiao Luo laughed. The security guards who heard his reply inhaled sharply. One man had beaten up more than 100 mixed martial arts members. Where did this ruthless guy come from? Furthermore, they were all well aware of Song Jian'an's abilities. Although he was just a student, his power rivaled that of 5 guards put together. He was undoubtedly a beast in the form of man. Now that beast's hand is crushed. Even if it were repaired, the damage would likely leave severe and lasting complications. Fearsome, truly fearsome. Horrified, they looked at Xiao Luo, who stood upright like a pine tree, and terror gripped their hearts.
Chapter 69. The Depressed Headmaster. "Boss, I say, you really are the boss. Did you transfer Xiao Luo to my school to protect your daughter or to beat up my students? 123 minor injuries and 1 major injury with a fractured wrist. Now that all of Huaye has heard about this, the consequences will be huge. The heads of the Education Bureau have even called me to ask if I still wish to retain my position as headmaster. If I don't, they told me to get lost. How am I supposed to reply to that?" In the headmaster's office, a man in his 50s was on the phone. He was extremely emotional and tapped on his desk while speaking. With each knock, the desk made loud rapping noises, and as he spoke, spittle flew everywhere. "Heh, don't get so worked up, old dong. Things aren't so bad that we can't salvage the situation." Chu Yunsheng laughed on the other end of the line.
Anyway, I did some investigating for you, and that student from your school, Song Janan, is a real piece of work. Starting gangs, bullying his fellow students, generally really hateful stuff. I've heard that Huaye's students feel relieved that he was beaten up. Relieved? Bollocks! Headmaster Dong scolded. You can say whatever you like because you're not in my shoes. Come, let's trade positions. You be the headmaster of Huaye, and I'll be the boss of Chongshan House. How's that? Chu Yuansheng did not know whether to laugh or to cry, so he replied, I can't be the headmaster. I'm not as capable as you, old Dong. Quit your bullshit. Headmaster Dong hung up angrily and sank down in his soft armchair. He pinched the bridge of his nose to alleviate the pain from his migraine. Headmaster, how do we resolve this situation? Asked the male secretary carefully. The injured student's parents have asked us to punish the culprits severely. What else can we do? We appease those who can be appeased and pay what needs to be paid. I'll get Chu Yuansheng to reimburse me for future lost funds. If the parents are not satisfied and report this to the media, I fear we will be in a difficult position. Difficult position my ass, seethed Headmaster Dong. He was already furious, but his temper now reached a boiling point. Without proof on video, do you think they can tarnish our Huaye's reputation with their unfounded statements? A joke. I can simply say that their son suffered injuries because they were training too hard. We'll see who the public believes. The male secretary could not help but wipe away his sweat. He really began to suspect that the headmaster used to belong to the underworld. He was so high-handed that he'd even called the parents' concerns unfounded statements. You were making unfounded statements, trying to cover up a beating by saying the injuries came from training, thought the secretary. Headmaster Dong suddenly looked up and asked, Oh, right. What happened to that student, Song Janan? His hand has already been reattached. Thanks to timely medical treatment, he should recover within 2 to 3 months. His mended hand should serve him well for everyday use, but not so much for martial arts. That's good, Headmaster Dong sighed in relief. What about his parents? Song Janan stubbornly refuses to inform his parents, and the contact numbers in the school's records are all out of service. Heh, that kid still thinks he can act like a man? I'll find some time to go visit him. Headmaster Dong's expression showed a shred of appreciation. The members of the Mixed Martial Arts Club were all adults, and he felt that adults had to take responsibility for their actions. Deep down, he despised kids who went to their parents for the smallest things, for instance, kicking up a big fuss over minor injuries like a sprained hand. Headmaster, about Xiao Luo? Call him in. I do want to see what kind of magical abilities this beast has, Headmaster Dong fumed. Understood, the male secretary acknowledged, then left the office. Not long after, Xiao Luo arrived. He was accompanied by his instructor, Qin Nanyu. Qin Nanyu was apprehensive. She lowered her head, afraid to meet Headmaster Dong's eyes. Guiltily, she admitted, Headmaster, this is all my fault for not properly managing the students. I take full blame for this incident. That's enough. Headmaster Dong cut her off with a wave. We can't blame you for this. If anyone is to blame, it's the one next to you, Xiao Luo. He spoke, and he took a sip of hot tea. That's right. This has nothing to do with Teacher Qin. I take full responsibility for my actions. And how exactly do you intend to do that? Demanded Headmaster Dong angrily. His temper flared, and he slapped his desk and yelled, The heads of the Education Bureau, various major media outlets, and the parents of the students who were injured are all looking into this situation. If I let you go out there, they'll devour you in an instant. And yet you say that you want to take responsibility. If it weren't for Chu— Here the headmaster stopped himself. He realized that Qin Nanyu was listening, so he swallowed the rest of it. Clearing his throat, he continued, Then I wouldn't even bother with you. I'd hand you over to the police. Xiao Luo intuitively understood that Chu Yunsheng's connection here was not Qin Nanyu, but the man before him, the headmaster of Huaye, Dong Zhenwu. It made sense. Getting him into Huaye was something that only the headmaster could do easily. A mere instructor could not have pulled it off. I have reflected on my actions. Back in the army, I was kind of rowdy. I'll pay more attention in the future. I'll accept any punishment you decide to give me, headmaster. A warning, disciplinary probation, whatever it is, I accept it. Now that he had calmed down, Xiao Luo was quite good with his words. Making up some nonsense based on the background of his student persona, he provided Dong Zhenwu with a few easy options. A warning? Disciplinary probation? Do you really think that's the punishment you deserve after making such a mess? Dong Zhenwu was infuriated. This kind of brawl was entirely within the bounds of police intervention. Still, this kid wanted to keep everything within the scope of the school, which could mete out many kinds of punishment. But Xiao Luo wasn't even a real student. Wasn't a punishment from the school the same thing as letting him get away scot-free? At this point, Qin Nanyu chimed in. Yeah, headmaster, Xiao Luo just got a little rough. Why not a little rough? One man dueling with more than 100? That's more heated than what you see in the movies, and you're calling it a little rough? Dong Zhenwu harumphed. Then turning toward Xiao Luo, he said, You're a real arrogant kid. Thanks to you, you've brought this old bag of bones into the spotlight in front of the Education Bureau leaders. Thank you so much. No need to thank you, headmaster. It was my pleasure, Xiao Luo replied with a smile. You rotten brat! Do you really think I'm praising you? Weren't you? Xiao Luo replied indifferently. He figured that since Chu Yunsheng's instructions to Dong Zhenwu were to keep everything under wraps, he had nothing to worry about. He almost swore out loud, but managed to swallow his profanity. He waved the visitors out impatiently while snapping, Get out, get out, get out! Submit a full reflective report in 3 days. If it's less than 5,000 words, then I'll expel you myself. If he had to deal with Xiao Luo any longer, he feared that his rage might trigger a heart attack. Xiao Luo turned to leave, while Qin Nanyu fled the office in embarrassment, as if they'd received some great pardon. You're letting him off so easily, headmaster? Inquired the male secretary, puzzled. Every student in Huaye is like my own child. I treat them all equally and hope that they will grow and shine brightly as the pillars of our nation. Now that these events have unfolded, punishing Xiao Luo doesn't help anything. We'd do better to concentrate on cleaning up the aftermath. Dong Zhenwu lied through his teeth, making these just and dignified statements. He thought to himself, if Xiao Luo weren't a part of Chu Yunsheng's group, I'd have him skinned alive.
Chapter 70. Indiscreet Remarks. As he left the school's administration building, Xiao Luo heaved a long sigh of relief. He had thought he could be in deep trouble, but he'd been worried over nothing. With Dong Zhenwu here as a backup, so long as he did not do anything drastic like murder someone, Dong Zhenwu would cover for him. Without a doubt, this also showed how much Chu Yunsheng valued him. At least, while he was protecting Chu Jue during this period, Chu Yunsheng remained willing to remove any obstacles in his path. In his heart, this reassured him that he had to do his best to protect Chu Yue. Ever since they'd left the administration building, Qin Nanyu nagged him incessantly. She was trying to instill her principles in him and validate her justifications. Xiao Luo just let her teachings wash over him, without any of it taking. As a polite facade, he maintained a modest smile. Deep down, Xiao Luo had reason to smile. He had earned a whopping 10,000 points for the genius system, and was sitting on a total of 30,001 points. Of course, he had no intention of immediately spending his points to redeem new abilities. While there was no harm in acquiring more abilities, redeeming skills he would not be using anytime soon would simply be a waste of points. He also wanted to avoid an awkward situation where he needed a specific skill but did not have the points required to redeem it. Xiao Luo, you have to keep in mind that you're no longer a soldier. You're a university student now, and sometimes you need to hold back your temper, Qin Nanyu exhorted sincerely. Study hard, then take the civil service exam, join the workforce, or pursue further studies. You still have a long road ahead of you, so don't ruin your future during this transition period. I understand, Teacher Qin.
Xiao Lu replied and smiled modestly. Seeing Xiao Lu's pleasant attitude, Qin Nanyu did not know what else to say. More importantly, her mouth was dry from all the talking, and she almost felt dehydrated. You should head back. I hope I won't be hearing about you getting involved in any more fights after this. Xiao Lu nodded, then stuck his hands in his pockets and left. God, how did I end up having to deal with people like this? Qin Nanyu, who was still standing in the same spot, patted herself on the forehead and shook her head, sighing. Her eyebrows were so furrowed that they almost twisted together. She had not gotten much rest over the past 2 days, thanks to the mess that Xiao Lu had made. She could feel her complexion starting to sallow and pimples popping up. Back at the dorm, Zhu Xiaofei and Ding Kai crowded together closely. Brother Lo, did the headmaster do anything to you? Is the punishment expulsion or disciplinary probation? Zhu Xiaofei asked anxiously. It's all our fault, old Zhu. Let's go beg the headmaster for mercy, suggested Ding Kai. Xiao Lu felt awkward, so he said while patting Ding Kai on the shoulder, Relax, everything is okay. You don't have to beg anyone for mercy. Everything is okay? Zhu Xiaofei was sure that Xiao Lu was lying and retorted bitterly, My good brother Lo, don't lie to us. You crippled Song Jianan's hand. There's no way the school will let you off without punishment. Ding Kai nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at rice, and his face was full of worry. When have I ever lied to you guys? Xiao Lu shook his head and sighed in exasperation. Okay, I'm quite tired. I'm going to go get some rest. Having said this, he walked to his bed and promptly fell asleep. As they watched Xiao Lu nap with a calm and composed expression, Zhu Xiaofei and Ding Kai looked at each other. They almost believed what Xiao Lu had said. Does Brother Lo have some powerful connections or something? Zhu Xiaofei voiced his suspicions. Ding Kai rubbed his chin. He was deep in thought like Detective Conan. News of Xiao Lu single-handedly defeating the Mixed Martial Arts Club and crippling Song Jianan's hand rolled through the Huaye University campus like a storm. It was all the students had been talking about for the past few days. Many even felt relieved that it had happened. After all, Song Jianan had been too full of himself, and the Mixed Martial Arts Club was more like a gang, dishing out violence to whomever they wanted. At the same time, interest in Xiao Lu was piqued. The boys wanted to see him in action with their own eyes. Someone had leaked that not only was Xiao Lu an exceptional fighter, he had a fantastic talent for soccer. He was able to turn ordinary soccer balls into fireballs, like in the movie Shaolin Soccer. The girls, on the other hand, were curious about Xiao Lu for different reasons. Many had abandoned their old celebrity crushes and made Xiao Lu their new male idol. There were already more than 1,000 posts on the thread in the school forum about him, making it the most active of all the threads. What's the story behind this pretentious dick? How did he beat up more than 100 Mixed Martial Arts Club members and walk away unharmed? Tru Yue sat in her dorm room staring at her laptop screen without blinking, and sucking on a lollipop. She had attractive features with a light, dewy complexion. She looked beautiful no matter her expression. I'm somewhat curious too, Bai Ling said thoughtfully. Then she began her analysis. The school's records show that she comes from an average family, so there should be nothing noteworthy there. If anything's amiss, I suppose it's her time in the army. But she served in a military region in Xinjiang, where there should be nothing out of the ordinary either. This guy is a mystery, Tru Yue pouted, resting her chin on both hands. When she'd first heard that Xiao Lu had beaten up the entire Mixed Martial Arts Club, she had not believed it. No matter how strong someone was, there was no way anyone could beat more than 100 people alone. As Grandpa Mao used to say, there is strength in numbers. If Xiao Lu could thrash that many people, maybe he was the reincarnation of the legendary warrior Lu Bu. I see, Bai Ling nodded in agreement. In this era of explosive information, any talking point quickly becomes old news, and Xiao Lu's fight with the Mixed Martial Arts Club was no exception. Soon, Huaye's student body found new hot topics to discuss, like a celebrity's extramarital affair or an earthquake that had occurred somewhere. In any event, everyone's attention gradually drifted elsewhere. It was time for choir practice again. Huang Luoran was on the verge of tears because her class of English language majors still could not sing Yellow River in harmony, and the competition was only a week away. What really crushed her spirits was that the neighboring class, which consisted of measurement and control technology majors, was also singing Yellow River. Their singing was average, but their harmonizing and enthusiasm far exceeded that of her class. Comparing the two was like comparing heaven and hell, when, unfortunately, her class was the latter. It would have been fine if there had been no one for them to be compared to. But now the English language majors felt humiliated. They wanted to sing well, but no matter how hard they tried, they weren't in sync. They simply could not sing Yellow River with the oomph that it required. Just then, the class monitor from the measurement and control technology majors came over. He was a boy in glasses who looked neat and refined. "Roram, I suggest you choose another song. Singing Yellow River requires men's roaring voices. It's not very suitable for girls. It sounds too feminine. If you choose to perform this song at the competition, then there is no way you can expect a good result." Huang Luoran's expression instantly sank as she replied, "Xiao Shijie, I don't interfere with your practice, so don't interfere with mine. Why did you come over here to disparage me?"
Chapter 71. I Say They're Trash. The class monitor from the measurement and control faculty, Xiao Shijie, replied in a serious tone. "Ruoran, I'm only telling you this since I know you. You girls are really not suited to singing Yellow River. No matter how hard you practice, you just can't bring out the song's true essence." "What do you mean? It sounds like you're purposely finding fault with us. The competition hasn't even started, so it's too early for you to be this cocky." "Exactly. You never know what will happen. We might end up ranking higher than you. When that happens, we'll see who gets the last laugh." Girls were generally conservative, and these girls who were majoring in English all heavily criticized Xiao Shijie when they heard his comments. Xiao Shijie felt awkward. Although he had experience making jokes in English, he thought he had been sincere with his comments. After all, the measurement and control faculty was filled with guys, so he often felt like he was in a monastery. If he could get along well with the girls from the English department, he'd be able to help many of the guys in this major hook up, including himself. He wouldn't dare dream of winning the heart of the campus belle, Chu Yue, but he was confident that he could score with the class monitor, Huang Luoran. "Hey, beauties, I'm serious. I really want to help you girls out. How about this? Since you all insist on singing Yellow River, I can get Chu Lang, a member of the Literature and Art Committee who's in our class, to coach you. He is a singing prodigy and was the main vocalist in a band that he formed back in high school. If I get him to coach you, then I'm sure you'll master Yellow River in no time." Suspicion was written all over the girls' faces. The measurement and control department was their department's rival, and they found it odd that the boys were offering to help them. "Your name is Xiao Shijie, right? Just what is it exactly that you're trying to sell us?" Chu Yue couldn't help but ask. She was wearing a white t-shirt and tight blue jeans that showed off her long, slender legs. Her bright and refined face, curly eyelashes, delicate nose, and tiny lips were simply unreal. Not knowing whether to laugh or cry when she said his name, Xiao Shijie answered, "Princess Yu, I'm not selling you anything. I simply want to help you." Every student at Huaye knew who Chu Yue was and addressed her as Princess Yu. "Why would you be so kind-hearted?" Chu Yue demanded, glaring at him. "To be honest, it is pretty normal for a guy to help a girl. Besides, I am friends with Ruoran, so helping all of you is as good as helping her," Xiao Shijie said, with his arms spread wide. Huang Ruoran thought about this for a second, then replied, "All right, ask Chu Liang to come. If he can solve our singing problems, then I, Huang Ruoran, will owe you a favor." "Consider it done." "Hee hee!" Xiao Luo was exhilarated. He had finally seized an opportunity. The mere thought of the delicate girls from the English department triggered his inner beast, causing passion to heat up his blood. He signaled to his peers and shouted, "Chu Lang, get over here!" A rather handsome guy walked over. His overall appearance gave off a sense of coziness. The only downside to his looks was that he appeared rather snobbish. Looking at him, one felt like he would act all high and mighty. As soon as Chu Lang came over, he spoke as if he were a senior teacher. "I heard you girls singing Yellow River from over there. You're awful. Your tone is either too high or too low, and you're entirely out of sync. Pardon me for being straightforward, but you're just a bunch of untalented muggles." Hearing these words angered the girls from the English department, but they held it in. After all, their singing wasn't really up to standard, and they needed all the help they could get. "I'll assist each one of you in improving your singing right now. We'll start with you." Chu Lang stood next to An Huan Huan, who was in the far right corner, and commanded, "Sing Yellow River from start to finish." "Sing?" An Huan Huan blinked hesitantly. "Yes, sing," Chu Liang replied. An Huan Huan didn't want to be a burden, so she bit the bullet and began singing. "The wind is roaring, the horses are shouting, yellow—" "Stop. Your pitch is too high. Lower it." An Huan Huan adjusted her tone and sang on. "The wind is roaring, still too high. Try again," Chu Liang interrupted again. An Huan Huan was furious, but for the sake of the department's reputation, she held it in, cleared her throat, and sang again. After 6 tries, she finally met Chu Liang's expectations. "We all took music lessons from elementary to high school, so what went wrong with you? Did your physical fitness teacher teach you to sing or something?" "You—" An Huan Huan's face was red with anger. She gritted her teeth and glared at Chu Liang. "Huan Huan!" Huang Ruoran called out, telling her not to start a fight with Chu Liang. Though An Huan Huan was angry, she decided to restrain herself. "That's too low. What do you think you are, a subwoofer? What are you singing? Is that how you're supposed to sing this line? You are one of the worst female singers I've ever come across. Are you singing or just memorizing lyrics?" Chu Liang criticized every girl in the English faculty until all their faces went red with anger. Everyone began having their doubts and wondered if their singing was really that bad. Xiao Luo looked at the cocky Chu Liang. His eyebrows began to furrow. In his heart, he was secretly scolding his peer. "Chu Liang, do you still want to find a girlfriend from the English department? Just flaunt your skills a little, and that's it. Right now, you're going totally overboard and insulting all the ladies. Are you a fool?" Xiao Luo coughed a couple of times in an attempt to signal as much to Chu Liang. But Chu Liang was wholly oblivious and high on his musical superiority and might. He was sure that he looked really cool and that he had attained the status of a male god in the eyes of these girls. Then, all of a sudden, he realized that there were 3 empty seats. Pointing to the 3 vacant chairs, he exclaimed, "What's going on here?" "Those seats belong to the 3 guys in our class," Huang Ruoran explained. For the sake of increasing her department's singing standards, this was the 3rd time she checked her anger at Chu Liang. "Why aren't they here?" Chu Liang asked in a roaring voice. "Don't you know that the male dorms are quite a long way from here? Surely it takes them more time to get here." An Huan Huan shot back, crossing her arms on her hips. Crooning, "Is that a valid reason? No wonder your singing standards are so low. If you can't even get everyone here on time, then how can you expect to sing well?" Seeing the girls glaring at him, Chu Liang finally realized he had gone overboard. It was time for him to backtrack and curry favor. Hence, in a reverent tone, he said, "Actually, you girls sang fine. These 3 black sheep are the ones who lack any sort of responsibility and honor. I say they are the real trash and rat shit here. Does anyone disagree?" He was afraid to offend the girls, but could care less about the guys. After hearing this, all the girls were shocked. They were all thinking, Is Chu Liang from Mars? Doesn't he realize that he's referring to the Hero Luo trio and calling them trash and rat shit? Is he asking for a free one-way ticket to hell? Class monitor, we're here! Just then, Zhu Xiaopei's voice rang out in the distance.
Chapter 72. Fool. Xiao Luo was at the front, while Zhu Xiaofei and Ding Kai followed behind. The three of them walked in slowly. Xiao Luo the fiend? The faces of Zhao Shijie and the boys from the Measurement and Control Department paled in an instant. In Huaye, Xiao Luo had an even bigger reputation than Chu Yue. It was possible not to recognize Chu Yue, but there was no way anybody wouldn't identify Xiao Luo. He was a monster who had single-handedly beaten up every member of the Mixed Martial Arts Club to a pulp. Chu Liang glanced at Xiao Luo. Then he turned to the girls in the English department and asked, "Are these the three rat shits from your class who are late?" Hiss! As soon as Zhao Shijie and the Measurement and Control Department students heard that, they inhaled some cold air, and their faces turned green. To think that they had called Xiao Luo the fiend a rat shit! Were they tired of living? As if they were looking at a fool, the girls examined Chu Liang. A slight sly smile appeared on Chu Yue's red lips. She asked, "Hey, do you know the guy at the front?" "No, I don't," Chu Liang replied, shaking his head. "That's Xiao Luo," Chu Yue answered, putting on a playful smile. "Xiao Luo?" Chu Liang frowned. Furrowing his brows, he thought about it for a second and then said, "Is he really good at singing or his studies? Why should I know who he is?" "Are you from the school of not browsing forums?" Even Bai Ling had to say something at this point. "I put all my time and effort into writing music. My dream is to become a singer, like Su Song. When would I have time to browse the school forums?" Chu Liang snorted with disdain. He wanted to flaunt his superiority so that the girls would know that he was doing something noble, and he hoped this would change their perspective of him. He turned his back on the three guys walking in and shouted, "Why are the three of you taking your sweet time? Come over here quickly. You have brought down the singing standards of the entire choir." The easiest way to look cool in front of the girls was to reprimand others. Chu Liang felt good about himself. In his mind, the girls were all looking at him with admiration. "Chu Liang, simmer down." Zhao Shijie quickly attempted to stop him, whispering in his ear, "The guy walking right at the front is Xiao Luo. I don't care if he's Zhang Luo or Ma Luo. Right now we are in the middle of rehearsal, and everyone has to listen to me." He stopped him mid-sentence. He had a lot of confidence and wanted to continue walking down this path of making these girls fall head over heels for him. Just then, Xiao Luo, Zhu Xiaofei, and Ding Kai finally arrived. Zhu Xiaofei dug into his nostrils and asked Huang Raran, "Class monitor, who is this guy? Why is he giving us orders?" "This is Chu Liang. I invited him to coach us and improve the overall standards of our choir." "Ah, so he's here to help us. I'm sorry, my name is Zhu Xiaofei, and I'll be counting on you." He walked up and gave Chu Liang a warm handshake. Chu Liang refused to shake his hand, maintaining his cold attitude. Otherwise, the image he had built up would have all been for nothing. Instead, he reprimanded, "Stop being presumptuous. Being in the choir is no joke. Since you're late, I'll make you sing the song 5 times as punishment." "Huh? Come on, let's not do that. There are so many people here. You're putting us on the spot," Zhu Xiaofei replied as he looked around his surroundings. Ding Kai added, "Let us off this time. We rushed here as quickly as we could. It's not like we were late on purpose." "No way. You have to be punished for being late. The three of you stand right at the front and face the girls. Sing 5 things, nothing less," Chu Liang commanded in a severe tone while raising his head. Xiao Luo giggled a little and said candidly, "Apologies, but I won't be singing." Disregarding the fact that he wasn't keen on joining the competition in the first place, Chu Liang's order was way too much. Making the three of them sing Yellow River in front of the girls from the English department was equivalent to treating them like clowns or national treasures that had to be placed right up front under a glaring spotlight. He was clearly trying to humiliate them, and Xiao Luo wasn't having any of it.
You have to be punished for being late. If everyone were like you, we may as well just not practice and tell the school you're dropping out." Xiao Luo couldn't be bothered with him and simply walked back to his seat. Looking at Xiao Luo, who was completely ignoring him, Chu Liang felt like the bravado he had built up took a severe hit. He was furious and shouted, "Rat shit! You are nothing but rat shit! If this class is a pot of soup, you're ruining it. This pot filled with wonderful students from the English department." Yes! As Zha Shijie and the students from the measurement and control department breathed in more cold air while breaking into a cold sweat for Chu Liang, An Huan couldn't stand seeing Xiao Luo insulted. She stood up angrily and said to Chu Liang, "Are you done with your scolding? It doesn't even bother us, so why is some guy from another department getting his panties in such a twist? The emperor is not in a hurry, so why is the eunuch? Are you a eunuch?" Once An Huan took the lead in pushing back, all the other girls who had been burning with anger since earlier began to revolt. "That's right. We invited you here to increase our choir's overall standards, not to scold us. We might be bad at singing, but we're all making an effort, so can't you show us some respect when you coach us? Scolding and reprimanding us as you please, what do you take us for?" Huan Raran didn't stop anyone this time around. She felt that Chu Liang was abusing his authority. If she didn't become at least a little bit angry after seeing the boys in her class being unfairly scolded, that would mean that the class lacked unity, which would say a lot about the students in the English department. Chu Yang hadn't expected all this opposition, so he took out his trump card and shouted, "Do you all still want to sing Yellow River?" Everyone fell silent when he said that. They all had the same goal of wanting to sing well, and Chu Liang, who stood in front of them, was a real-deal musician. If he taught them, there was no doubt their singing abilities would reach new heights. After shaking up the English department, Chu Liang laughed complacently as he said, "Seems like you all still want to sing Yellow River. If you want to sing it well, then you have to listen to me. Otherwise, I can leave now, and you all will—" "Leave then! We don't need you!" a faint voice was heard saying. Everyone turned their heads, dumbfounded by what Xiao Luo had just said. Although they disliked Chu Liang, if he were to leave, the entire choir would be in trouble. Chu Liang looked a bit stunned. Glaring, he said, "Your class monitor isn't saying anything. Who do you think you are to speak on behalf of the entire English department?" Zha Shijie was nervous and felt like he was going to have a heart attack. He walked over trying to knock some sense into Chu Liang and scolded him. "Chu Liang, you fool! That is Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo, the monster who single-handedly beat up everyone in the mixed martial arts club a few days ago. Are you really unaware, or are you just pretending not to know? Can't you speak nicely?" He was crazy. If he had known earlier that he was going to make a complete fool of himself, he would never have agreed to help the girls improve their singing. The situation looked terrible now. Not only had he failed to foster good relations between the two departments, but he had offended Xiao Luo the fiend. If they upset Xiao Luo to the point that he dealt with the entire measurement and control department the same way that he had done with the mixed martial arts club, they would be in big trouble.
Chapter 73. Training. Was this him? A chill ran down Kuliang's spine. If he had only heard Xiao Luo's name, then there would have been no spark of recognition in his mind. But hearing the words Mixed Martial Arts Club, he was able to recall a significant incident that had happened a few days before at Huaye. It was said that a particular person from the school had challenged more than 100 Mixed Martial Arts Club members to a fight. Not only had he won, but he managed to cripple the hand of the club's president, Song Jianan. All of a sudden, this guy was now right before his eyes, the very same one who had shocked all of Huaye during that fight. More importantly, all this time Kuliang had been scolding Xiao Luo, calling him rat shit and trash. Gulp. Kuliang swallowed his saliva hard. Every one of his pores oozed sweat in fear. Gosh, what luck! All he wanted was to act cool in front of the girls, yet he had somehow provoked this dude. Just then, Huang Ruoran stepped out and said to Kuliang and Zhao Shijie, "Although I really want to upgrade the standards of our class choir, I just cannot stand your attitude any longer." Glaring at Kuliang, she continued, "There is no doubt about it. Singing is your forte,
but that doesn't give you the right to chastise us as you wish. We are a class, and if you scold one of us, then you're disrespecting us all. We will not allow that, so you can take that attitude and leave. No matter how badly we may sing, we no longer want your guidance." What? What was happening? Was Roran actually siding with Xiao Luo? All of the girls were in shock. Everyone knew that they were rivals, and whenever they met, conflicts were bound to arise. It was unimaginable that this time Huang Roran would actually side with Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo raised his eyebrows and glanced at Huang Roran with an unexpected look. "Go, just go. I can't watch this anymore. I can't believe that you scolded Brother Lao." As Xiao Lao's faithful, brainless goon, Zhu Xiaofei had flipped out when Ku Liang had ordered him around and called Xiao Lao rat shit. "You guys!" Ku Liang's reputation hit rock bottom. He was furious. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Wait till you come in dead last in the competition. You will regret it then." After dropping that ruthless threat, he left. "Wait!" Xiao Lao stepped forward with a cold look on his face. Zhao Shijie shivered. He was worried that Xiao Lao would make trouble. Smiling, he said, "Brother Lao, I'd like to apologize on his behalf. He didn't mean to insult you, so please don't take it to heart." "You're misunderstanding. I'm not trying to stir up any trouble. As the saying goes, as incense is to Buddha, so dignity is to a person. So he predicts that we will get the last place in the competition? But what if we finish higher than his class? What will he do then?" Earlier, when An Huan Huan and the other girls had stepped forward and spoken up for his behalf, Xiao Lao had felt a surge of warmth. This was the collective sense of honor which he believed had been missing for a long time. He kept thinking he wasn't a proper student. Usually he excluded himself from student activities, but this time, for the sake of his class's pride, he decided to speak out. The English major girls were shocked. The students from the Measurement and Control Department's choir sang Yellow River, and their singing was incredible. It wasn't just good, it was actually amazing. It was organized, loud, and gave off the feeling of leading an army's charge forward with fearless momentum. Yet the English department couldn't even sing in tune. What hope did they have to compete? "He was just joking. Don't take it seriously." Xiao Shijie laughed awkwardly, knowing that he had messed with a ruthless guy. This time they had really done it, and Xiao Lao was ready to deal with them. "I didn't ask you. I asked him," Xiao Lao shot back, looking at Ku Liang. It wasn't that Ku Liang was holding back. If it had been anyone else, he would have already retaliated. But now Xiao Lao was the fiercer party, so he didn't dare talk back. "Say something. If our class places better than yours, then what are you going to do?" Xiao Lao's tone was aggressive. He was not a saint. Anyway, he was already not in the mood to practice singing, and Ku Liang had only made him even unhappier. Now that Ku Liang had pissed him off, it was time for him to piss off Ku Liang right back. Ku Liang gave it his all. Gritting his teeth, he said, "If you guys place better than us, then I will run one lap around the school naked." He wasn't terrified of Xiao Lao's threat because he simply did not believe that the students from the English department were capable of doing better than his class. "Well, now that you've said it, it's been recorded for evidence." Xiao Lao proceeded to take out his phone and play a recording of what Ku Liang had just said. Hero Lao was serious about this? The girls from the English department exchanged glances. They knew where they stood. How could they go up against the students from the Measurement and Control Department and win? "I hope you'll keep your word," Xiao Lao said, laughing as he walked back to join the rest of the students from the English department. "If you guys lose, there should be a punishment too. That's the only way this can be fair," Ku Liang piped up courageously. Xiao Shijie really wished he could kick this guy to death. He grabbed him by the collar and shouted, "You idiot! Just what do you think you're doing?" Bargaining with Xiao Lao guaranteed a few days' stay in the hospital, just like Song Jianan. "But since we are betting, then there should be consequences for both parties. Otherwise, it's not a real bet." Ku Liang glared at Xiao Lao, who was not as unreasonable as he had thought. Instead, he had nothing to be afraid of. Now he felt that if news of this incident were to get out to the rest of the school, he would instantly become popular. "Well, that's true too."
Xiao Luo turned around and suggested, "If we lose, then how about I run one lap around school naked? How about that?" Eh? The girls were in shock. Just the image of Xiao Luo running around the school naked was enough to make them go red. "It's a deal," Kulian got excited. As long as he could make Xiao Luo run around naked, he would definitely become a famous personality on campus. "Deal." Xiao Luo smiled calmly. "I just want to let you know beforehand, if we win and you break the deal, then I will make sure you're hospitalized for a few days." Hearing this sent chills down Zhao Shijie's spine. He wasn't sure why Xiao Luo's smile looked so much like the devil's. Kulian's heart thumped, but he knew that his class's singing was considerably better than the English department's. He assured Xiao Luo once again, "I will definitely not go back on my word. Of course, I hope you won't either." "That's for sure." Xiao Luo smiled calmly. After Zhao Shijie and Kuliang left, the girls swarmed together. "Hey, pretentious dick! You know what our singing standards are, don't you? You really are a pretentious dick! Hey, Hero Lao, I don't want you running around naked. Your entire being belongs to me, including your body. I don't like it when other girls look at you," An Huan said affectionately. Meanwhile, most of the girls were thinking that Xiao Luo was very irrational. Wasn't he just a little bit tyrannical? "Xiao Luo, you do have a plan, right?" Huang Ruoran asked out of the blue. Everyone went quiet and looked at Xiao Luo eagerly. "So the plan is I'm going to train all of you." "Train?" Zhu Xiaofei smiled frivolously and said, Right. Brother Lao's going to train all of us. Ha 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 ha." Emphasizing the word train, he seemed to be subtly intimating something. The girls glared at him. "Zhu Xiaofei, are you asking for a beating?" Chu Ye kicked, and the other girls quickly followed suit. They were all out of control. "Brother Lao, Kaitzi, please help me!" Zhu Xiaofei cradled his face and shouted for help. Xiao Luo pretended that he couldn't see and glanced in another direction. "That's what you deserve for being rude." Ding Kai also ignored him completely. Chapter 74. Conducting the Choir. After around 10 minutes, Zhu Xiaofei had been thoroughly beaten by the girls in the English language major. His hair was disheveled, and his clothes were a mess, and he looked like a copy of Brother Sharp, the famous Chinese beggar. Seeming as if he were about to cry, he returned to stand in his original position. Xiao Luo redeemed the musical talent ability, and his senses underwent a dramatic change. Ding! Musical talent allows the host to quickly acquire a high standard of musical ability, including but not limited to proficiency playing musical instruments, songwriting, the ability to conduct a band or choir, and so on. Sounded the system notification in his mind. Xiao Luo began to regret accepting Chu Yongsheng's assignment. If he'd known that the genius system without equal was so ridiculously powerful, he would not have had to come to Huaye to attend boring classes. With his musical talent alone, he could have made a fortune writing songs. However, since he had made an agreement, he would properly carry out his job. "Xiao Luo, do you really have a way of improving our singing?" Huang Ruoran asked quietly. Ever since Xiao Luo had rescued her from some hooligans, she no longer disliked him. In fact, she felt an inexplicable affection for him. No matter what he did or said, she found it pleasing. "I'll try my best. Let's get everyone to take it again from the top," Xiao Luo said, stepping forward. Huang Ruoran nodded, then addressed the class. "Everyone, in your positions. Let's sing Yellow River one more time." With Xiao Luo at the helm conducting, everyone was most cooperative. Even though nobody knew on what basis Xiao Luo had the expertise to train them, he seemed to inspire people naturally, giving them great hope. The girls became much more optimistic and confident about the upcoming singing competition. Xiao Luo shut his eyes, focusing his attention on what he heard. When everyone finished singing, he opened his eyes again and began to correct them. "Old Jewel, you have a loud and sonorous voice, which is your strong point. Keep working at it. However, you sang one part incorrectly. The verse, "The wind is howling," should be sung neatly and sharply, but you were dragging the note at the end. Everyone was stunned. They had all sung together. So how had Xiao Luo picked out Zhu Xiaofei's voice from the entire group, and his mistakes on top of that? Xiao Luo's attention shifted as he continued. "Kaizi, there should be a rest between each line during the part where you sing 'defend' 4 times. You're neglecting to rest, which means that you are rushing, which affects the overall unity of the group." For the second time, everyone was shocked. He was also pointing out Ding Kai's errors. Before the class regained their composure, Xiao Luo turned his focus to Chu Yue. He sternly said, "Chu Yue, for the word 'roaring' in the verse 'The yellow river is roaring,' the first and second instances of the word 'roaring' should be sung differently. The pitch should grow higher and higher, as the song needs to have some ups and downs." Having explained Chu Yue's singing mistakes, Xiao Luo looked at Bai Ling. Without pausing, he said, "Bai Ling, you sang the verse 'in the mountains' incorrectly. Your tone should get more robust here, but now it sounds flat." "An Huan Huan, the song speeds up at the verse 'raising up the rifles.' Since you're not keeping up with the tempo, it affects the overall unity of the group. Wang Ling Ling, you messed up the line, 'The hills west of the river are vast.'" By the time Xiao Luo had finished pointing out the mistakes made by every student in the class, they were all looking at him like he was an alien. To point out 1 or 2 errors from listening to them sing all at once would be relatively normal, but this situation was not that. Xiao Luo had actually managed to accurately and precisely identify every singer's flaws. How was he doing it? The lyrics of Yellow River use the actual Yellow River as a metaphor to praise the fighting spirit of our revolutionary forefathers. The way we sing it together should also capture the feeling of rolling waves through a robust back and forth between the treble and bass singers. Now the singers with high and low voices are all mixed up, so we need to reorganize the group's formation. Xiao Luo was like a master, carefully offering his guidance. He arranged the treble girls into 2 rows with Chu Yue as their lead. Similarly, he formed 2 rows for the bass with Ding Kai as the lead. "Good. Now let's sing it again. This time, as you sing, remember to correct the issues I pointed out earlier." Xiao Luo returned to the front of the formation, and his eyes were bright and focused. The group subconsciously nodded in acknowledgement, and with a wave of his hand, they started singing again. The effects were pronounced. When they sang this time, it was the most in sync the group had ever been. One could indeed get the feeling of rolling waves. The shift was slight, but it was there. Huang Ruran was dumbfounded. She couldn't believe that Xiao Luo had these kinds of skills. If only she'd let Xiao Luo take the reins earlier, then they wouldn't have wasted their time on so many futile rehearsals. Chu Yue's mouth fell open slightly, and she looked at Xiao Luo with disbelief. She had come to see another side of Xiao Luo. She had never recognized anyone as being superior to herself, but Xiao Luo was the first man she saw as her better. From the bottom of her heart, she was filled with admiration for him. "Brother Luo, oh my good Brother Luo, you are truly a genius. From your instructions alone, our choir standards have been raised to the next level. It seems that Chu Liang will really have to go and run around naked. Ha ha!" "Stop licking Brother Luo's boots," Ding Kai shot back righteously. "Is Brother Luo a genius? Of course not. There's no way he is a genius." Just when everyone was wondering why Ding Kai was trying to put down Xiao Luo, he reversed the tide unexpectedly. He spoke with awe. "Brother Luo is a god among men, and he can do anything. Only the title of God is appropriate for Brother Luo." "Title of God, your mom!" All the girls' class cursed him silently. Zhu Xiaofei immediately retorted angrily, "Get out of here! You call me a bootlicker, then turn around and start kissing his ass?
It looks like I should start calling you Kiss-Ass Ding instead of Kaisi." Poof! The girls were amused by this exchange and couldn't hold back their laughter. Huang Ruran clapped her hands together to quiet everyone down. Okay, stop messing around and listen to what Xiao Luo has to say." The class monitor's authority quickly silenced the room. Xiao Luo gathered his thoughts, then said, "Singing in harmony as a group is only the first step. The next step is singing in a round. We will sing the forward, defend, all together parts in a round with the word wind is howling. It's very simple. The back row just needs to start singing one bar after the front row starts singing. Let's try it now." My God! How many tricks did Xiao Luo have up his sleeve? The girls looked at Xiao Luo with respect. After they tried singing in a round, Xiao Luo was satisfied. "Every choir needs a conductor, but to perform the Yellow River, we also need a narrator." "Hero Luo, what's a narrator?" An Huan asked curiously. "Before we all start singing, the narrator has a monologue to help the audience understand the meaning of the Yellow River. How about this? I've decided to make Huang Ruran the conductor. She has a natural air of authority that can command everyone's attention, so the role is perfect for her. As for the narrator, I think Chu Yue should do it. A narrator needs to be passionate and expressive to excite the listeners, and her voice has these qualities." Chapter 75. Strong Killing Intent. Under Xiao Lu's guidance, the English language majors fully dedicated themselves to singing practice, and they were more enthusiastic than ever before. At the same time, astounded by his talents, they practically began to worship Xiao Lu. Since the competition was only a week away, Xiao Lu made the class go through intensive training. Aside from attending classes and taking their meals, the rest of their time was devoted to rehearsal. Everyone felt a sense of fulfillment during these few days, which brought them pure joy, while also deepening their friendships and strengthening the bonds of their class. One afternoon, Xiao Lu received a call from a stranger. It was a man who'd seen his listing for a Swiss Omega watch on the internet and wanted to buy it for his girlfriend. The man even arranged a meeting point along the national highway in the suburbs. Xiao Lu was uneasy about the meeting point that the man had selected. It was far from the city, about an hour away by taxi. Moreover, the area was a deeply forested, and it had a frightening name, Wild Boar Ridge. Meeting in such a place to conduct business made it feel like they were doing something illegal. However, the man has his reasons. He explained that he was a resident in one of the county towns under the jurisdiction of Jiangchang, but did not live in the city district. Hence, the proposed location was a compromise so that both parties could meet halfway and show their sincerity in making the deal. "This guy is shrewd," Zhu Fafei praised the man after hearing the details. "By choosing to meet along the national highway at Wild Boar Ridge, he can save half of his travel expenses." Din Kai furrowed his brow, then voiced his thoughts out loud. "Brother Lo's watch is going for $59,999. If he can afford that much, why can't he afford to travel further? I'm afraid he might have bad intentions and is luring him there to rob him." "That makes sense. Kaisi has a point, and we can't rule out that possibility," Zhu Fafei said as his expression tensed up. "Brother Lo, as a precaution, you should ask him to meet at our school." Xiao Lu held his head as he took out the watch from a drawer. "I finally managed to find someone interested in buying this watch. Since he's invited me to meet there, I'll play along. Even if he really does have bad intentions, we'll see if he can snatch the watch from my hands." "That's true. Brother Lo is so good at fighting, anyone who tries anything funny will get beat up," Zhu Fafei agreed. Ding Kai looked at him disdainfully. "Do you have your own opinions, or are you going to keep flip-flopping?" "Piss off! I'm Brother Lo's die-hard fan." Zhu Fafei proudly patted his chest.
Xiao Lu shook his head helplessly. Later that afternoon, Xiao Lu flagged a taxi and rushed off to the meeting point. A half hour later, the taxi arrived. The driver was a young man in his 30s. As he took in their surroundings, Wild Boar Ridge was practically a virgin forest. The driver shuddered and asked, "Bro, we're in the middle of nowhere. Why did you want to come here by yourself?" The man had heard that there were some people targeting taxi drivers. They killed and robbed them, then dumped their bodies in the wilderness. He was beginning to wonder if he was a mark right now and did not engage his handbrake after stopping. He was ready to drive away at the moment's notice. "I'm here to meet someone. Wait here for me, please. I'll need you to take me back later." Xiao Lu opened the car door and got out. Was he waiting for his accomplices? Chills gripped the driver as he was filled with tremendous anxiety. Soon after, 3 luxurious black sedans came speeding up the highway toward them before skidding to a stop not far from Xiao Lu in the middle of the road. The doors opened, and a group of men with a fearsome air, dressed in black suits, got out of the cars, and there was no trace of anything pleasant in their expressions. Fa! Their arrival greatly startled the taxi driver, who immediately put his pedal to the metal, speeding his green taxi out of sight. For him, this whole situation was beyond the pale. If he did not escape now, he might not get another chance. Xiao Lu did not look back at the taxi driver who had just abandoned him. He remained looking straight forward. The group consisted of 9 people, one of whom was a silver-haired youth dressed like a hipster. At a glance, he could tell that it was the young master who was in charge. The group fanned out in front of him and surrounded him. Xiao Lu questioned, "Are you the one who called me?" The silver-haired youth replied cheerily, "Yep, the call came from me." "Show me the money, and I'll hand over the goods," Xiao Lu replied lightly. Hearing this, playful expressions appeared on the group's faces. "It seems that you're a real fool coming out to a place like this so casually. You know, my little sister really wants you dead." The silver-haired youth cackled wickedly. "Your sister?" Xiao Lu asked, narrowing his eyes. As if right on cue, a girl emerged from the car at the front. She had a devilishly attractive figure, with a head of wavy blonde curls that seemed to sparkle in the light. Her long, slender thighs were wrapped in a light yellow miniskirt, showing off her perfect proportions. "Xiao Lu! Long time no see!" The girl glared viciously at Xiao Lu. It was Fang Shulan, whom he had met before at a party. Seeing her, everything fell into place in Xiao Lu's mind. Fang Shulan must have stumbled upon his watch's listing on the internet and decided to use it to lure him to this remote location and teach him a lesson with her subordinates. Xiao Lu called out to her in a joking tone, "It has been a while, hasn't it? Is Miss Fang planning to give me some spending money again today?" A flash of anger crossed Fang Shulan's face. Just recalling the shame that Xiao Lu put her through that day made her grit her teeth in hatred. She snarled, "You son of a bitch! Still putting on airs, are you? Today I'm going to pay you back for all the humiliation I suffered, with interest." Xiao Lu let out a soft sigh of contempt. Some people were just like that. They never learned. The silver-haired youth let out a weird giggle and said to Xiao Lu, "I heard you were good in a fight, and that you managed to beat up several of the bodyguards at Fu Jiawei's house. I wonder if you'll fare as well against these men my family hired." "Hehehehe." "If I were you, I would not have done that," Xiao Lu retorted mildly, the corner of his mouth tilting up in a cruel smirk. "It's just you and me here. Even if I end up killing you, the police will never trace it back to me." At that moment, Xiao Lu's eyes glazed over completely. His gaze was bleak and emotionless, devoid of any color or feeling. His body exuded an aura of bloodlust. It was so intense that it was palpable, as though the air were instantly chilled to the freezing point. He was like a pool of pitch-black ink, and the clouds of darkness around him were like a giant black hole, engulfing and swallowing everyone around him whole. Such strong killing intent. The color drained from the faces of the 8 men in suits. Suddenly, they felt like they were about to suffocate. Xiao Luo was prepared to kill. The constitution of King of Mercenaries ability had not only improved his physical abilities, but it had also changed his temperament.
Chapter 76. A Killer Strikes. The silver-haired youth and Fang Shulan both felt that something was amiss, but they did not believe that Xiao Luo had the skills to win, let alone kill them. "You son of a bitch, don't make empty threats. The rubbish bodyguards at Jiawei's villa can't even be compared to the 8 men here," Fang Shulan boasted loudly and with considerable bravado, pumping herself up. "They could kill you easily if they wanted to. For them it's as simple as crushing a bug." "Is that so?" Xiao Luo smiled insidiously. The very next second, he vanished from where he had been standing and reappeared right in front of Fang Shulan like a flash of black lightning. Stretching out his hand, his grip tightened around Fang Shulan's fair neck like a pair of metal pliers. The intense feeling of being suffocated rushed to her brain. She was lifted up, and her feet barely even touched the ground. Severe pain swept across her whole body. Seeing the indifferent expression on Xiao Luo's face up close, she experienced genuine terror. The silver-haired youth was bewildered, and so were the 8 black-suited bodyguards who were with him. Xiao Luo had moved so quickly, snatching Fang Shulan in the blink of an eye. The bodyguards had not had time to react. "Let go of my little sister!" yelled the silver-haired youth anxiously. Xiao Luo did not react. He only lifted his head and stared coldly at Fang Shulan. "If I just exert a little more pressure, I can snap your throat and end your miserable existence. Your life is not even under your control, and you say you want to end mine." Fang Shulan was seized in Xiao Luo's grasp, like a lamb whose neck was caught between the fangs of a starving wolf. She struggled in vain, and her face turned a dark beet red. She was unable to speak, but her eyes communicated the fear welling up inside. Her silver-haired older brother was flustered. He shouted at the 8 black-suited bodyguards, "Why are you just standing around? Kill that son of a bitch! Kill him now!" The 8 bodyguards regained their composure. As one, they lunged quickly at Xiao Luo. At this moment, just when it seemed like a huge brawl would break out, a red BMW 3 Series came barreling over, forcing its way between the 2 parties. The car screeched to a halt, leaving dark skid marks on the road as it came to a full stop. The car door opened, and Chu Yu stepped out, dressed in an embroidered white shirt and cool emerald tulle skirt. Her dark black hair was pulled back in a playful-looking braid, while a few stray strands of hair swayed gently in front of her white jade-like forehead. She looked beautiful and refined. "Stop! Everybody stop!" Chu Yu shouted. "Yo, Mistress Yu has graced us with her appearance," Xiao Luo sneered with an ironic smile. Chu Yu stormed towards him, yelling, "Xiao Luo, let go of Shulan now!" "Why should I? Just because you look attractive, Mistress Yu?" Xiao Luo asked callously. Fang Shulan was Chu Yu's friend, so some of his displeasure at the day's events was naturally directed towards her. This explained his offensive attitude towards her. "You really want her blood on your hands? Xiao Luo, let her go. I'm begging you," Chu Yu said solemnly. At this moment, she was a far cry from her usual image of a carefree young heiress. Another car approached quickly and stopped nearby. 2 strong men climbed out. It was Jiang Gaoyang and Jiang Gaojian. "It sure is getting lively here today." Xiao Luo's eyes narrowed.
Since Mistress Yu has humbled herself to beg me, I'll let you save some face." While saying this, he tossed Fang Shulan onto the ground like a piece of litter. Freed from his grip, she coughed violently. She gasped greedily for air as bruises began to surface on her neck. Chu Yu ran over to help her up with eyes full of resentment. "If Ying Ying hadn't told me what was going on, I still would have been in the dark. Why did you ignore my warnings and try to go after Xiao Luo?" I don't want to hear it. Our friendship ends here, today." Chu Yu had said before that she wouldn't acknowledge anyone who picked fights with Xiao Luo as her friend, and she intended to keep her word. She looked up at the silver-haired youth with a sharp, accusing glare. For a moment, he lost his cool, and he was unsure how to react. "Fang Chong, you brought your bodyguards to assault someone just because Shulan asked you to? Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you have a couple of henchmen? Should I get mine to spar with yours?" "Yue? Chu Yu? Don't call me Yue. I can promise you now that regardless of how much money your father may be offering, I will not get engaged to you." Fang Chong shut his mouth in embarrassment. Xiao Luo was slightly surprised. He'd never expected to see this wild, strong side of Chu Yu. Then again, she was the daughter of the exceptional Chu Yunshang. If Chu Yunshang could be compared to a dragon, does that make his daughter a phoenix? Even if that were an exaggeration, she was not the kind of heiress who got flustered and cried for help at the slightest sign of trouble. That much had been made clear to him from the incident where she and Bai Ling had been targeted by the hunter Ma Zhengfeng. Suddenly, a strong premonition of danger descended upon him. Whiz! Almost simultaneously, 2 shots were fired. The bullets howled as they tore through the air and mercilessly pierced the bodies of Zhang Gaoyang and Zhang Gaojian with a spray of scarlet blood. Thankfully, the 2 men were alert and reacted quickly, dodging with a turn so that the bullets just missed their vital organs. Poof! As the bullets moved through their flesh, the immense impact not only shattered the 2 men's shoulder blades, but also sent them up in the air. They landed heavily on the car behind them. With a loud crack, the windshield glass shattered under their weight, and the shrill car alarm screamed out. Sniper rounds? Xiao Luo was deeply shaken. What kind of person brought a sniper rifle into Hua Nation? His mind flashed back to what Ma Zhengfeng had said about the Blackwater Company. Mercenaries. Mercenaries were targeting Chu Yu, and they had severely injured her 2 elite bodyguards with a single move. "Ah!" Fang Shulan finally reacted. She shrieked in fear, and the color drained from her face as she looked on in horror at the fresh blood pouring out of Zhang Gaoyang and Zhang Gaojian. The 8 black-suited bodyguards were professionals. They sprang into action to form a human barrier with the silver-haired youth and Fang Shulan in the middle, ensuring their safety. On the other hand, Chu Yu was panicking. This was the first time she had ever been in the line of fire, and the sound of the bullets tearing through the air made her blood freeze. "Miss, you have to run! Get down and move!" Zhang Gaoyang hissed at Chu Yu, urging her to leave. Her safety was his top priority right now. The attacker had a sniper rifle, which meant they were not acting alone. They were definitely from an elite secret organization, and he feared they might already be surrounded. Hearing these orders, the 8 black-suited bodyguards also caught on. They quickly escorted the stupefied Fang Chong and Fang Shulan away and back into the cars. "Yue, come over quickly!" Fang Chong still cared deeply for Chu Yu and remembered not to leave her behind. As for Fang Shulan, she was frightened to death. Her body trembled terribly, and her entire mind went blank. It was as though she had lost all control of herself. Chapter 77. Forsaken by the World. Chu Yue suppressed the fear gripping her heart and ran in Fang Chongqiang's direction. However, she had not taken more than a few steps when a sniper bullet streaked through the air and struck the road in front of her. There was an ear-splitting bang as a large crater was blown open in the hard road with a spray of concrete chips and dust. Chu Yue staggered back in shock, losing her footing and falling into the street. Yeah! Feng Chongqiang was about to rush out of the car to save Chu Yue, but was held back by one of his black-suited bodyguards. "The enemy's target is Miss Chu. It is very dangerous for you to run out there, young Master Fang," the bodyguard warned him sternly. His job was solely to ensure the safety of Feng Chongqiang and Feng Shulan. The security of others was not his concern. But Feng Chongqiang felt trapped between a rock and a hard place. Before he could continue, a pale-faced Feng Shulan shrieked hysterically, "Drive! Go! Get us away from here quickly!" Her only thoughts were of leaving the scene of carnage, and she could not care less what happened to Chu Yue. The order was acknowledged, and the black-suited bodyguard signaled with his hand. The drivers took them away in the 3 black sedans, zooming out of sight in an instant. The hidden mercenaries had not been firing at them, so their target was obviously Chu Yue. "Feng Chongqiang! Feng Shulan! You guys!" Chu Yue could not believe that Feng Chongqiang's group would actually leave her behind and escape. After all, their fathers were very close friends. With her 2 bodyguards out of action, leaving her here was basically a death sentence. As she turned to look, she realized Xiao Luo had also disappeared. Despair filled her thoughts at this moment, and she felt forsaken by the entire world. "Xiao Luo, don't you have some incredible skills? Why did you run away too?" She did not understand why she felt this way, but being abandoned by Xiao Luo hurt her much more than when the Feng siblings deserted her. She cursed him grudgingly, and her beautiful face was slick with falling tears. "You're just going to sit there and wait to get shot?" She heard someone calling out to her. As he spoke stiffly, he was clearly a foreigner whose mother tongue was not Chinese. 3 large Western men stepped out from the dense forest. Each was carrying a rifle and wearing combat gear that she did not recognize. Xiang Gaoyang and Xiang Gaozhen drew their sidearms from their waists and prepared to counterattack. Just then, one of the 3 attackers, a black man, rested the muzzle of his gun on Chu Yue's head in an icy deadpan. "Unless you want your miss to live, then drop your weapons now." The 3 gunmen gave off the air of trained killers. Xiang Gaoyang and Xiang Gaozhen recognized this at once, and they immediately stopped and obediently placed their handguns on the ground. "That's a good boy." One of the other burly men walked over to them with a grin, then smashed their heads with the butt of his rifle. There was a splatter of blood, and the 2 men sank into the red puddle pooling below them. Their consciousness faded, and their vision blurred. Tis, this chick is much prettier in person." The black man lifted Chu Yue's chin in one hand, ignoring her pained expression and clenched teeth. In a low voice he chuckled, "Especially this cute little mouth. It's a real masterpiece." Saying this, he grabbed a fistful of her hair and started rubbing her pretty face into his crotch. "You bastard!" Xiang Gaoyang and Xiang Gaozhen howled in rage like the dying roars of 2 injured lions. However, before they could get up from the pools of blood in which they were lying, 2 kicks landed heavily on their stomachs. The tremendous impact made them curl up in pain like prawns. Their faces scrunched up in agony, and they began groaning uncontrollably. If they had not been shot, they could have avoided this shameful situation and put up some resistance. Yet now that they had fallen into enemy hands, what else could they do but feel remorse for their circumstances? The black man took out a walkie-talkie and radioed to his allies. Scorpion Head, come in. This is Black Tail. We have captured the target. I repeat, we have captured the target." "Copy that.
Good work. Regroup at the rendezvous point 2 clicks southwest. Eagle is here for extraction. Get over here ASAP. Roger that. The black man replied, and then shut off the walkie-talkie. With a playful expression on his face, he joked, "We're just here to catch a little girl. Isn't our boss going a bit overboard?" "We should still stay on our guard. Don't be careless. Ma Zifeng made that mistake and failed his mission. We don't want to follow in his footsteps," warned the third mercenary, who had a slenderer build. "He's right. Chu Yong-sun is a business tycoon who is aware that his daughter is at risk. There's no way he only sent 2 bodyguards to protect her. There should be more men in hiding somewhere." The black man sneered disdainfully. "If there were more, then they would have shown themselves already. Do you guys not think that the young kid who fled earlier was her guard?" The slender man looked him in the eyes with his eyebrows raised. He was clearly thinking the black man was messing around. The black man was, of course, referring to Xiao Luo. Their team's snipers could have easily killed everyone at the scene. However, their assignment this time was a kidnapping and not a hit, so they'd elected not to murder everyone. In any event, Xiao Luo looked small and weak. He seemed no threat to them, so they had not even considered the possibility that he could be one of Chu Yue's guards. "Let's move out. We're regrouping with Ego." The black man picked up a despondent Chu Yue and headed back into the depths of the forest. As mercenaries, their exfiltration route would not be along the national highway. They were much more at home in the bush. "Miss! Miss!" Xiang Gaoyang and Xiang Gaozhen struggled to give chase, but the mercenary nearest to them raised his weapon and gave them 2 more blows to the head with the butt of his rifle, knocking them unconscious. "Let go of me! Let go!" Chu Yue was screaming in a panic, and her almond-shaped eyes shone with tears. For the first time, she wished she had listened to her father and not stubbornly chased away so many of her bodyguards. "Miss, if you keep struggling, then I don't mind give you a taste of what I can do. Just as the great wall of your Hua nation is long, my member is also very long and very interested in a fine gal like you. He he." The man laughed obscenely, which scared Chu Yue into silence. Noting that Chu Yue was cooperating, the black man signaled to the snipers hiding in the forest and indicated that they were pulling out. However, one of the snipers stayed frozen in place. His face was full of horror as he stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the blood-stained knife protruding from his mouth. Thick, viscous blood poured out in a torrent. It was his own knife, so how had it gotten stuck in the back of his neck? His eyes were fully open, taking everything in, but his brain quickly lost any ability to process information. Death was not so charitable as to wait for him, and his final dying thoughts were occupied by unanswered questions. He couldn't understand how he had been killed. He was holding the high ground, so he should have been the first to know if anyone approached from below. How had his assailant snuck up to him without anyone noticing? It was incomprehensible and unbelievable.
Chapter 78. Intruders Must Die. A Chaytek M200 sniper rifle with an effective range of 2,500 yards. Yes, this should do just fine. Xiao Luo picked up the weapon from the body of the sniper he had just murdered and smiled slightly. The warmth from the gun made his blood boil, and his whole body felt like it was on fire. Looking through the scope to scan other potential nearby vantage points, he quickly zeroed in on the second sniper. A bullet was fired, and the sheer force of the impact mercilessly blew open the other sniper's head. Then he turned and pointed the rifle's muzzle at the 3 mercenaries kidnapping Chu Yue and squeezed the trigger. Whiz! A bullet took off. Breaking the sound barrier, it screamed toward one of the men. Poof! The bullet's unstoppable force penetrated the torso of the man at the rear, tearing a bloody hole through his chest with terrifying destructive power. The bullet struck his heart and lungs, which spilled out behind him on the ground in a pulpy mess. The man's eyes widened as he looked blankly at his own chest. Then he wordlessly toppled backwards onto the ground, another corpse joining the ranks of the restless dead. Ah! Seeing such a grisly scene unfold right before her eyes, Chu Yue screamed loudly with her almond-shaped eyes wide open. The black man yelled, "Get to cover!" The slender man reacted immediately and moved to take cover behind a large boulder, but he was too late. Anyone in Xiao Luo's line of sight was an easy target. Another bullet burst out from the sniper rifle and bit into the man's thigh like the sharp fang of a savage tiger. Crack! His whole thigh came off, as if torn apart by a great force. Blood gushed out from the wound with a gurgling sound, and a wretched cry erupted from the slender man's mouth. "Thin monkey!" The black man's face darkened, and he moved closer to the slender man, putting Chu Yue between himself and the sniper as a human shield. "Don't come over here. It's a trap. The enemy deliberately left me wounded but alive to draw you out into his line of fire. If you come over here, you'd be playing right into his hands." The black man stopped where he was. He picked up his intercom to radio his sniper. "Vulture! Vulture, do you copy? Do you copy?" "Save your breath. Vulture and the others are dead." The slender man shot back hoarsely. He was sweating profusely from the intense pain. "Fuck!" The black man swore angrily with a ferocious expression, smashing the intercom to pieces on the ground. This turn of events was an unwelcome surprise. This was supposed to be an easy mission, but an expert was lurking in the shadows. He put his mouth close to Chu Yue's ear and shouted roughly in a roaring voice, "Who was the guy that was hiding? Speak up!" "I don't know. I don't know." The frightened Chu Yue shook her head vigorously. She really had no idea and was too afraid to think. Her mind had gone blank when she'd smelled the freshly spilled blood. Fear, despair, and anxiety all gripped her heart. "Shit! If you don't talk, then I'll rape you right now." The black man's emotions were in turmoil. The death of his companions had made him extremely dangerous, and he was like a rabid, starving wolf. Chu Yue pressed her lips together, weeping uncontrollably in a panic. "Blacktail, take the target and get out of here. Regroup with Eagle." The slender man rasped. He had already lost a lot of blood and seemed exhausted. His face was as pale as a sheet. "Bullshit! I'm not leaving without you," the black man retorted angrily. The slender man smiled sadly. "We've been living dangerously, life on the edge, and we're always gambling with our lives. I've now lost a leg. Even if I get out of this alive, I'll just be a useless cripple." "I don't give a damn," the slender man interrupted harshly. "Blacktail, you know the rules. Don't do something that will make me lose my respect for you." The black man squeezed his eyes shut. He struggled to push aside his sorrow and hesitation before clenching his teeth and fleeing with Chu Yue in tow. Not long after, Xiao Luo came down from his sniper's nest. "It was you!" The slender man looked in horror at Xiao Luo. He could not believe that the harmless-looking young man whom they'd spared was capable of causing so much damage. "He actually left you behind. Looks like your companion isn't stupid," Xiao Luo remarked lightly. The slender man looked up rebelliously. "We members of the Red Scorpion Mercenary Corps are no pushovers. You are going to pay for this." "Oh, really? I wonder if you have heard of our old saying." "What saying?" "Mercenaries are not allowed in Hua Nation. Intruders must die." Xiao Luo spoke softly, but his words dripped with seemingly infinite killing intent. He spun around and clenched his left hand into a claw. With a rush of wind, he brought his fist flashing across the slender man's neck like a bolt of lightning. Poof! With one savage sweep, flesh and bone were torn asunder. A bloody gash appeared in his neck, from which his warm lifeblood sprayed out. Not looking back at the slender man, Xiao Luo chased after the black man. Unable to move, the slender man slumped onto the ground with a glassy stare. His blood continued to pour out, staining the ground around him red. He twitched violently, and there was no more hope for survival for him. He could only desperately, painfully wait for the grim reaper.
Wild Boar Ridge was a dense forest. Canopies of countless tall trees blocked out the sun, while the ground was thickly covered in green moss and shrubs. It was very easy to get lost in this forest. Moreover, many wild animals were roaming around. The black man who had kidnapped Chu Yue made it about 500 yards before Xiao Luo caught up to them. Xiao Luo exerted his full strength. Accelerating his already rapid pace, he swiftly appeared before the black man. He exhaled coldly and sent a vicious sweeping kick flying toward his knee. His knee shattered with a loud crack, and his long, straight leg was instantly bent backwards. It looked as effortless to Xiao Luo as snapping a bamboo pole. Intense agony surged through the black man's body as he staggered and dropped onto his good knee. Before he could even cry out for pain, Xiao Luo's iron leg was soaring through the air, straight toward the man's chest. The roaring wind from his kick's pressure made him break out in cold sweat. Desperately, he crossed his arms over his chest to block the blow, so Xiao Luo's kick landed squarely on his arms. Boom! As though he'd been rammed by a train, the black man's bulk was sent flying backwards in a straight line. He only came to a stop when he smashed into the trunk of a large tree. The insides of his chest were turning over violently as thick blood gushed from his mouth. The explosive, terrifying power of his opponent made him temporarily forget the pain. Instead, he tried to discern the identity of this man who had kicked him. When he saw that it was Xiao Luo, his face wore the same expression of disbelief as the slender man's. Who would have thought that a young kid they'd overlooked would come back to bite them as such a fearsome enemy? As Xiao Luo readied the killing blow, his heightened senses picked up on a large group of mercenaries a few hundred yards away. They were quickly approaching. He stopped himself short, turning to pick up the terrified Chu Yue. Slamming both feet into the ground, he shot off like a bullet and disappeared like a ghost.
Chapter 79. Chasing the Escapees. It did not take long for the strong one-eyed man from the Red Scorpion Mercenary Corps with the code name Eagle to arrive at the scene with 10 other members in full combat gear. Seeing the heavily injured black man, the one-eyed man sprinted over to deliver emergency first aid. "Blacktail, what happened here? Where's the target?" the strong one-eyed man asked urgently. Gritting his teeth, the black man known as Blacktail answered, "The enemy was hiding an ace up their sleeve. Everyone else in our squad was killed in action." "Shit! How did this happen?" Eagle punched himself hard in the thigh in frustration before continuing. "Which way did they go?" Blacktail pointed in the direction where Xiao Luo had gone. "East." Eagle waved to the rest of his men. "2 of you stay behind with Blacktail. The rest of you are with me." "Yes, sir," the group replied in unison. "Blacktail, you get some good rest. I'll make him regret ever being born," the strong one-eyed man said, patting the black man's shoulder. "Be careful. He's armed with a sniper rifle, and his aim is impeccable," Blacktail warned solemnly. "Got it." With a hand signal, the strong one-eyed man gave chase, leading his group of men eastward. At the same time, he took out his walkie, radioing a report to the Red Scorpion Mercenary Corps' leader. "Boss, Blacktail was taken down in an ambush. The target is on the move, fleeing east." As if gathering his thoughts, the radio stayed silent for a moment. Then a raspy voice sounded from the speaker. "Hunt them down. No holds barred." It was a short phrase, but thick with determination and murderous intent. "Sir, yes, sir," Eagle acknowledged the order with the hardened gaze of a trained killer. Then the group of mercenaries fanned out in the dense forest like a pack of hungry wolves, following Xiao Luo and Chu Yue's trail. Chu Yue was a girl who'd born with a silver spoon in her mouth, and this was the first time in her life that she'd ever gone through such a traumatic experience. She did not even realize that she'd been rescued by Xiao Luo until she noticed that she could no longer smell the black man's body odor. Looking up, she froze. "Xiao, pretentious dick?" Her almond-shaped eyes widened, and her mouth opened, forming a small O. She was shocked by this sudden turn of events, and could never have imagined that Xiao Luo would rescue her.
Didn't he leave her behind and flee? Mistress Chu, if you don't want to be soiled by a bunch of burly Westerners, you'd better be quiet. If you don't cooperate, I'll throw you to the wolves, Xiao Luo advised coldly. If it were not for his promise to Chu Yongcheng, he would have gladly stayed out of this situation. He did not particularly care for Chu Yue as a girl, and had no feelings of affection for her whatsoever. "Pretentious dick! I'll bite you to death!" Chu Yue was infuriated. She opened her little mouth and bit down hard on Xiao Luo's shoulder. 2 neat rows of silver-white teeth sank deep into Xiao Luo's flesh. Xiao Luo gritted his teeth, shaking her bite off forcefully with a frigid expression on his face. "Don't you really believe that I would abandon you? Don't you do it!" Her frail figure shuddered, and panic flashed in her eyes. Disregarding any cultural taboos between men and women, she clung tightly to Xiao Luo like an octopus. "I'll do whatever you say, pretentious dick. Please don't leave me behind." The memories of the black man and the grisly scenes had deeply traumatized her, and the shock made her feel like the world was ending. Her emotional state was currently close to a full meltdown. Xiao Luo's appearance had been like a lifeline from heaven when she had come close to drowning. So now she held on to him for dear life. She felt like this was the best surprise she'd ever received in her life, and being in Xiao Luo's arms brought her an inexplicable sense of security. While sprinting through the forest at an incredible pace, Xiao Luo looked down and remarked, "You should really be grateful that you have such a good father." If Chu Yongcheng had not recognized his worth, he would not have accepted this assignment. Hearing this, Chu Ye was stunned, speechless. Xiao Luo had been sent by her father, Chu Yongcheng, to watch over her? So it was no coincidence that the figure that she and Bai Ling had seen that night so closely resembled Xiao Luo? Was that why Xiao Luo acted so strangely in school? Was he always following her? Everything that had transpired thus far could be explained if Xiao Luo's purpose here was to ensure her safety. Just then, it all clicked. A strange emotion welled up from deep within her, an unexplicable mix of feelings. A low shout brought her back to reality. "Hang on tight!" Xiao Luo jumped up mid-sprint, leaping like a wild tiger, and bounded over a small stream that spanned 3 yards. Chu Ye experienced the jumping motion distinctly. It felt like playing on a swing, but far more thrilling and stimulating because she could see a 7 to 8 yard drop downstream. The meandering creek in these lofty mountains flowed into a waterfall deep in the forest. "Ah!" She couldn't hold back her scream and tightened her grip on Xiao Luo, afraid she might fall. "Can't you women do anything other than scream?" Xiao Luo's expression was unsympathetic as he criticized her. Chu Yue was enraged to the point of tears. She replied while looking up at him grudgingly, "I don't want to, but I can't help myself. It's just too scary." "If you're scared, then just close your eyes," Xiao Luo barked haughtily. Biting her lip, she burrowed her face into Xiao Luo's chest. "Target acquired. Roughly 500 yards straight ahead. Lock and load. Prepare to engage." Eagle relayed his orders to the squad. He tightened his grip on his firearm and sped up his pursuit. Xiao Luo was well aware of the men pursuing them. The mercenaries of the Blackwater Company were tenacious. If he were by himself, shaking them off would be a piece of cake, but it was much more difficult with Chu Ye. Even if he ran at full speed, he could not get away from the lightly equipped members of the Red Scorpion Mercenary Corps. He needed to think of a plan. Xiao Luo looked at his surroundings with a furrowed brow as he brainstormed a way out of this. It would be great if he could deposit Chu Yue in a safe location. Alone, he was fully confident of his ability to kill the mercenaries chasing him. As he ran, he spotted another small river. The banks were muddy due to shrub growth, and anyone walking along it would be quickly covered in dark mud. "That's it," Xiao Luo had a flash of inspiration. He looked down at the beauty in his arms. He would let her suffer a little and get his revenge for that time when she'd humiliated him at the party. "Do I really have to hide here? It's so cold." Autumn had just passed, and the weather was cool, neither hot nor cold, but the water from the river that flowed down from deep in the mountains was icy.
Following Xiao Luo's instructions, Chu Ye was lying half-buried in the mud. She was shivering from the cold as she pleaded piteously to Xiao Luo. "Unless you want to get chewed up and spat out, you need to stay hidden right here." Then, handing her a hollow reed tube, he assured her sincerely, "Just give me 40, no, 20 minutes to deal with these mercenaries. Then you can come back out."
Chapter 80. Time to Hunt. Chu Yue wrestled with her misgivings for a moment before finally deciding to obey Xiao Luo and hide in the filthy mud. "Don't forget about me. I'm afraid that I won't be able to climb out of here by myself." She lowered herself in backward, slowly, and her voice was little as a mosquito, but the words clearly embedded themselves in Xiao Luo's heart. Perhaps it was normal for a man to feel some sympathy for a beauty like her. "I won't." Xiao Luo heaped mud on her, concealing her entirely from sight, before wading into the river. The river was neither broad nor deep, and the water only came up to his thigh. Pop, pop, pop. Chu Yue heard the sound of footsteps. It sounded as if they were walking right next to her, and she held her breath in fear. The strong, one-eyed man, codenamed Eagle, noticed the muddy footprints near the boulders. There were 2 sets of prints, one small and one large, and his eyes narrowed slightly. He boomed in a frosty tone. "They passed through here after all. This sneaky fellow. If he follows the river, soon we won't be able to track him. Quickly now, spread out downstream and whistle if you see any trace of mud in the water. He's carrying the girl, so he can't be moving faster than us." The row of men hurried along the river. Experience is a good thing, but sometimes it backfired. At the moment, they were dancing in the palm of Xiao Luo's hand, as he had planned to make them split up. No longer held back by Chu Yue, Xiao Luo doubled his speed. Moving like a phantom through the forest, he began his hunt. "This is unbelievable. Where the hell did that guy go? We've been following him for so long and haven't found any trace of him yet." To evade us while carrying a girl, this guy must really be something. 2 members of the Red Scorpion Mercenary Corps searched their surroundings, feeling despondent. Neither of them noticed a vine silently lowering from the tree branch above and closing in on the head of a burly mercenary with a red face. The vine tightened around his neck, and the burly man instinctively grabbed at it, but a large force pulled him upward. His neck was caught tightly by the noose, and he was unable to breathe, let alone make any sound. He struggled in a silent panic, trying to reach out and tap his partner, but his man was 2 paces ahead of him, and his fingers were just a few inches too short. His face swelled up with blood, becoming beet red, and he watched helplessly as his unoblivious partner walked away. Whoosh! The burly man was yanked up into the tree canopy. Through the dappled light filtering in through the leaves, he saw a handsome, emotionless face. His eyes widened in shock as he tried to suck in air, but it seemed to solidify around him, and none of it entered his windpipe. With a face of agony, the burly red-faced man gaped at Xiao Luo. His hand reached for his intercom, but Xiao Luo lightly pressed down on it so he could no longer move. His struggling became weaker as the noose around his neck tightened as he struggled. He felt death by asphyxiation approaching. His partner, who was ahead of him, finally noticed that something was off and turned around. "What? Where did he go? Red Ghost! Red Ghost!" He yelled out his partner's code name twice. His voice carried through the forest, but there was no reply. As though his voice was swallowed by a monster lurking in the shadows, he could hear no sound, not even an echo. He began to feel completely flustered and surveyed his surroundings warily while reporting to Eagle on his walkie. "Eagle, come in! Red Ghost is missing! I repeat, Red Ghost is missing!" "What do you mean missing? He's right behind you. The GPS shows your positions overlapping." As an elite armed mercenary squad, they naturally had access to top-of-the-line GPS technology. The position of each of his men showed as a red dot on his watch. "What? Overlapping?" The man, whose code name was White Ape, broke out in cold sweat. His gaze drifted slowly upward, only to see a man hanging from the tree above him. It was his burly, red-faced partner. Red Ghost's face was drained of blood, with a stunned expression. His tongue stuck out of his mouth. White Ape felt chilled to the bone, and he let out a scream as he took a few steps back. White Ape, report! What is going on over there? Eagle roared, his voice carrying from the intercom. Red Ghost is dead! Hang from a tree! Requesting backup! Requesting backup! White Ape's teeth chattered as he spoke, but before he could finish, a razor-sharp dagger pierced his chest. The blade was slick with blood as it was pulled back out from behind him in a swift and violent motion. The knife had stabbed straight through his torso, accurately puncturing his heart. Boof! Hot, fresh blood spurted from his wound. White Ape's expression went stiff, and his eyes opened wide in horror as he collapsed into a pool of his own blood. White Ape, do you copy? Respond! Do you copy? Eagle's urgent shouting echoed from the intercom's earpiece. Xiao Luo displayed no visible emotion. He lifted his right leg and stamped down fiercely, shattering the radio into pieces. Tiny electronic pieces scattered all over the ground. Lifting his gaze, he stared out into the depths of the forest, mumbling to himself. 11 more to go. Then, with the agility of a monkey, he sprang up in the trees, shaking a few branches as he passed by. A few leaves floated slowly down. Shit! Eagle swore out loud, then ordered his squad. All men head quickly towards White Ape and Red Ghost's last known position. Now, immediately, go! A string of replies sounded from his walkie. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, a large contingent of police was heading to their location, having received the call from Fang Shongshan. The piercing sound of police sirens rang out as the convoy rushed towards Wild Boar Ridge. Team Leader Gu, the perpetrators are armed with sniper rifles. It looks like they're not your average criminals. I don't care who they are. If they're stirring up trouble in Zhongshan, then they have no respect for our police force. Send word that I want each major branch to send their best men ASAP to Wild Boar Ridge. We will surround the area and form a net that no man, not even a bug, can escape. Gu Chanlin thundered fiercely from inside one of the police cars. Dressed in her police uniform, she had a refreshingly beautiful appearance and cut a lean, handsome figure. Her short hair was neatly tucked behind her ears in a bun, and her elegant, pure eyes flashed with righteous fury. With part of his squad, Eagle made for White Ape and Red Ghost's last known position as unidentifiable sounds were transmitted through his intercom. It sounded like the raspy cry of ducks having their throats cut, as one by one the red dots on his GPS stopped moving. Damn it! What the hell is happening? He knew the situation had taken a bad turn, but the strong one-eyed man still wanted to see it for himself. When they reached the men's last known position, they saw White Ape lying motionless in a pool of blood and Red Ghost hanging from a tree. They went pale from fear, unable to tear their eyes away. When they had all gathered together, there were only 8 of them left. All the mercenaries were on edge now, and the forest itself seemed to close in around them threateningly. They felt as though they were surrounded in all directions by enemies lurking in the depths.
Chapter 81. Hunting. Panic streaked across Eagle's face. The matter at hand was simply too evil. These people had silently sacrificed 5 people without even seeing their faces. He suspected that his opponent was not even human to begin with, but a bloodthirsty ghost. A large conglomerate, the crocodile of Hua Nation's business community, had taken over the hunt for Chu Yunsheng's daughter. This time, the bold decision had been made by the Red Scorpion mercenaries. After all, Chu Yunsheng was not just someone influential in Hua Nation. On an international level, he wielded considerable influence. If this operation were completed successfully, the Red Scorpion mercenaries' position within the company would be significantly improved. But nobody could have imagined that Chu Yunsheng had such a crazy guy beside him. More than just playing with them out in the jungle, it was like this guy was the very scythe of the Grim Reaper, relentlessly harvesting lives. I must find him and use the cruelest punishment in the world to torture him to death, slowly, Eagle growled with a fierce look. The muscles at the corner of his mouth were twitching, and he was completely deranged. Just at that moment, a sniper bullet blasted through space, flew right at him. It tore through the air with the roaring sound of the wind. Pshh! The single bullet pierced the necks of the two brawlers. A bloody mist exploded, and the two men fell into a pool of their own blood without an opportunity to even scream or make a sound. Blood gushed from their necks. Killing two with a single shot was a genuinely excellent and terrifying way of shooting. Target acquired. He is at... After a short pause, one of the squad members finally discovered Xiao Luo's hiding place. As he was readying his shot, he quickly reported back to Eagle and the others. But he'd greatly underestimated Xiao Luo's reactive ability. Just as soon as he'd relayed the message, another sniper bullet came flying accurately toward his head, which exploded like a watermelon. Red and white innards spilled all over the ground. Shit! Eagle cursed and stomped around with fury. Raising the weapon in his hands, he fired a blind shot toward Xiao Luo's hiding place. Bang! The bullets that had been fired reverberated violently in the air. It brought with it a high temperature that could burn everything, and the naked eye couldn't see its trajectory. This bullet flew and only marginally missed Xiao Luo's ear, though its whistling sound made his eardrums hum. He had narrowly missed being taken out by the Grim Reaper. No matter how strong one's heart may be, the shock from such a thing could make anyone break out in cold sweat. He calmed down quickly, and gone by the time Eagle and the others arrived. He just vanished like a ghost. Come out, damn it! One-eyed Eagle roared in anger, then changed up his weapons to a submachine gun and directed a frantic spray of bullets at the surrounding bushes, which swept across everything. Fire snakes, broken branches, and leaves were sent flying, and there was sawdust everywhere. The commotion alarmed a flock of birds. Until the rounds in the assault weapon were all emptied, Eagle was still depressing the trigger. The machine made a click-click sound, signifying an empty chamber, and thick white smoke floated out of the muzzle. At that moment, the remaining 4 people were terrified because they felt a pressure unlike they had ever known before. Xiao Luo bit down on his dagger, and like a ravenous wolf, he rushed out from the tall grass toward a man. The man realized he was being attacked and turned around, but it was too late. The powerful dagger had accumulated considerable energy. It slid across his throat. Phew! It all happened as fast as lightning, and his flesh was easily sliced open. Fresh blood erupted out. Xiao Luo turned around on the spot, twisting backward and suddenly attacking the area in front of him to the left. His movements were like flowing water in clouds. Everything happened simultaneously, as if a turning angle was but a straight line. Clenching his hands into fists, Xiao Luo conjured up a frightening wind. It seemed to tear the air and hit the big man in front of him. Bang! Click! The hard iron fist was like a steel hammer, and it left an imprint in the big man's chest. It was a force as scary as a tsunami. His sternum ruptured, puncturing his heart. Scarlet blood spewed forth, and his body flew backward until it collided heavily with the trunk of a tree. The tree was the size of 2 bodies, and it violently shook as countless green leaves fluttered down, as if a beast had clawed out the man's heart and his life had suddenly evaporated. Fierce, tyrannical, and unrelenting shots. A fatal blow. "Damn it! He is here!" A bald mercenary reacted, then aimed his submachine gun at Xiao Luo and fired sweeping shots. Xiao Luo surged forward with full force, running as fast as a cheetah. He didn't let a single bullet touch him. He kept his body low and hurried forward with a strange feeling of peace. Xiao Luo let out another cold snort, and his strong legs made a whistling sound before slamming into the bald man's knee. With a click, his straight, long legs instantly bent backward, and he let out a scream. Before he could react, the dagger in Xiao Luo's hand slit his throat in a flash. Phew! The arteries ruptured, and a fountain of blood fiercely spurted. The bald man's eyes widened and filled with fear. He dropped his firearm as he reached with both hands to cover his bleeding throat. But no matter what he did, he could not stop the bleeding and collapsed to the ground as if his bones had lost all their support. His limbs twitched before death finally claimed him. In an instant, 3 men had been killed, and Death's sickle did not stop there. The blood-stained dagger carried all the vengeance of its master as it crossed a distance of 3 or 4 yards before plunging with a pchoo sound into a 4-square man's chest. Although One-Eyed Eagle was the head of this squad, only one of his men was able to accurately lock on to Xiao Luo. But he dared not shoot, because Xiao Luo and the 4-square man's positions were almost overlapping. Or put another way, the 4-square man had become Xiao Luo's puppet. His body was being controlled as it shook side to side. "Shan Yao! Shan Yao!" He yelled twice at the 4-square man and raised his weapon to his eye level. He moved to set up the kill, even though Xiao Luo was still using the 4-square man as cover. But the only problem was that no matter how many times he moved, the 4-square man and Xiao Luo were always in a straight line. Because of the massive size of the 4-square man, Xiao Luo was blocked completely. If someone was watching this scene without context, they would think that it consisted solely of the one-eyed brawler and the 4-square man in a weird position and behaving like a puppet. The whole situation gave off a strange and eerie feeling. Bean-sized beads of sweat rolled down Eagle's forehead, and he screamed at Xiao Luo, "Let him go! Let him go!" It would be a lie to say he was not panicking. Was his enemy really human? How could one man have killed so many of his comrades in so little time? Just then, with the 4-square man's back to Eagle, his feet were lifted in the air. As if possessed by an evil spirit, the 4-square man quickly approached him.
Chapter 82. Undressing. "Stop! Stop now!" One-Eyed Eagle's eyes widened, and his mind seized up. Based on the swinging of his teammates' limbs and the hoarse voice coming from his throat, he was sure that the square-faced man had not died yet. But it was precisely because his comrade was not dead that he did not shoot. Although they were cold-blooded mercenaries, there was no need for him to kill one of his own companions like this. But as the square-faced man came closer, Eagle felt even more threatened. He could feel every hair on his body standing up, and he was sure that he was as good as waiting for death. After fighting his dark thoughts, he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Go to hell, you bitch mutt!" He pulled the trigger of his sniper rifle. At almost the same time, Xiao Luo pulled his dagger out of the square-faced man's chest and rushed at Eagle. The sniper bullet just barely whizzed by the square-faced man, while the side of Xiao Luo's face narrowly dodged it. Like a fierce tiger, he pounced on Eagle with his dagger. The blade was like a tiger's exposed fangs, exuding a menacing aura. Eagle only saw the knife flash in front of him and felt the powerful impact of his sniper rifle. He staggered backward a few steps before regaining his balance. He couldn't help but stare. The barrel of his gun had been cut clean off. The split was smooth and neat, as if it had been formed by a laser. "The gun is broken?" Xiao Luo put away his knife and stood up. His face revealed a playful smile. It wasn't that he didn't want to kill this one-eyed brawler, but so far he had only allowed his dagger to reach the sniper rifle. Eagle looked at this young Hua national in front of him, who was only about 4 to 5 inches shorter than him, and the Westerner could not believe his eyes. The one who had been leading them by the nose, the ghost that had harvested a dozen lives, was just a thin, meek kid. Eagle felt like he could lift him up with one hand. However, as a member of the team hired to hunt him down, a team that had been fighting for their lives for almost a decade, Eagle quickly calmed down and flung his sniper rifle to the side. He took out the dagger that hung around his waist and adopted a fighting stance, viciously challenging the boy. "I will make you pay, you Hua pig. So many of you have died by my hand, and so now it's all down to you?" Xiao Luo sneered disdainfully, wiping the blood off his dagger. "There is a price to be paid for your arrogance." "Aga!" Eagle roared loudly as he twirled his feet and slammed into Xiao Luo. There was no fancy technique involved, just one swift motion, wrapped with murderous intent.
The dagger stabbed toward Xiao Luo's neck, aiming to end his life with a single stroke. "You're overestimating yourself," Xiao Luo sneered. His eyes narrowed, and just as Eagle's dagger was about to drive into him, his left foot staggered backward and his body twisted forcibly. When the opponent's blade closed in on his chest, at the same time his own knife danced fancily before its tip plunged into the one-eyed man's throat. Pew! Blood began to flow, and the body of the one-eyed man stopped. His eyes were full of disbelief. One move. In just one move, he was defeated. How could that be? He was Eagle, leader of the Red Scorpion mercenaries. He was the only one who could kill someone in a split second. Why was it that now? Fright clouded Eagle's eyes. His expression was puzzled, and he couldn't understand the reason. Xiao Luo threw his shoulder back to the left, then thrust forward with his right hand. His posture was as elegant as a swordsman, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. This gave him a cold-blooded aura. "Allow me to reunite with your brother." With a faint smile, he withdrew the dagger, and the blood that followed was like a dammed-up reservoir that had finally found a breach in the one-eyed brawler's neck. Eagle shouted hoarsely and fell back to the ground. His blood flowed out quickly, and his physical strength seeped from his body, as did his soul. Xiao Luo tossed aside the bloody dagger and turned away. Back at the shore, Chu Ye had dug herself out of the mud like a fish. Her eyes were closed, her face was as pale as a piece of paper. Her red lips had turned black from the cold, and her teeth chattered constantly, like greenhouse flowers that had been hit by a storm. People's hearts ached for her. Xiao Luo carried her to the river and washed away the dirt from her body with clean water. Chu Ye, who had recovered slightly, opened her big eyes, and there was a pitiable, pitiable light. I thought you had left me." While she talked, tears rolled down her face. Today's experience alone was enough for her to remember him for a lifetime. Xiao Luo did not have much to say to comfort her. He only had one simple command: "Undress." "What?" Chu Ye thought he had heard wrong. The wind blew, and her body trembled even more as she clutched her hands tightly in front of her chest. She dared not move. Xiao Luo was too lazy to explain and took off her clothes. "What are you doing? Don't touch me! Don't touch me!" Chu Ye screamed loudly, hitting Xiao Luo's back fiercely like a cat whose tail has just been stepped on. Xiao Luo ignored her and rudely peeled off her white shirt, but did not remove her black lingerie. Her upper body was almost entirely naked. Her hued light skin gave off a seductive air. There was no trace of impurity in his eyes. Immediately, Xiao Luo took off his clothes and put them on her. At that moment, Chu Ye felt an unprecedented warmth. All the coldness disappeared. Her body was warm. She now knew she had misunderstood this guy. A large pair of watery eyes stared blankly at Xiao Luo, who was now half shirtless. She did not know what this feeling was, but it seemed so as though a little deer was running around frantically in her heart. "If I were you, I would move around a little to keep my body warm instead of staring at a half-naked man in a daze." He lowered his head and said faintly, "People may not get sick immediately after soaking in cold water for a long time, but if they don't warm up immediately after coming out of the water, then they will get sick within a few minutes." "Oh?" Chu Ye appeared to be blushing. She slowly stood up and moved carefully. "Pretentious D. Xiao Luo, thank you." "You should call me Pretentious D again. It feels weird for you to call me by my name," Xiao Luo said, frowning. Chu Ye laughed and said, "I also feel like it's better to keep calling you Pretentious D. I'm already so used to it." Xiao Luo maintained his distant posture and looked at her with a blank expression on his face. "Don't be all smiley. Danger is still lurking." "Huh? Then should I hide in the mud again?" Chu Ye asked, startled. "No, just follow me." Xiao Luo coughed dryly. He just wanted to scare Chu Ye a little. Even if there were other mercenaries that probably had evacuated by now. After all, even if Hua National's police were notoriously slow to respond, it was about time for them to arrive. The two marched several hundred yards toward the national highway. Soon a large number of special police came into view in the dense forest ahead. They were all fanned out, searching the area. "It's the police! The police!" Chu Ye was very excited. There was no time like now to be excited about seeing the police. "You are safe now. If they ask you what happened, just say that a stranger saved you. Don't expose me," Xiao Luo urged her, as his feet slammed to the ground and charged into the jungle. Soon he disappeared from Chu Ye's sight.
Chapter 83. Who Can't Shout a Slogan? When Chu Yunsheng found out that his daughter, Chu Yue, had been involved in an accident, he immediately rushed over to Wild Boar Ridge. The cops had just found her when he arrived on the scene. 50 nameless men in suits stood around the perimeter with stern expressions on their faces and their hands behind their backs. Chu Yunsheng was standing right at the front of the group. He wasn't a tall man, and he was actually a little bit fat. Despite looking and feeling haggard, he put on a youthful smile when he saw that Chu Yue was unscathed.
"You old geezer, I thought that I wasn't going to see you again. Hoo-hoo."
Chu Yue rushed over to embrace her father and started bawling in his arms. Her slim, fragile body was like that of a deer in shock as she shivered uncontrollably. The events that had taken place that afternoon had severely frightened her and left their imprint in her psyche. She had witnessed death and experienced what it was like to be caught fighting a brutal battle of life and death. She felt like she had returned from a tour of the very depths of hell.
"Everything is fine. It's all over now. Everything is fine."
Chu Yunsheng patted her back lovingly and comforted her. His old, muddy eyes expressed much of the guilt that he was feeling. He was the one who had brought this terrible situation upon his own daughter. If it had been up to him, he would have much preferred that he'd been the one assaulted instead. If something unthinkable happened to Chu Yue, Chu Yunsheng would never be able to forgive himself. "Team Leader Gu, we've found the bodies of 17 foreigners. Judging by their clothes and equipment, they were most likely mercenaries." Meanwhile, Officer Xiao Wang reported the situation to Gu Quanlin. "Our SWAT team is combing the area around Wild Boar Ridge. As soon as there are any updates, they will report back to us at once." Who killed the 17 mercenaries? Chu Yue's bodyguard? Gu Quanlin asked. Officer Xiao Wang shook his head and said, "No, Miss Chu Yue's 2 bodyguards took some bullets and were knocked out cold." Who else could it have been then? Don't tell me that besides Chu Yue and her bodyguards, there was someone else we missed at the scene? Gu Quanlin asked, with her face filled with uncertainty. "I'm not sure either. Fang Shangshang called the cops and said there was a bunch of mercenaries trying to hurt Miss Chu Yue. He never mentioned anyone else at the scene. The SWAT team has also yet to find traces of another person." Officer Xiao Wang quickly responded to his superior. Gu Quanlin knit her eyebrows and diverted her attention towards Chu Yue. In order to find out what killed the 17 mercenaries, it would be much easier to ask Chu Yue what had happened, since she was unscathed. Gu Quanlin put her plan into motion immediately and walked past the 50 nameless men in black suits, heading for the area up front where Chu Yue was standing with her father. In a sincere tone, she addressed the frightened girl, "Miss Chu Yue, can you please tell me who saved you?" Chu Yue was about to answer automatically, "Xiao Luo," but then abruptly remembered how before leaving, Xiao Luo had emphatically instructed her not to reveal his identity. Although she didn't know the reason why, she pulled the brakes just in time. Instead, she shook her head, replying convincingly, I don't know. I don't know anything." "Officer Gu, my daughter is still in shock. If you want to question her, then do so another day." Chu Yunsheng scooped up Chu Yue and carried her on his back. His tone made it clear that there would be repercussions if anyone disobeyed him. Ignoring Gu Quanlin, he said to Chu Yue, "Xiao Yue, let's go home." Accompanied by 2 bodyguards, Leng Zuo and Leng Yu, they climbed into the Land Rover. Like trained soldiers, the 50 nameless men entered their cars in an orderly manner and left the scene. "Tis, tis," said Officer Xiao Wang. "This pattern is clearly unmatched. It really is Boss Chu, huh?" Officer Xiao Wang and the other cops watched this procession with much awe. They would probably never witness something like this again. There were 50 bodyguards in total, all of whom were retired Special Forces soldiers. Additionally, these men had received special permission from the government that allowed them to carry firearms. Forget Zhongshan, just in Hua Nation alone, there were no more than 10 businessmen who received such special treatment. "If you're envious, then you can hand me your resignation letter. I'll approve it at once, and you can go work for Chu Yanshang. I'll even offer you my congratulations in advance," Gu Quanlin said with her arms behind her back. Officer Xiao Wang hid his envious face and replied with an awkward smile. "Team Leader Gu, I was just joking." Then, with a stern look, his chin up, chest puffed out, and a perfectly straight posture, he proudly exclaimed, "I, Wang Hang Swan, vow to fight all kinds of crime. Once a police officer, always a police officer." Gu Quanlin kicked Officer Xiao Wang in the rear end and shot back firmly. "Anyone can shout out a slogan. It doesn't mean anything on its own. Stop doing such pretentious stuff in front of me. Understood?" "Understood," Wang Heng Xuan replied, vehemently, trying to ignore the pain in his butt. Then, the voice of the SWAT team leader could be heard through the walkie-talkie. "We have located 6 armed men, and they're escaping to the southwest." Gu Quanlin furrowed her brows, snatched the walkie-talkie, and spoke into it firmly. "Don't lose sight of them, but be careful. Professional mercenaries lay mines while escaping, so don't fall for it." "Understood, Team Leader Gu." "All small teams listen to my orders. Head southeast and surround the area. Don't let them escape." After relaying her instructions, Gu Quanlin put on her bulletproof vest and led out her reinforcement. She was so tough that watching her left Wang Heng Swan and the other officers speechless. They thought to themselves, "She's like a night-blooming Sirius, pretty and strong at the same time." Xiao Luo was also surrounded by the police, but managed to knock out a SWAT officer and changed into his uniform. Once he put on the bulletproof helmet, it would be hard for the other officers to realize that he was not one of their ranks. While all the cops headed toward the southwest, Xiao Luo snuck out onto a tiny road and left Wild Boar Ridge. "I hope Chu Yue doesn't betray me, otherwise I'll be in trouble," Xiao Luo muttered to himself. He worried that if the cops found out that he had killed 17 mercenaries, then they would put him on a wanted fugitives list. First and foremost, he was not a retired soldier. Secondly, he was not a member of any government organization. Even so, he had these abilities. This meant that the police wouldn't let him off, and might even resort to extorting a confession out of him. Catching the police's attention is one thing, but if the government were to blacklist him, then they would watch his every move from then on. However, if he ever told anyone about the genius system, then they would think he was a raving lunatic. In a small mountain village, he was borrowing a set of new clothes and changing into them before taking a car back to Huaye. It was the first time he had killed someone, and though he had not noticed it at first, he now felt a little out of sorts. "System, what's wrong with me? Did the Constitution, King of Mercenaries, change my nature or didn't it? Why do I feel this uncomfortable after killing someone?" Xiao Luo asked while in bed. "Ding! The Constitution, King of Mercenaries, changes the nature of the host. However, you are still you, so it doesn't change the fact that this is the first time you have ever killed another human being. Do not worry, it is natural for you to feel this way." The system's clear female voice rang out in his head. "I'm still me?" Xiao Luo was stunned, but let out a sigh of relief. For some time he'd been worrying that receiving all kinds of abilities could change him into a different person, but all these worries now appeared unfounded. He had merely received these abilities without affecting his body, consciousness, or ego. He was still himself. Chapter 84. Passing Through Your World. Chu Xiaofei and Ding Kai noticed that Xiao Luo headed straight to bed as soon as he came back. Still, neither of them had any idea what had happened. They wondered if something had happened during the watch transaction, but now was not the best time to ask. They thoughtfully turned down the volume of the game and music so as not to disturb Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo slept until 8 o'clock that evening. He was even fast asleep when Zhu Xiaofei and Ding Kai tried to wake him up for dinner, so the two of them packed some food for him, but by the time he woke up it had gone cold. "Brother Luo, my good brother Luo, what's wrong?" Zhu Xiaofei asked in a hurry. "I was too tired," Xiao Luo said, stretching his back, then added, "I feel much better after a good sleep." "Brother Luo, didn't you just go meet the watch buyer? What made you so tired?" Zhu Xiaofei asked, puzzled. Ding Kai was equally suspicious as he looked at Xiao Luo. To be honest, they had both been shocked when Xiao Luo first returned, because they could sense an evil aura emanating from his body. That was also why they hadn't grilled him when he'd first come back. Xiao Luo waved his hands and said, "Let's not talk about this anymore. They stood me up and I had to wait there all afternoon." So that's what happened. Zhu Xiaofei and Ding Kai finally understood why Xiao Luo had looked so pissed off when he'd come back. He had been stood up and made to wait an entire afternoon. He was surely fuming with anger. It was fortunate that he hadn't taken it out on them. "Speaking of which, do you know the taste of the fried noodles from the noodle store outside our school?" Xiao Luo asked. He was hungry and needed something to fill up his stomach. "The noodles from the first store when you turn right after leaving the school gate are really rich," Zhu Xiaofei replied immediately. Ding Kai glared at him and said, "Brother Luo, don't listen to him. He likes the store owner's daughter. That's why he thinks they taste so good." "Store owner's daughter?" Xiao Luo asked, raising his eyebrows. "She's a 15 or 16-year-old Lolita and helps out frequently at the store. She has a sweet, demure appearance and pale skin. Lao Ju even gave her a nickname, Fried Noodles Girl." "Shut up, Kai-zi! Do you really think that I went to buy fried noodles only because Fried Noodles Girl is pretty? Am I really that sort of guy?" Zhu Xiaofei asked anxiously. "Well, aren't you?" "Am I?" "You are." "What the heck? Are you asking for a spanking? You always speak badly about me in front of Brother Luo. You're ruining my heroic image." "Big fool." "Fuck. I can't stand it anymore." They ended up fighting, and they both tried to distract each other by grabbing each other's balls. The attacker always made some weird noises like he was filled with ecstasy. Xiao Luo covered his goosebumps and let out a sigh, leaving the room. Thanks to Zhu Xiaofei's influence, he headed for the fried noodle store. It was just as he had said, and a pretty girl was helping out at the store. Although she was lovely, she was very young, and he was no longer interested in teenage girls. He walked over, ordered a serving of fried rice cake with meat, and found himself a seat. In Zhangcheng, there were countless stores like this. Though they may not look flashy, they could still make several thousand each month. Besides, many great delicacies came from stores like this. "Hey, Hero Luo!" Just then he heard a sweet voice call his name. Xiao Luo detected a light fragrance in the air. Soon after, An Huan was seated directly across from him. Boasting fair and clear skin, exquisite facial features, and black silky hair, she had an upbeat grin on her face and came off as cute and tiny. White stud earrings adorned her earlobes. "Hero Luo, I can't believe you're eating here," An Huan exclaimed with a smile. He didn't find it humorous in the slightest. He thought to himself, why wouldn't I eat here? But instead he said, "An Huan, do you need something?" "Actually, yes. Have you forgotten, Hero Luo? You once promised me something." "I did? What did I promise you?" An Huan pouted her lips in disappointment and responded, "Didn't you promise to teach me kung fu back when we were behind the school mountain?" Oh, so that's what she was referring to. Xiao Luo had a vague recollection of this. He had casually mentioned it back then without being serious, so he had eventually forgotten about it. With an awkward smile, he said,
I'm sorry, I've been so busy lately that I completely forgot about it. It's all right, as long as Hero Lo is willing to teach me that I'm fine. An put on her most adorable smile. Just like an elf without any worries, she forgot all her troubles in an instant. It's like they say, there's no time like the present, right, Hero Lo? Why don't you teach me now? Xiao Luo furrowed his brow again and answered, I have yet to eat my dinner. Why don't I teach you after I eat? You can pack the food to go and teach me while you eat. Hee hee. She approached the lady boss and packed Xiao Luo's fried rice cake into a white takeout box and paid for the food. Xiao Luo couldn't reject her and stood up from his seat. An held his hand as if there was no distinction between men and women, and she led him to the school's rubber field. An, what's up? Can you let go of my hand? Xiao Luo asked. He was not used to having a girl dragging him around. Hee hee, Hero Lo, you're so coy. Holding hands won't get me pregnant. Don't let it bother you. Xiao Luo could say nothing in return. When they arrived at the rubber field, An exclaimed with much excitement, asking, Hero Lo, what should I do? Run 2 laps for a start. Xiao Luo found himself a stone stool and sat down and began to open his fast food box. Ah, run 2 laps? Around the field? An face turned pale. Yes, you can't master Kung Fu in a day. You first have to build up your stamina before you can start learning. If you've ever watched those special forces shows on TV, you would know that to master a skill, you first have to go through hellish training, Xiao Luo replied as he bit into his piping hot fried rice cake. An rolled her black pearl-like eyes and asked, Hero Lo, do you have any skills that would allow us to dual cultivate? Shall we dual cultivate? After saying that, her face flushed as red as a fully ripened apple. Dual cultivate? Xiao Luo choked on his food and began to cough. It was not like he was a nerd or shut-in who only read the Holy Bible. Even if he didn't know it firsthand, Zhang Dashan had imparted so much knowledge concerning boy and girl relations, and he knew what dual cultivation meant. It was not merely sex, but the unification of yin and yang to achieve a perfect sense of harmony. Hero Lo, are you okay? An saw him coughing really badly and started to pat his back. Xiao Luo raised his hands and tried to stop her. An, just what are you trying to achieve? Have you watched too many martial arts dramas? Didn't I already say that I wanted Hero Lo to be my boyfriend? An responded innocently. Then I'll say this now and once and for all. We are not suited for each other, Xiao Luo replied in a serious tone as he put his food down. Why? Is it because I talked to Song Jianan, so you... Stop imagining things. To you university students, dating is normal and almost part of the curriculum. I'm not looking down on you. Xiao Luo interrupted. You guys and me, we just come from 2 different worlds. It is unavoidable that we had to cross paths, but I'm just passing through your world and will leave really soon. That's why I don't want you to see me as a potential partner. You still have a long road ahead of you. What? Hero Lo, you are going to leave? An asked. The smile had left her face, and her body was in shock.
Chapter 85. Tons of Injuries. Since An was already aware of his real identity, there was no need for Xiao Luo to hide from her any longer. He nodded and replied, Of course I will leave. Anyway, I'm not really here at Huaye to study. Everyone treats you like you're a part of our class. If you leave, then we will all be very sad, An replied, teary-eyed. She had really invested in her feelings for this guy, so when she heard that he was going to leave, her heart began to feel really uncomfortable. Xiao Luo shook his head and said, We all have our own roads to travel. It's not that we can't meet up anymore. If fate wills it, our path will cross again at... No! An exclaimed. All of a sudden, she jumped up, pounced on him, and hugged him very tightly. She did this so suddenly that no one could have predicted it. Faced with the girl's unexpected embrace, Xiao Luo was confused. He could not help but notice the subtle fragrance in the air as An Huan began sobbing in his arms. "Hero Lo, I don't want you to leave. I really like you." An Huan sobbed as she spoke. She could no longer control her feelings or hold them in. There was no explaining it. She just liked Xiao Luo. It didn't matter if her actions came off as childish or immature. Anyway, wasn't this how people grew? Xiao Luo tried to force a smile. He didn't hug her. Instead, he tapped her on the back and gently consoled her. Young, beautiful, petite, and cute. For most guys, if such a girl took the initiative to hug them, it would be hard to imagine that they wouldn't be interested in her too. However, Xiao Luo had not come to Huaiye to fall in love with university girls, but to complete the mission at hand. To think of anything else would be a violation of his own principles. 3 days passed, and no police had come looking for Xiao Luo. He felt enormously relieved. It seemed that Chu Ye had kept her word and not betrayed him. Chu Yunsheng called specifically to thank him, and at the same time pay the 1 million which remained outstanding of his fee straight into his bank account. During his conversation with Chu Yunsheng, Xiao Luo realized that the Red Scorpion mercenaries had been annihilated. He found out that Gu Qianlin had brought a few thousand SWAT officers and police to engage with them over 2 days and 2 nights. This had resulted in the deaths of 5 of the SWAT team members, with 26 of them suffering severe injuries. Only then had they been able to kill off the remaining 6 members of the Red Scorpion mercenaries at Wild Boar Ridge. In the end, the leader of the Red Scorpion mercenaries had leapt off a vast cliff. His chances of survival were extremely low. Additionally, Chu Yunsheng's business rival had declared bankruptcy and been sent to jail. This meant that Xiao Luo would be able to drop out of Huailei earlier than expected, and the mission to protect Chu Ye could already be considered complete. Or could it already be considered complete? Xiao Luo didn't feel that this was real, but heaved a sigh of relief anyway, because he would no longer have to attend classes. "Xiao Luo, thank you so much. It is thanks to your help that my little girl came back to me safely." Chu Yunsheng expressed his gratefulness once again. Calling on Xiao Luo's help had undoubtedly helped them draw closer together. "Don't mention it, Mr. Chu. It's my job," Xiao Luo answered him politely. Chu Yunsheng admired Xiao Luo even more after this. This young man had not taken advantage of the opportunity to get closer to him, and his attitude was humble, a real rarity among young people. "Xiao Luo, my chauffeur will pick you up tomorrow. We will talk again then." "I'm so sorry, Mr. Chu, but I have some things to attend to tomorrow. I do not have time to meet with you." Xiao Luo declined Chu Yunsheng's invitation for a chat. He could already feel that Chu Yunsheng was hoping to involve him in some ongoing plans. However, Xiao Luo no longer wanted to be governed by anyone else. Now that he had the startup capital of 1 million, he intended to launch his own ventures, even if he had yet to draw up any concrete plans. "Xiao Luo, you remind me of myself when I was a young man. I know what you're thinking, so just come along and see what I have to say. I will not disappoint you," Chu Yunsheng pressed with a smile. Chu Yunsheng was implying something, and Xiao Luo could not blatantly decline him, so he replied, "Fine, I'll think about it." "You must come. Trust me, I will provide you with the challenge you want and more space for you to express yourself." Xiao Luo responded with a non-response and hung up the phone. Challenge. Space. It was obvious that Chu Yunsheng was hinting at something specific, but Xiao Luo could not figure out what it was. It was as if there was a thinly veiled sheet of paper separating him from a room. In the candlelight, only the room's blurry image could be seen. That is to say, Xiao Luo already knew what it was that Chu Yunsheng wanted, but he had yet to understand it completely. The not knowing gave him a real itch, and he knew he simply had to check it out. "Does he really know what I'm thinking?" Xiao Luo muttered to himself. He wanted nothing more than freedom without governance and a career that would challenge him. Forget it. I will go and check it out tomorrow. After making up his mind, he walked down the stairs. The English department students were waiting for him to guide the choir. The competition was tomorrow. They were still all gathered on the lawn behind the school, in the pavilion with the strong scent of books. Xiao Luo is here. Everyone, get into your positions. Once Huang Raran saw Xiao Luo, she shooed the girls chatting on the lawn and prompted them to stand in position at once. The girls got into position quickly and welcomed Xiao Luo with smiles. When Xiao Luo had first said that they were going to defeat the measurement and control department, the girls had seriously doubted him. But over the past few days, under Xiao Luo's guidance, their singing standards had dramatically improved. Just yesterday, when Ku Liang from the Measurement and Control Department had heard them singing Yellow River only once, he had gone into shock. They had completely changed their singing technique. After hearing the girls sing, Ku Liang had asked the team leader from the Measurement and Control Department, Zhao Shijie, to request a cancellation of the bets that they had placed. Just hearing about this gave the girls a huge confidence boost, accompanied by a wave of relief. It could now be said that Xiao Luo commanded almost as much respect in her class as Huang Raran. "Brother Luo, my dearest Brother Luo, what took you so long? Everyone has been waiting for you for half a day already," Zhu Xiaofei complained. Immediately, the girls in the class began to roast him. "Hero Luo can arrive whenever he pleases. It's none of your business, you stupid pig." "Exactly. This stupid pig is just here to give Hero Luo attitude. This stupid pig is so rude, so rude." Zhu Xiaofei looked so bad in front of the girls that he may as well have just eaten feces. All he had done was voice a small complaint, so how had he angered this entire group of girls? Deng Kai glanced at him and said, "Don't look at me. Who the fuck knows what's going on in your brain? Out of everybody here, you choose to whine about Brother Luo. You can't blame anyone for your own stupidity and foolishness. Kaizi, don't you feel like that's a bit unfair? After all, the three of us are considered the class's national treasures, so why is there such a vast difference in the way we're all treated?" Deng Kai chuckled proudly and said, "Heh, it's all thanks to Brother Luo that I'm on Huayei's forum's hot searches list too. Recently, I managed to win the heart of this junior I've been crushing on. Since last time, the difference between us has grown really huge." "What?" Zhu Xiaofei opened his eyes in disbelief, and he was unable to believe what he had just heard. He and Deng Kai, as the skinny and fat ones, had been given the joint title of the ugly duo in the English faculty. As long as everybody was single together, everything was fine. But what was happening now? Deng Kai had a girlfriend, and Zhu Xiaofei didn't? The amount of pain Zhu Xiaofei felt was unbearable. It was really a lot of misery.
Chapter 86. Choir Competition. "Sorry I'm late. I had to pick up a call." Xiao Luo walked over and apologized to the crowd that had gathered. He was very apologetic because the entire class had been waiting for him for more than 10 minutes. "It's okay, Hero Luo. We don't have anything to do anyway. Once in a while, it's good to breathe the fresh air here at the back of the mountain. Besides, idle chit-chat isn't a bad way to spend some time either." "Exactly. Just ignore what the stupid pig said. He will make trouble with you even if there isn't any, just like those celebrities on the internet with ulterior motives. No matter how late Hero Luo shows up, we're all always willing to wait for him. Hee hee." The girls from the English department had spoken. It was clear they did not care whether or not Xiao Luo wasted their time. Compared to the rest of the girls, An Wan, who had just learned about Xiao Luo's imminent departure, had fallen quiet. She was not as lively as usual. As for Chu Ye, who had only recently returned to class, her attitude toward Xiao Luo had also shifted drastically. Ever since she last saw Xiao Luo a few days ago and received that shock, when she saw him now, her uneasy heart felt settled. Xiao Luo provided her with an infinite sense of security.
"The black outfit on pretentious Dick looks so handsome," whispered Chu-Ye under her breath as she took the lollipop out of her mouth. She was dressed in a white pleated dress. Her short, jet-black hair rested neatly on her shoulders. Her delicate face was eggshell white, and her eyes bloomed like flowers. With her sharp nose and slightly red-tinted lips, her charm could cause a person's heart to shudder. "Huh?" When Bai Ling, who was next to Chu-Ye, heard this, her pretty face suddenly revealed a stunned expression. It was hard for her to accept that she'd just heard Chu-Ye sing Xiao Luo's praises. She asked, "Young Mistress Chu, did you just say that Xiao Luo is handsome?" "When did I ever say that Xiao Luo is handsome? You must be hallucinating." Hallucinations? Could it be? Bai Ling began to doubt her own ears. After all, to hear something like "Xiao Luo is very handsome" come out of Chu-Ye's mouth would be entirely out of the ordinary. "Quiet down, everyone. Let's listen to Xiao Luo," Huang Ruran commanded suddenly, and quieted the girls down. Xiao Luo coughed and took one step forward, saying, "Actually, I don't have much to teach you. If everyone just performs as per usual tomorrow, it will be enough." "Hira Lo, Kio Miang from the Measurement and Control Department will surely have to run around naked. We definitely sing better than their class now," said one girl confidently. "Confidence is a good thing. Keep it up," Xiao Luo said, chuckling lightly. After that the choir practiced as usual. They sang the song Yellow River 5 or 6 times. Once they had done an excellent job every time, Xiao Luo dismissed them. What they had accomplished was sufficient, and there was no longer a need for practice. All they had to do was wait for tomorrow's competition to start. "Pretentious Dick," Chu-Ye called out, stopping Xiao Luo just as he was about to leave. "Do you need anything?" Xiao Luo said, stopping and turning to look at her. "This is for you." Chu-Ye stuffed a box of imported lollipops into Xiao Luo's arms. Then, like a frightened bunny, she panicked and shyly pulled Bai Ling away, blushing. She turned back to glance in Xiao Luo's direction while leaving, and she noticed tension and anxiety that she could not express. "Whoa, what's up with that situation?" Zhu Xiaofei said, stunned, and came over, glancing at the lollipops in Xiao Luo's hands. "Sweet Caroline vampire-loving lollipop from America? Each box cost $999. The fact that Princess Yue gave you something like that means that she likes you. Brother Lo, my dear Brother Lo, you have somehow quietly managed to capture the heart of Huaye's campus belle. If news of this spreads, do you know how many boys at Huaye will be heartbroken?" Ding Kai was also shocked and unable to put his reaction into words. "There is such a big gap in our popularity now that I don't think I can even see Brother Lo's back from where I'm standing. He initially thought that pairing up with the junior he admired for a long time was awesome. But now Xiao Luo is even more impressive. He had decided straight away on the most unattainable activity at Huaye, and that was the pursuit of Chu-Ye, who rejected no less than 50 boys. He had been completely eclipsed." Xiao Luo was unable to respond. He was also left speechless by Chu-Ye's actions. If she had wanted to thank him, she could have simply given him some money. But instead, she had given him a box of lollipops. Was a big guy like him expected to eat lollipops like a little kid when he had nothing better to do? At the same time, Bai Ling was shocked and dumbfounded. She couldn't believe that Chu-Ye had given that box of lollipops to Xiao Luo. "What is wrong with you, young Mistress Chu?" she asked, suspecting that Chu-Ye had come down with some sort of sickness. "Nothing. What could possibly have happened to me? You gave Xiao Luo the lollipops that you can't even bear to eat. What's the matter? It's just a box of lollipops, and they're not worth that much. I can just buy them again. It's hard for pretentious Dick to conduct and direct our class choir, and I just wanted to give him a little reward." A reward? Oh my God, what was wrong? What was happening? Bai Ling couldn't figure out what was behind this change in Chu-Ye. It was too sudden and completely unexpected. On Saturday evening at 7 p.m., the choir competition officially kicked off.
The competition venue was Huaye's Grand Auditorium. Brilliant spotlights shone on the exquisite stage, making it seem like it was daytime. Beyond the stage, the seats were filled with students. In the first row sat a judging panel comprised of teachers, and the entire auditorium was packed. At least 1,000 people had gathered. One professional after another walked onto the stage and stood in line for their turn in the choral performance. Loud, orderly singing echoed in the magnificent grand hall. Meanwhile, the English department choir was in a hurry. Everyone was there except for the most important person, Xiao Luo. "Zu Xiaofei, where is Xiao Luo? Where did he go?" Huang Ruran asked anxiously. "I don't know. I just saw him here. Did he go to the bathroom? Should I go look for him in the bathroom?" "There's no time left. We are up next," Huang Ruran said. "What should we do?" Huang Ruran's brows were almost entirely knitted together. After thinking for a while, she grit her teeth and made up her mind. "We have to forget about him." "But what will we do without pretentious Dick?" Chu Yo said. "We have to make it work if it doesn't," Huang Ruran said stalwartly. It was too late for them to mess around or panic. Otherwise, they would definitely sing abnormally on stage. Huang Ruran told everyone, "It doesn't matter if Xiao Luo is here or not. Just sing well like we've been practicing all this time." The girls nodded. This competition was not just about class honor, but also about the bet between Xiao Luo and Q Liang. They had to sing well. "English department! Where is the English department?" Just then a teacher approached from backstage and shouted loudly for the English majors. "We're here," Huang Ruran said, raising her hand high. The teacher beckoned, saying, "It's your turn. Come in and prepare." "All right." Huang Ruran took a deep breath and calmed herself. She said, "Everyone, let's work hard and sing well together. Let's go."
Chapter 87. Departing. In the auditorium, the stage lights were bright. Compared to the stage itself, the light shining on the audience was much dimmer. Xiao Luo sat in an inconspicuous spot in the auditorium. He would leave Huaye tonight, but before he did, he wanted to appreciate the English department choir's performance. After all, he had been the one directing them. A group of girls actually chose to sing Yellow River? In my opinion, they will undoubtedly sing badly. There is no way a group of girls can capture the essence of that song. I think so too. I'm afraid that the English department will be taking last place. Two boys seated next to him whispered. They were engaged in a discussion on the English department's upcoming performance. Xiao Luo couldn't hold back and declared, "The essence of the song is not merely screaming it out of the throat. Many revolutionary songs were first sung by women. They can still convey the essence and flavor of the music. There is no such thing as a song that is unsuitable for singing. There are only people who do not know the proper singing technique." The two boys looked at him and playfully smirked. "Brother, it seems like you know music very well. Are you from the music department?" "No." "In that case, are you an amateur and a member of the Music Hobbyist Society?" "That's not either. I'm just a passerby." Hearing this, the smirks on their faces widened. "You are not a student from the music department, nor are you a member of any literature or art societies. What qualifications do you have to be commenting? You're just an outsider pretending to be a maestro." Xiao Luo was not annoyed by this. Instead, he kept a faint smile on his face and replied with one sentence, "Because I am the director of the English department choir." The two boys were shocked by this, but just then the student announcer appeared on stage from behind the curtains. Smiling and holding a microphone, he announced, "Next up, please enjoy the song Yellow River from the choir of the English department's 16th cohort.
They'll be conducted by Huang Rolan, with a recitation by Chu Yue. The big red curtain slowly drew open and revealed the familiar faces of English majors. Everyone brimmed with energy and smiles. They stood in the formation based on the adjustments that Xiao Luo had made. Wearing a formal suit and high heels, Huang Rolan came out from backstage and bowed deeply to the audience, then turned to her classmates. At that moment, the accompaniment for Yellow River flowed gently like a mountain stream. Chu Yue was in the middle of the formation. When the accompaniment began, she recited loudly, "Yellow River, a long, endless, historical river. Yellow River, the mother river of the descendants of the fiery and yellow emperor. Hua Nation's 1.3 billion sons and daughters are nestled in your heart, and your blood is connected to a land of 6.6 million. From the snowy mountains and grasslands to the Dadu River, we look back at history with a solemn song. Beginning with the Japanese invaders and a rain of bullets, we use our voices to fight bravely. We are united as the descendants of the dragon, defending our homeland, the Yellow River, and our great motherland." This simple recitation brought out a burning passion in the audience and aroused emotions thanks to its tenacity and strong imagery. It was as if the audience could see the revolutionary soldiers fighting. They were witnessing the very rise of Hua Nation. Xiao Luo let out a satisfied smile. Chu Yue indeed was a suitable narrator. Huang Rolan started conducting with both hands, and the distinct, tidy voices began to sound. "The wind is howling, the horses are shouting, the Yellow River roars." At first, it sounded like a wild horse was galloping across a vast grassland, followed by many horses, and finally, a large group. Soon, as many as 10,000 horses were running alongside the flowing Yellow River. With their voices complemented by the musical accompaniment, the intense collision of treble and bass made the audience feel like they were watching the rolling waves. The two boys who had initially doubted the English department were stunned, along with the whole audience. They had never heard such a powerful chorus. Wave after wave of sound shocked everyone's eardrums. By the middle of the song, the melody suddenly pulled up like a peal of thunder. It was a gorgeous musical banquet that fed everyone's minds. The original accompaniment was like a bay of fine water that had long since become a vast river. It was unstoppable and rapidly rushing forward. The performance was incredible and downright incredible. When the song was over, Huang Rolan turned to the audience to bow and thank them. It was so quiet that the sound of a needle falling on the ground could have been heard in the large auditorium. More than 1,000 people simply stared dumbfounded at the stage. The surging notes were still lingering in their ears, and the aftertones continued to reverberate and inspire their souls. The girls from the English department looked at each other. They were nervous for a minute, as they had no idea what was going on with the audience. Had they sung that badly? Clap, 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 clap. At that moment, the teacher judges sitting in the center of the first row stood up and became the first to applause, breaking the odd silence. Following them, the other judges and students stood up and applauded. The crowd was passionate, and friendly applause swept over the audience like a storm. Everyone expressed their strong recognition of the English department choir with intense applause and cheers. Up until now, the teachers had not judged any class's choral performance with high praise. It was only until the English department choir took to the stage and performed their vigorous recitation that everyone was conquered by waves of passionate singing. It is simply incredible that a group of girls can sing Yellow River. Yeah, full of essence and emotion. Their singing style made me feel like I was listening to a wave.
The two boys who had doubted the girls were amazed. They looked over casually at Xiao Luo's seat, only to find it was now empty. They had no idea when he had left. Of course, with joy also came sorrow. Chu Young, a professional musician from the measurement and control department, was ashamed. He was quite sure that they had lost. From the opening recitation to the conducting of the English department choir, the girls' overall singing ability was much better than his department's. According to the bet they had struck, he was going to have to strip naked and streak around campus. Just then, Xiao Luo was dragging his suitcase and walking slowly onto the school's main road. He left as quietly as he had come, waving his sleeves and leaving nothing behind. He had no regrets. At least he was leaving with something, for he firmly believed that the English department choir would win first place. But in his heart, he felt a little reluctant about this parting and had mixed feelings. He would be leaving behind the sloppy and miserly Zhu Zhefi and Ding Kai, who was not good at talking and skinny as a monkey. There was also the overpowering Huang Rolan, petite and lovely An Han Huan, and unruly Chu Jue. From there, the list went on. The days he had spent at Huaye had been bittersweet. He couldn't leave without any shred of feeling. But this emotion would be diluted in time. He still had things to do, and Zhu Zhefi and the gang also had their rose-colored student lives to lead. At the school gate, a black Bentley rolled up and idled. "Mr. Xiao?" asked the driver respectfully. Xiao Luo nodded and replied, "Hello." The driver opened the door and said, "The boss has been waiting for you at the 10 Fragrance Hotel for a long time. Please get in the car." "Thank you for your trouble." Xiao Luo looked back at Huaye once more before climbing into the car.
Chapter 88. Crying Because We're So Happy. Outside the car window lay the familiar scene of Zhangcheng at night. Xiao Luo relaxed in the back seat and silently admired the nightscape. His eyes were sullen and filled with sadness. Nevertheless, at the same time, he was looking past the sorrow and boldly getting ready to face new challenges. His journey at Huaye had ended, and a new one was about to begin. Once he'd checked his longing for Zhu Xiaofei and his other friends, Xiao Luo realized that he was now looking forward to the future. Like a martial arts master returning home from training, he was excited about showing off his skills and building a dynamic career. Meanwhile, back at Huaye, the girls from the English department were all flustered. They were giddy like ants on a hot pot. "I can't get through. Xiao Luo's phone is switched off." Zhu Xiaofei frowned as he took his headphones out of his ears. What was going on? Everyone was puzzled. Why had Xiao Luo decided to go missing for no good reason? Even more strange, he'd vanished during the choir's performance. "Have you tried contacting him on WeChat or QQ?" Chu Yu asked in a hurry. With his hands wide spread, Zhu Xiaofei replied, "I tried reaching out, but there was no reply." "Do tell me that something's happened to him," Wang Lingling speculated. "Don't jinx him. Hero Luo is so formidable. Nothing bad will happen to him." "That's exactly right. Can't you think more positively, Wang Lingling?" Many of the girls began criticizing Wang Lingling. But after a short bout of critical venting, the inevitable question of where Hero Luo had gone was right back on the table. Huang Ruran said to Zhu Xiaofei, "Why don't you head to our dorm and see if Xiao Luo is there?" Zhu Xiaofei nodded, but just as he was about to head to their dorm, An Huan Huan, who had stayed silent this entire time, suddenly spoke up with swollen red eyes. She said, "Don't bother. I'm sure Hero Luo has already left." "Left?
To everyone else, these words felt like a massive bomb had just exploded. They all turned around and looked at An Huan Huan. She lifted her head, bit her lip, and explained, "Xiao Luo is different from us. He's not a student, and the only reason he came to our school was to protect Princess Yu." What? Everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. They were astonished by what An Huan Huan had just said. Not a student? If he was only here to protect Chu Yu, did that make Xiao Luo a bodyguard? Thinking about how Xiao Luo had single-handedly managed the incident at the club, it seemed as if An Huan Huan had not fabricated this story. It was all true. One girl, who greatly admired Xiao Luo, walked to the front and eagerly questioned Chu Yu. "Is it true what Huan Huan said?" But Chu Yu's mind drew a blank. Left? Did he really leave just like that? It felt like her soul had been extracted from her body. She felt empty inside and couldn't explain this mood that had overcome her. She had yet to express her gratitude toward Xiao Luo. So why had he left? And so suddenly at that? "That's impossible, An Huan Huan. Can't you stop fooling around?" Zhu Xiaofei said. He couldn't accept the reality that Xiao Luo had already left without so much as a word, or that Xiao Luo was just Chu Yu's bodyguard. "Lao Zhu!" Ding Kai exclaimed, following him. Wang Ruran raised her head and looked toward the pitch-black sky. She stretched out her hands, and raindrops dripped on her palms, tickling her like goose feathers. "It's raining!" The silent drizzle was like a bunch of elves descending lightly and slowly from the sky. At that moment, the English major's hearts were extremely heavy. A teacher walked out of the auditorium with considerable excitement on her face and announced to the English department, "The assessment results are out, and the English department came in first place in the choir competition." First place! Before, this would have been a triumph worth celebrating. After all, everyone had put in a lot of hard work to achieve this victory. But the glory had since lost its value because of Xiao Luo's departure. Everything would have been perfect if only Xiao Luo had been there to celebrate this achievement with them. "Jerk!" Chu Yu said, swearing as she ran past the crowd to leave the school compound. "Young mistress, what are you doing?" Bai Ling asked anxiously. "I'm going to get that jerk back." Chu Yu ran with all her strength. She wanted to get Xiao Luo back, no matter what it took. This glory had to be shared with Xiao Luo, even if it was only for a minute or just a second. How could he leave without saying anything? Why was he so arrogant? That teacher was bewildered and thought to herself, "What's wrong with the students in the English department? They won first place, so why did none of them look happy?" At that moment, everyone's phones lit up. They looked at their screens and all saw a message from Xiao Luo. He included everyone in the choir. "I think I should congratulate all of you. Your performance on the stage was incredible. I believe that you will all achieve a good result. I'm sure that Huan Huan has already told you this, but I'm not like you. I'm not a student. I'm just a bodyguard. I've now accomplished my mission, so it is time for me to leave. Life is like a journey, and although we all have our own individual pursuits, distance won't wash away our friendship. Everyone, farewell." "Xiao Luo!" Girls are sensitive creatures. After reading Xiao Luo's scheduled message, many of them began to weep. Huang Ruran was no exception. Although her eyes were red, she managed to hold back her tears. "What's wrong with all of you? You took first place!" exclaimed the confused teacher, furrowing her brow. She had 1,000 questions in her head. For the life of her, she couldn't work out why these students were crying. "We won first place, so we are happy. So happy that we're crying." An Huan Huan said, giving the first excuse she could think of before she too started bawling. Following her lead, the other girls couldn't help but sob either. The teacher was astonished and thought, "Oh, what the heck? Don't tell me it's now a trend for kids to start crying when they're happy."
Meanwhile, at the Heavenly Fragrance Hotel, in an antique-looking private room, Xiao Luo and Chu Yongsheng were sitting in front of a big table. The table was covered with various delicacies and wine. Chu Yongsheng's personal bodyguards, Leng Zhu and Leng Yu, were also inside the private room. They put on cold expressions, and their bodies emanated swift, fierce auras. Neither of them was happy with Xiao Luo's behavior, because he had sat in the senior seat as soon as he had arrived. Furthermore, he had completely ignored that Boss Chu was present and had started rudely feasting on the food. But to Chu Yongsheng, Xiao Luo's actions came off as unpretentious. They were admittedly preferable to the impeccable manners of many hypocrites. "I'm full." Xiao Luo put down his bowl and chopsticks, took out a napkin, and wiped his mouth. His face was filled with satisfaction. "Xiao Luo, do you know what seat you are sitting in right now according to manner and custom?" Chu Yongsheng asked, looking at him with a smile. "I don't know." Xiao Luo headed his head, after which he laughed hollowly and said, "Don't tell me this is the senior seat." Although Xiao Luo did not know precisely what each seat represented, from coming from the countryside, he had some rough general knowledge. He knew that it was permitted to sit in any place except for the senior seat. That exquisite seat was reserved for respectable people or seniors, so it would be rude to occupy it without an express invitation. Chu Yongsheng nodded without saying another word.
Chapter 89. Arrival. This was really awkward. Out of all the places where he could have sat, he just had to take the senior seat. No matter how unshakable Xiao Luo's confidence was, now he couldn't stop fidgeting. Just when he was about to change his position, Chu Yongsheng waved his hands and stopped him. He said, "It's just the two of us now, so it doesn't matter who takes which seat." Xiao Luo let out a few dry coughs to calm himself down, then said, "What is the reason for our meeting this time, Mr. Chu?" He just wanted to be straightforward and not overly polite with Chu Yongsheng. Chu Yongsheng seemed to have anticipated this question. He smiled and answered, "Well, I recently bought a company. It just so happens that I lack a suitable person in a certain position. Would you be interested?" Xiao Luo's eyes brightened and asked, "What company is this?" This could be a great opportunity. At the very least, he wouldn't have to start over from scratch or climb his way up from the bottom. Most importantly, although he intended to show off and build a stable career, he had not yet made any concrete plans. Rose Workshop. Rose Workshop? The company that makes bread and pastries in Zhongchang? Xiao Luo was shocked. Having hung around Jiangchang for so many years, it was only natural that he should know of Rose Workshop. The company had more than 70 franchise bakeries that sold bread and pastries all over Jiangchang. His ex-girlfriend, Zhao Nangqi, loved the cakes. As a result, he'd often frequented Rose Workshop. Chu Yongsheng nodded and said, "That's right, that's the shop. There's even Ro in the name. It seems fated for you." But I vaguely remembered that the family name of Rose Workshop's boss was Fang. Yup, Fang Chang Mao. Chu Yongsheng picked up his cup of tea, took a sip, and calmly said, "Well, around 6 months ago, Rose Workshop experienced an incident regarding food safety. You know about this, right?" I vaguely recall something about an old person who ate a piece of bread and died inside one of the bakeries. The media even did an expose about it. Chu Yongsheng reluctantly answered, "As a food company, food safety and word of mouth are critical. The old person dying in front of the bakery caused word of mouth to turn negative almost immediately. They lost a large number of customers. In just half a year, Fang Chang Mao, a CEO who had been worth 200 million, became an indebted pauper who owed 10 million. Chu Yongsheng sighed and then continued, "The business world is just like a battlefield. Many can become rich and popular, but the next minute they can face defeats so crushing that they don't even know where their next meal will come from.
It's cruel and insulting. Since you've taken over Rose's workshop, why don't you just let Fang Chang Mao continue to manage the company? Isn't he better fit than someone like me, who doesn't have much experience? Chu Yongsheng shook his head, stretched out his fingers and pointed. There are two reasons why Fang Chang Mao was not chosen. Firstly, from what I understand of him, he is not a reliable person. He's likely to burn bridges and cause a lot of speculation. Naturally, I wouldn't have spent so much money to acquire the company only to give it straight back into his hands. Stretching out his second finger, he continued, the second reason, which is also the most important, is that customers subconsciously blamed the boss for Rose Workshop's food safety issues. Only by changing the boss can the customers change their attitude and try to trust Rose Workshop again. Xiao Luo nodded. Chu Yongsheng had unknowingly voiced a point with which he agreed. When the incident at Rose Workshop had occurred, even Xiao Luo had blamed the boss, so it was natural that other people would too. If they changed the CEO, although Rose Workshop would essentially remain the same, to the customers, the company would appear to have changed and evolved. Of course, if the food progressed as well, then customers would certainly give Rose Workshop another chance. Xiao Luo, I have already told you that I trust you, so the responsibility of Rose Workshop will fall on you. You will take over, Chu Yongsheng said, grinning. Xiao Luo shook his head and refused. Mr. Chu, although this sounds like a pretty good offer, I wish to start my own career. A job and a career are two very different concepts. The former is bound by the boss, whereas in the latter scenario, a person is their own boss. Chu Yongsheng laughed and said, outsiders often comment that my eyes are very good at spotting gems, like Monkey Sun's fiery eyes. Well, they're not wrong. I do agree that I'm a pretty accurate judge of character. Your carefree and confident attitude is not often seen in regular people. You're young, and you have your own ideas and persistence. I really think quite highly of you. Xiao Luo remained silent. Big bosses have their ways around things. After talking so much, they are able to make people feel like they were in the clouds while still keeping their intentions hidden. As I said earlier, and I'm sure I've told you before, I will give you the challenge and freedom you want. You won't be reporting to me. If you accept this offer for Rose Workshop, you will become the company's official owner. Rose Workshop's official owner? Xiao Luo's heart fluttered slightly, and he glanced quickly at Chu Yongsheng, waiting for the businessman's next move. I'm only in charge of salary matters. You'll just need to give me 20% of the total profit every year, and that's enough, Chu Yongsheng said, looking at Xiao Luo and smiling. Mr. Chu, that would make you no different than a shareholder. You single-handedly took over Rose Workshop, and you... Xiao Luo reminded Chu Yongsheng, although he clearly already knew this. Chu Yongsheng waved and interrupted him. I'm a businessman, but I'm also a father. You did a good job of protecting my daughter. As a repayment, as long as it is within my means, I will try my best to support you. Rose Workshop is my way of demonstrating my sincerity. Xiao Luo finally understood what Zhang Dashan had meant. Once you were well acquainted with Chu Yongsheng, your struggles for the next 10 years would be severely lessened. He then said, I need some time to think about this. Of course, he would need to consider the proposition carefully. Chu Yongsheng had just pushed a huge slice of cake his way, but he would need to consider whether he had the appetite to eat it. It would be very embarrassing if he could not swallow it. All right, you have 3 days to consider my offer. Chu Yongsheng was very generous and patient with Xiao Luo. Once you agree, I will remit 10 million to Rose Workshop as funds for subsequent operations. As for whether Rose Workshop will be able to expand beyond Jiangchang, that will depend on your ability. Xiao Luo nodded to show that he was clear on the terms proposed. After talking to Chu Yongsheng, Xiao Luo stood up and took his leave. As a huge player in the shopping mall sector, the fact that Chu Yongsheng looked so highly at him and had confidence in his abilities made Xiao Luo really grateful. He also sincerely admired Xu Yongsheng for being a self-made legend. Sitting at the bottom of the steps, Xiao Luo watched the rain and frowned. He disliked rainy days, especially on days like this, which were a little bittersweet. He flagged down a taxi and headed for the house that he had rented for around $550 per month. Just as he was about to step into the taxi, Chu Yu emerged from her red BMW 3 Series. Chu Yu saw Xiao Luo climbing to the taxi, so she rolled her car window down and shouted loudly to him, "Pretentious dick!" "Why is she here?" Xiao Luo whispered to himself. He pretended that he hadn't heard anything and shouted at the taxi driver, "Drive!"
Chapter 90. Helplessness.
"Brother, that girl seems to be calling to you," said the taxi driver as he turned back and pointed in Chu Yue's direction. Xiao Luo shook his head and denied it. "You're mistaken," he said. "I have no idea who she is." "Oh." The taxi driver nodded suspiciously and slowly started the car. Xiao Luo put his elbow on the car door, clenched his fist, and used it to support his cheek. He stared indifferently out the window. The sound of the rain made it easier for him to calm down and think about things like the past, present, and future. This type of atmosphere generally slowed down the very pace of life itself. "Stop! Stop the car now!" Chu Yue hissed a few times, but the taxi had no intention of stopping. With the tail light on, it slowly drove away. Chu Yue stomped her foot angrily, slammed on the accelerator, and chased after the taxi. Although the two cars' performance capabilities did not compare in the slightest, the taxi driver was skilled. Coupled with the fact there were fewer vehicles on the rainy road at night, the taxi moved as very fast. Chu Yue had to chase them for a while before she was finally able to catch up. She blared the horn to signal the driver to stop. The taxi driver was very puzzled as he looked at the BMW 3 Series in the rearview mirror. Just when he was about to park to the side, Xiao Luo took out $100 from his pocket and said to the taxi driver, "Lose the car behind us. If you do, then this money will be yours." What the fuck? What sort of situation was this? Why did it feel like they were filming a movie? The driver couldn't help but mutter to himself underneath his breath. He was a fan of dramas and had watched various types of television series. The current situation seemed to him to be very similar to the plot of a romance show that he had seen before. He quickly recovered and with a sour face said, "I'm afraid that's not possible. This is an urban area, and the speed limit is 40. I'm already going 70, which is the limit. Any faster and I'll be fined if they catch me." 500. Xiao Luo was too lazy to talk to the driver and took out an additional $400 bills. "Okay, brother." The driver immediately shifted into high gear and floored the accelerator. The engine roared to life, and the taxi's speedometer jumped from 70 to 100. The fine for speeding was 300 at most, and there was no need for any point deduction when paying via the mobile software. This way, the driver would still be able to earn a profit of 200, and if luck was on his side and he didn't end up photographed, then he would receive the full 500 profit. Driving with these benefits in mind, he had no reason to care about pointless traffic rules. As she watched the distance between her and the taxi grow further and further, Chu Yue gritted her teeth and switched her vehicle to sports mode. The red BMW received a sudden injection of energy. Like a phantom, it caught up to the taxi. It took her no more than 2 or 3 seconds to overtake the taxi. Then, gliding beautifully at a distance of 50 to 60 yards ahead of the cab, she suddenly parked her car vertically on the road. "Ah! Ah!" The driver was terrified and pulled the emergency brake. The roads were slippery on rainy days, and even with the anti-locking brake system, the car skidded. The drag of the tires left 2 black marks on the ground. Fortunately, the 2 vehicles did not collide. The taxi stopped at a distance of 5 to 6 yards away from the red BMW. The driver was scared and broke out in a cold sweat.
Then Chu Yue pushed open the door of her BMW and ran to the front of the taxi shouting, "Come out here, pretentious dick!" Pretentious dick? Who was that? The guy in the back seat? The driver was startled, and he observed Xiao Luo sitting in the back seat. At that moment, Xiao Luo was depressed. The taxi driver pulled on his seatbelt, but however, the emergency brake had not only affected the driver. Since Xiao Luo had not reacted in time either, he had whacked his forehead on the back of the front seat. Although there was no redness or swelling, his brow still felt hot and painful. "Pretentious dick, get out here!" Chu Yue was still shouting in the rain. She wasn't holding an umbrella, and the rain fell on her, thoroughly soaking her white school uniform. Her black lingerie was showing, and her clothes clung tightly to her white skin, showing off the outline of her perfect body. Her black hair streaked across her face, which was soaked with raindrops. Anyone who saw her like this would feel heartache. The door opened, and Xiao Luo expressionlessly got out of the car with an umbrella. With the umbrella in one hand and his other hand in his pocket, he walked over to Chu Yue as elegantly as any proper gentleman. However, in his all-black outfit, a black shirt paired with black slacks, he gave off an evil aura. "Pretentious dick!" Seeing Xiao Luo, Chu Yue's face lit up with a smile. Ignoring the fact that she was drenched, she walked up to Xiao Luo and took him by the hands. "Let's go! Come back with me! Everyone is waiting for you!" She felt like she had just recovered a precious object. Her panicked heart had settled down slightly after seeing Xiao Luo. But however, Xiao Luo stood motionless, rooted to the spot. No matter how she pulled him, he just didn't move his golden feet. "Go back? Go back where? Huye?" Xiao Luo asked. A mocking smile crossed his face. "Didn't my dad send you to protect me?" Chu Yue asked, looking at him wide-eyed and startled. Her heart felt like it had been pierced with a knife. "You are safe and no longer need my protection." Chu Yue was utterly stunned. It was as if her soul had been snatched from her body in an instant. Her mind drew a blank. She didn't know what to say, why she had dropped everything to come here so desperately. Was it because this man had saved her from those demons? No, that wasn't it. This was the first time that she'd fallen for a boy. But this boy was looking at her with an icy expression and talking to her coldly. "I think you should go back. Go back to school," Xiao Luo said, persuading her. In order to completely erase the ripples in her heart, he kept his face cold as ice. "I have my own things to do, and you, as a student, have your own things to do too. Don't waste your time on an outsider like me." After he finished speaking, he turned around and left her without showing her any sign of affection. Even if he felt a bit reluctant, he had to cut her off and start a new life. But Chu Yue reached out and grabbed his arm. Sobbing and choking, she said, "Let's go back, together. I beg you, pretentious dick. I was at fault in the past, and I should never have treated you the way I did. I know I'm in the wrong now. I apologize to you, so please don't leave. Don't leave us. Drishi Fi, Ding Kai, and Huang Huran are all waiting for you." Chu Yue didn't know what was wrong with her. She was usually so proud, so where was this unspeakable sadness and desperation coming from? This wasn't like her at all. She was crying in front of a boy. Was her delicate makeup already ruined? It was, and without it, her pale and powerless face was revealed. Xiao Luo turned his head and looked at her wet clothes and messy hair, but there was no way to comfort her.
Chapter 91. Fast Fingers. Xiao Luo thought that he despised Chu Yue, but when it finally came time for him to leave, compared to the mixed emotions he felt around his departure in general, he realized that the little bit of hatred he harbored against her was actually insignificant. Chu Yue was drenched by rain. When a gust of wind blew, her body shivered uncontrollably. She was like a flower amid a violent storm, pathetic, helpless, and pitiful. She, who should have been like the moon surrounded by a myriad of stars, was now a miserable worm begging for Xiao Luo to come back. She couldn't forget the warmth and sense of security that the events at Wild Boar Ridge had caused her to experience. She wanted to grasp him tightly with all her might. Xiao Luo, however, wasn't feeling great on the inside. It wasn't because of Chu Yue. Even if it'd been Huang Ruran, An Huan Huan, or any of the others who had shown up, he would have felt the same way. However, he couldn't look back. He and the girls were not from the same world. He was merely a passerby who just happened to stroll into their world. How could a passerby be so nostalgic for scenery encountered along the journey? With a chilling expression, Xiao Luo toughened up his heart and chastised her. "Young Mistress Chu Yue, you are really childish. Do you know that? I hate you. You're an arrogant, stupid girl. You're like a kid who never grows up. No girl your age eats lollipops every day aside from you. Do you think that you will have good teeth forever? Or do you think that munching on a lollipop makes you cute? Let me tell you, you're just weird. And do you know what the funniest thing of all is? You gave me those lollipops as a present. Are you sure that you are Huaye's prettiest girl, or not its biggest joke?" Every word was like a dagger stabbing deep into Chu Yue's heart. She widened her big eyes and gaped in amazement at Xiao Luo. Tears woven with rain rolled down her cheeks. Why was this happening? Had she been in a one-sided relationship all along? Was she really so tiny and insignificant to him? "Go back and be the young mistress you were meant to be. Don't come to me ever again. The person whom I want to see least in all the world is you." Afraid he would soften, he shook her hands off and walked back to the cab without looking back. Purser, Xiao Luo, Xiao Luo." Chu Yue pursued him with a few tottering steps. At last she stopped, gazing helplessly at Xiao Luo's back as it moved further and further. Xiao Luo went back to the cab and told the driver to leave. He grabbed his phone and called Chu Yunshuang, informing him of Chu Yue's location. As he turned around, through the cab's rear windshield, the driver could see Chu Yue standing in the rain, shivering and bellowing. "Why did she have to come and find me?" Xiao Luo sighed deeply. He was accomplished his duty to protect her, so now she should simply continue being the big missy she was meant to be. They should simply go about living their mutually exclusive lives. Wouldn't it be great if they could just part ways and treat each other as total strangers? "Young man, that lady looks pretty great, I must say. Coming after you in her car on a rainy day? I can see that she really likes you," the cab driver remarked, while peering at Xiao Luo in the rearview mirror. Xiao Luo smiled, discontinuing the thread of conversation. Did Chu Yue like him? He didn't know. Did he like Chu Yue? No, at least not yet. He only didn't hate her like he had that time after the dance party. The pattering rain seemed unceasing. The moment he returned to his rented apartment, Xiao Luo began cleaning up. Having been gone for almost a month, the surfaces and furniture were covered in a thick layer of dust. After bathing, Xiao Luo sat on the bed, took out his phone, and called Zhang Dashan. "Hello? Who's calling?" Zhang Dashan often received calls from anonymous customers. Hence, when he received a call from an unknown number, he greeted the other party courteously. "It's me, Xiao Luo." "Xiao Luo? What the hell? Why'd you change numbers?" His voice immediately became rough and loud. "I'm not using my old number anymore. I also opened a new WeChat account. Hurry up and add me on my new account." The purpose of changing contact information was to sever every connection he had made back at Huaye. "What's going on with you, bro? Something gotcha?" "Stop the gibberish. Just add me, all right?" Xiao Luo's head was a mess because of Chu Yue. "The heck? You eat grenades for dinner or something?" Zhang Dashan asked him. "Where are you now? I'll come find you. I'm in the city." I completed Chu Yunshuang's assignment in advance. I'm at home now. All right, see you soon. Oh yeah, prepare some clothes for me. I'm going to spend the night at your place." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Dashan hung up before Xiao Luo could reply. Xiao Luo was speechless. Subsequently, he sent his new contact information to every contact saved on his phone via mass messaging. But his fingers were too fast, and he accidentally sent the message to the person he least wanted to receive the text, Zhao Mengti. This idiotic move left him speechless. He immediately deleted her contact information, lest something else awkward happened again in the future. What he hadn't expected was an instant reply from Zhao Mengqi, who texted back, "How are you these days?" Xiao Luo facepalmed, recalling the familiar old pain in his neck. He really was making trouble for himself. As for her text message, he didn't feel obliged to reply. An hour later, Zhang Dashan arrived along with a case of beer and a ridiculous amount of junk food. Xiao Luo's apartment was on the top floor and consisted of a living room and a bedroom. It accounted for only half of the rooftop area. The other half was a massive open-air balcony with a floor covered in red tiles. He didn't really need to clean it, as the rain basically tidied the area for him. On sunny days, he could even walk around barefoot. Today, it was raining, so they had no choice but to place the table under the roof, which was made of aluminum sheets. After they turned on the lights, the atmosphere felt like that of a super cool spot. "Are you planning on drinking until you puke tonight?" Xiao Luo looked at the case of beer on the floor. "Puke my ass! I never vomit. These beers will quickly become the piss that I'll piss out." Zhang Dashan was munching on a chicken drumstick that smudged oil all over his mouth. His attire today was very casual. Tank tops, shorts, and slippers. He looked so impressive that it couldn't be described in words. He passed his phone to Xiao Luo, encouraging him to take a look at what was on the screen, and then asked him, "What do you think about this girl?" The girl's picture was obviously edited. Xiao Luo glanced at the photo and shook his head. Her mouth was too big, and her features were mediocre. She gave off a bitter, stinging aura. However, he couldn't just judge her blindly. If she was going to be Zhang Dashan's new girlfriend, it would hurt his dignity if he said that she was not pretty. "What do you think about her?" "I'm asking you, so why are you asking me back?" Zhang Dashan gabbed loudly with his mouth full of meat. "Who's she to you?" Xiao Luo decided that he'd better be more cautious. Zhang Dashan answered, "My supervisor." Supervisor? After some thought, Xiao Luo decided not to tell his friend the truth. Judging from his face, Zhang Dashan seemed to be interested in his supervisor. Xiao Luo nodded and said instead, "Well, I think she's not bad. She has a nose, a face, 2 eyes, and, well, she has the temperament of a regular woman at work." Contrary to his expectations, Zhang Dashan immediately heated up after hearing Xiao Luo's remarks. He slammed the table and shouted, "Temperament your foot! You're saying that this whore has a temperament? Are you blind, Xiao Luo? Can't you see her big-ass mouth? I think she can take 2 dicks at the same time, and you're telling me that she has a temperament? Holy fuckhead!" "What's the matter with you? Why did you start complaining about your supervisor right when you got here?" Xiao Luo was confused.
Chapter 92. Best of Both Worlds. Zhang Dashan finished 5 to 6 bottles of beer and was slightly drunk. At this point, whenever he went to speak, he only knew how to yell. "That stupid bitch is making problems for me every day. If I don't give her dirt, then who am I supposed to give dirt to? My basic salary is just slightly above $3,000, and I rely on performance bonuses for most of my money. Now that she's deducting my performance pay, I will be fucking eating air. Last month, she said that I didn't complete the task index, so I just let her dock my pay. She also said the bank lost a customer because of me, so she deducted more all over again. I surrendered to that, too.
But this month, not only have I completed all the allotted tasks, but I even brought the bank an additional $5 to $6 million in deposits. But at the end of the month, that stupid bitch forgot to report it for me, and now my performance will be docked until the end of the year. I will fuck up her entire family." Zhang Dashan unleashed all the bitterness that was in his heart on Xiao Luo. Just because he pretended to be thoughtless and looked unrestrained and carefree day after day, it did not mean that he was also facing difficulties at work and very depressed. "If I had known this was the situation, I would have told you the truth just now. Your superior is really and truly incomparably hideous," Xiao Luo said as he took a sip of beer. "Damn it! Are you trying to dupe me again? If I said that she was my girlfriend, would you lie and say that she looked pretty even though deep down you thought she was ugly? Can't you just not play along? Next time, when I give you a picture of a girl, can you tell me the truth and not just say empty words?" Zhang Dashan said. He was speechless. Xiao Luo didn't know what to say and drank quietly. "By the way, today in front of my colleagues, I greeted the family of the stupid bitch and 18 generations of her ancestors, as they say. It felt so good." "Pre!" Upon hearing this, Xiao Luo immediately spat out his beer. He opened his eyes in shock and said, "What are you thinking? Do you no longer intend to work at the bank?" "Why would I continue? I've already stored all my luggage in the car downstairs," Zhang Dashan replied. He opened a pack of seeds, and relishing in eating them as he went on, "As of now, I'm an unemployed wanderer. If you hadn't called me today, I would have still come to you. Obviously, during this period when I'm looking for a job, I plan to stay with you." Xiao Luo shook his head helplessly. Seeing that his close brother had lost his job at the bank made him feel uneasy. He knew how hard Zhang Dashan had fought for the role. He had arduously prepared for half a year before finally passing the bank's recruitment tests, and worked hard continuously for a year before being converted to full-time staff. Zhang Dashan had no connections, and everything he achieved was based on his own efforts. On the other hand, newcomers who arrived after him converted in just 2 months thanks to their connections. One could say that everything Zhang Dashan had achieved was a result of him taking one step at a time. But in the end, it had all been for nothing. It was impossible to say that Zhang Dashan was not feeling dejected. Otherwise, he would not have brought so much booze. Zhang Dashan was drunk as a red-faced General Guan Yu and complaining non-stop. "This fucking generation, that stupid bitch's dad is the local governor. If not for that, with her intelligence, do you think that she would be able to sit where she does now? Dream on." At the end of his rant, he spat on the ground. In his heart, he really wanted to cast this woman aside. "I have something to tell you. I need your opinion." Xiao Luo sighed and said, Then he told Zhang Dashan all about Chu Yongsheng's plan to hand over control of Luo's workshop to him. Zhang Dashan immediately slammed the table and stood up. His face brimmed with excitement as he said, "Whoa, damn, good news! This is great news, just like a pie that's dropped from the sky. Old Xiao, I knew it. I knew you would build a relationship with Chu Yongsheng. Now there are a few decades of struggling that you won't need to endure. Look at this, look at this. In less than a month, you jumped from a small-time engineer at the Huahai Group to an executive position. You're a successful man." "Do you think I should accept the offer?" Xiao Luo asked, looking up. Zhang Dashan waved his hands wildly and firmly said, "If you don't, then you must have a broken brain." Xiao Luo's face darkened. He really wanted to refuse because he didn't want to owe anything to Chu Yongsheng. "I know you don't like to be controlled by others, but didn't Boss Chu say that he would only act as a retired shareholder? All you have to do is give him 20% of your profits at the end of the year. This means that Luo's workshop's profits will go directly to you, and that you will be the real boss, the CEO. Brother, do you still need to think about it, or should I just accept that the wires in your brain are crossed? Don't you think there's something suspicious about a pie that simply drops from the sky?
Chu Yangsheng is a businessman, and what a businessman pursues is the maximization of profit. Do you think that he will really only take 20% of the profits while handing over the rest of Luo's workshop to an outsider? Brother, a businessman's career can generally be divided into 3 stages. The first is the original accumulation. This is an unscrupulous way of earning money, where violating their morals is fine as long as they're not breaking any laws. The second stage is guiding the unsuccessful merchants and maintaining a sense of integrity while not violating basic business rules. Finally, in the last stage, they repay debts to society, engage in charity and donations, etc. This is to make up for the damage they caused at the start of their careers and to assuage their consciences. These 3 stages must be experienced by any successful businessman and correspond to the 3 states of being unsuccessful, finding career success, and overall life success. Chu Yangsheng is active in all major media outlets. There is one reason for this. He's paying back his debt to society because he has already achieved success. We're all in the Big Hua Nation, but there are probably fewer than 10 individuals who are more successful than him. Right now, he no longer has to pursue the maximization of profits. He just wants to see the young people he believes in achieving success. This brings him a sense of achievement. You mean he wants to see me succeed and will get a sense of achievement through me? Xiao Luo echoed doubtfully. Zhang Dashan snapped his fingers and said, "That's exactly what I mean." He sat down again and with a pleading look added, "I don't care why he's doing it, but I will follow you in the future. If you're the CEO, then let me be the deputy. Let me enjoy the thrill of giving instructions too." "Don't expect too much from me. I haven't decided whether to agree to Chu Yangsheng's proposal." "Fuck! What are you still considering? Does this even need to be considered? What's going on in your brain?" "I want to do something by myself and become the type of man who doesn't have to rely on anyone else." "Brother, the law of survival in this society dictates that you take advantage of me and I will exploit you in return. It is an honor to want to be taken advantage of. It means you have value enough to be used. Even if you take 10,000 steps backward and say you want to do something by yourself, have you actually thought about what it is you do instead?" Zhang Dashan pressed. He wanted to knock hard on Xiao Luo's mutant brain to wake his brain up. Xiao Luo shook his head. He hadn't really thought about it and had no plans. "Then isn't that your answer? Take care of Luo's workshop first and think the rest through slowly. If you still have plans afterwards, it won't be too late to go and make them happen. I will follow you for now, and if you ever leave Luo's workshop, I will still help you take care of it. This way both of us will find fulfillment. It's the best of both worlds, so why not?" He was so excited that he had even sobered up.
Chapter 93. Spare My Pride. That night, Xiao Luo couldn't fall asleep. He lay awake in bed, listening to Zhang Dashan's thunderous snoring. The opportunity Chu Yangsheng was offering him made him feel uncertain. He didn't know whether he should seize it or not. No matter how hard he thought about it, he was unable to come to a decision. Forget it. Don't think about it for now. Anyway, there are still 3 days left to think about it. He sighed, opened the Genius system, and began to browse. The value of his points was not quite 46,000, which allowed him to exchange for most of the abilities in the mall. He adhered to his previous principle of not making exchanges at random. The more points accumulated, the better. The next day, after buying groceries to prepare a table's worth of tasty dishes for Zhang Dashan, his younger sister, Xiao Luo, called him. The first sentence out of her mouth was, "Brother, you changed your number?" "Xiao Luo, your reaction is way too slow. I sent you a message last night and you only replied this afternoon," Xiao Luo said, slightly exasperated. "I've been working the night shift lately. By the way, come over to my place for dinner. Tang Ren and I both miss you," Xiao Luo said coquettishly. Xiao Luo was doubtful and said, "Are you sure that you miss me and are not trying to set me up with someone?" "It seems that I can't hide anything from my brother," Xiao Luo replied, grinning.
You can introduce her to someone else. I don't need it." "Brother, I swear to the heavens, she a great girl. She's 22 years old and 5'3". Her looks, well, needless to say, if I've approved her, then it means she's a beautiful woman. She's a good match for you." "Brother, I'm not allowed to say no. Besides, introducing you to someone is not my main goal. I haven't seen you in a long time, and I miss you." Xiao Luo purred, cajoling as she pushed and pulled. "If you don't come, then I will call Mom and Dad and tell them that after I got married, my big brother drifted apart from me and doesn't acknowledge me as his sister anymore." Xiao Luo smiled helplessly and submitted to her. All right, I'll come over, okay?" "Hee, that's my good big brother," Xiao Luo chuckled, pleased with her success. "What time should we meet?" 8 o'clock tonight. I'll meet you outside the hospital's front gate. Big brother, you should sort your hair out. It would be best if you wore a black shirt. You look really handsome in a black shirt." Xiao Luo was speechless. After hanging up the phone, he walked into the hall where Zhang Dashan was lying on the sofa, playing Honor of Kings, and kicked him in the butt. Zhang Dashan turned around and loudly shouted, "What are you doing? Do you think my butt is sexy or what? Why are you so annoying? I can't even play a game in peace." The last sentence reminded him of when Song Dandan played Bai Yun. "Ruyi called and told me to go over to her place. Would you like to come?" Xiao Luo asked him while sitting on a stool and putting on his socks. Zhang Dashan sat up and replied, "Wait, why are you going over to Sister Luo's place?" "I haven't seen her in a long time, so I'm going to see her." Uncalmly. "As I had already said, it's mainly to see Ruyi." "I haven't seen her in a long time," he answered calmly. "Impossible. Based on my understanding of your sister, she must be introducing a girl to you," Zhang Dashan said, raising his voice. Xiao Luo looked at him indifferently and remarked, "Not bad. Even you could guess that." "Well, what type of girl have I not seen before? I know how girls think." Zhang Dashan patted his chest confidently. "But I thought you were disgusted by blind dates, so why did you agree?" "As I've already said, it's mainly to see Ruyi. I haven't seen her in a long time," Xiao Luo replied, feeling anxious. That makes sense. Are you coming or not? Can you just please give me a straightforward answer?" "Sure, why not? I'll get a free meal out of it in any case." Zhang Dashan jumped up, took off the shirt which Xiao Luo had given him, and put on one that was more formal. "Since Xiao Luo is introducing someone to you, you should pay more attention. What if it's a pretty girl that you're attracted to? Then you can, you know what?" His smile was frivolous, his expression lewd, and his voice lecherous. His eyebrows were jumping up and down as he giggled. He really was the best of the best. To hell with your understanding. Xiao Luo really wanted to kick him in the butt again. Zhangchang was divided into 4 districts: the Southeast District, the Northwest District, the Guangming District, and the Taihei District. Huaye was in the northwest. Xiao Luo lived in the southeast area, less than 1 kilometer from the border of the Guangming area, where Xiao Ruyi worked at a government hospital. The drive from Xiao Luo's residence to her workplace would take about an hour and a half without traffic, so he set off with Zhang Dashan at 6 o'clock that evening. "Old Xiao, you take the wheel. I didn't sleep well last night, so let me close my eyes for a bit on the way there." Zhang Dashan threw his car keys over to Xiao Luo. With a yawn, he walked toward the front passenger seat. "You're not afraid I'll end up crashing your car?" Xiao Luo said, jokingly. "If you damage it, then you'll buy me a new one. Anyway, you're rich now and have assets worth more than $1 million. You're going to be a CEO soon. I'm afraid that out of our university classmates, you will be the one who turned out the best." If Zhao Mingqi knew about this, she would definitely cry over the fact that she missed out on a huge mountain like you. "Hold up, I still haven't figured out if I should take over Luo's workshop or not. Let me consider it over the next few days." Zhang Dashan really couldn't figure out what was going through his old friend's mind. What was there to think about?
This opportunity was obviously a pie in the sky landing on top of his head. If he didn't take over the business, was he waiting till someone else did? With a sigh, Zhang Dashan conceded. Fine, I won't talk about it anymore. Anyway, I have already decided that no matter what you are doing, I will follow you. Oh, with the two of us working together, imagine that! We will make it in Zhangcheng? No, nationally. If we can achieve recognition from the country's leaders, that would make us the pride of our ancestors. That would be enough for me to boast about for the rest of my life. Look at you, Xiao Luo said as he started the car slowly. He really despised him. Guangming District People's Hospital. One man and two women were waiting at the door. The man's skin was fair and clean. He had a scholarly vibe about him, with a baby face that made him look like a 17 or 18-year-old teenager. But his actual age was 24, and he was Xiao Luo's brother-in-law, Tang Ren. The girl standing next to Tang Ren was Xiao Ruyi. She had a short, clean hair and wore an oversized long-sleeved t-shirt with slim black trousers underneath. She had distinctive features and exuded the aura of a pretty girl who'd come from a humble family. Xiao Ruyi was talking to a girl wearing a white long-sleeved hood. You, let me tell you this. My brother is much more handsome in real life than in photos. His personality is particularly great. When you see him, you will definitely love him. The girl lowered her head and smiled shyly. Then in a humble way she said, Your brother has a degree, so I'm scared he'll look down on me. Education is nothing so long as you feel something for each other. Am I right, Tang Ren? Xiao Ruyi asked, glancing at Tang Ren. Tang Ren immediately smiled and chimed in his agreement. Yes, that's right. He pronounced the word right in some way off. Xiao Ruyi kicked him and said, Right your head! You must have watched too many sitcoms. Not only do you not learn anything, but you learn to speak like an old lady. Wifey, it's okay if you beat me at home, but when we're in the outside world, can you leave some pride for me, please? He whispered in her ear.
Chapter 94. Big Face Zhang. Face? You're talking to me about face? The fact that you were able to make me your wife should be enough face for you. Rumors of your reputation, your legendary figure, have long spread around the hospital. Namely, how you came to our hospital and in less than a year successfully chased me into the palm of your hand. Xiao Ruyi teased as she pinched Tang Ren's ears like a willful girlfriend. Ow, ow, ow! Wifey, hurry up and let's go. If you continue to pinch my ears, then they will fall off, Tang Ren said, pretending to be in unbearable pain. Xiao Ruyi's lips curled as she spoke. This is pain? I'm not even putting in any strength. Tang Ren smiled awkwardly and said, Wifey, if you don't think it's painful now, then you will definitely pinch me even harder. Aren't you glad to be pinched by me? Glad, yes, I'm glad. However, if Wifey wants to pinch me, then she should just go ahead. Tang Ren unwillingly laughed. The girl standing next to them was wearing a white long-sleeved hoodie. Smiling, she breathed enviously. You guys have such a great relationship. If you can get together with my brother, then your relationship will definitely be better than ours. My brother is totally a family-oriented guy. He's graceful in the hall and great in the kitchen. Most importantly, he is very dedicated. As long as he falls in love with a girl, he never strays and treats her right forever. He's totally devoted, Xiao Luo said, loosening her grip on Tang Ren's ears. She related good things about her brother, although, of course, everything was slightly exaggerated. The girl chuckled softly and didn't say another word. In her heart, she had built up a certain expectation of Xiao Luo. Just then, a white Corolla stopped in front of them, and the door opened. Xiao Luo got out of the driver's side. He was dressed in a black track jacket with a slightly open neckline that revealed a white crew neck undershirt. Two long red stripes on the sleeves gave the jacket a cool look. His distinctive facial features were sculpted, resulting in an abnormally handsome face with a strong jawline framed by his thick, jet-black hair. Under his eyebrows were a pair of deep-set eyes, a tall nose, and perfectly sized lips with a dazzling smile. "Brother!" Xiao Lu ran to him like a gust of wind and threw herself into Xiao Lu's arms. She was like a kitten lying coquettishly in the arms of her master. Tong Ren stepped forward and shouted to Xiao Lu with a smile, "Brother!" "Don't hug people randomly. Aren't you afraid that Tong Ren will get jealous?" Xiao Lu said flatly. I don't care about that. I haven't seen you in such a long time, and I just want to hug you." Xiao Lu hugged him even tighter. In an instant, she had become a docile little lamb, totally unlike the strong, unruly young woman who had just bullied Tong Ren. Xiao Lu shook his head helplessly. The car door opened, and Zhang Dashan climbed out of the passenger seat, greeting Xiao Ruyi. "Hi, pretty girl. Long time no see." "Big-face Zhang, why did you come too?" Xiao Ruyi said, as she released Xiao Lu. This was a surprise. "Big-face Zhang?" Xiao Lu was stunned. He didn't know that his sister called Zhang Dashan that nickname. A smirk crossed his face. He realized that his sister had used these 3 words brilliantly. They were perfect for describing Zhang Dashan's looks. Zhang Dashan's face turned green at once, as if he had been petrified in place. "Sister Lo, can't you be nice? No matter what, I'm still your brother's bro, so there must be better ways to address me than that, right? For example, Brother Zhang, Brother Shan, etc. If none of those work, then you can just call me by my actual name." Sorry. As soon as I saw you, I just outburst what I was thinking. But your face really is too big." Zhang Dashan felt like his heart had been stabbed twice. It was painful. He wondered in his heart, is this an apology? If so, then what type of apology is this? Xiao Ruyi continued to say, "I think you should consider getting a facelift. Look at all that meat on your face, fat as pork belly. It's hideous." Pooh! Every sentence and word was like a knife thrust firmly into Zhang Dashan's heart. Now he finally understood what was meant by the expression, tons of injuries. "Sister Lo, are you sure that you are here to introduce your brother to someone and not deliberately targeting me?" He was about to vomit blood. All this talk about plastic surgery and his face being as fat as pork belly. F that! She had no need to go at him like that. This time, Xiao Ruyi changed the subject and brought the girl in the hoodie to the front. Smiling, she introduced her. "Brother, this is Sun Yu, a belle from our department." She then proceeded to introduce Xiao Lu to Sun Yu. "Sun Yu, this is my brother, Xiao Lu. Next to him is his good friend Zhang Dashan." "Hello," Sun Yu said. She was a little shy, so her voice was very soft. Zhang Dashan looked the girl up and down. Her long dark hair draped over her shoulders. Her skin was white as a freshly peeled egg. Her big eyes twinkled as she talked, and her small red lips were unmistakable. She had a graceful figure with a small waist. Her entire appearance gave off the impression of a quick-witted beauty. "Pretty girl." Zhang Dashan lightly nudged Xiao Lu with his shoulders and gave him a look, hinting that this girl was not bad and he should grab on to this opportunity. Xiao Lu rolled his eyes at him, then nodded politely. He responded to Sun Yu, "Hello." Just like that, the two of them politely greeted each other. Then they had nothing else to say. Xiao Ruyi broke the awkward atmosphere with a smile and said, "So, now that you're all acquainted, let's go. It's time for some food. I'm starving." "What are you waiting for? Get in the car, quickly." Zhang Dashan echoed Xiao Ruyi's words and sat himself down in the passenger seat. He'd thought about this before he came. Tonight, his car belonged to Xiao Lu. Since his friend was on a blind date, having a car would make him seem well-mannered, inspire confidence, and leave a better impression on the girl. I'm driving again? Xiao Luo didn't have any interest in this blind date at all. He had come here to see Xiao Ruyi and Tong Ren, so he didn't have many thoughts about Sun Yu. Damn it, this car is yours, so if you don't drive, then who will? Zhang Dashan asked, reprimanding Xiao Luo loudly while constantly dropping hints. Xiao Luo was speechless, but his mind was clear. Xiao Ruyi and Tong Ren knew full well that the car was Zhang Dashan's, but they didn't intend to expose him. In their materialistic society, a man with a vehicle significantly improved his success rates on blind dates. 5 people got into the car. Xiao Ruyi had already thought about what he wanted to eat and acted as a live GPS, showing Xiao Luo the way. Sun Yu looked at the car's interior curiously, then asked, "Did it cost a lot to buy this car?" Although Zhang Dashan had said the car belonged to him, Xiao Luo didn't have much to add, so when Sun Yu asked that question, he was focused on driving and subconsciously thought that her question was directed at Zhang Dashan. Zhang Dashan hated Xiao Luo for not being able to meet his expectations and pushed him to reply, insisting, "Brother, she's asking you a question." "What did she ask?" "She asked you how much this car cost," Zhang Dashan said, anxious for Xiao Luo to get with the program.
Chapter 95. Barely Awake. To be honest, Xiao Luo didn't want to lie. If he had a car, then he had one, and if he didn't, then he didn't. However, since Zhang Dashan was insistent that this was his vehicle, Xiao Luo found it hard to reveal the truth in case it made things awkward. I was just asking randomly, so if it's not convenient for you to give me an answer, then that's fine." Sun Yu realized that her question had been a little forward, but this was her first time on a blind date, and she did not know what to ask. She was curious, so she had asked the question without giving it much thought. Now she found it a little embarrassing. "Around 120,000, Xiao Luo replied. Since he had gone with Zhang Dashan to collect the car, naturally he knew how much it cost. "Wow, that's expensive. I wonder if nurses like us will ever be able to afford a car like this," Sun Yu answered, lowering her head a little. "I heard that nurses receive considerable welfare and benefits, and your pay can easily go up to about $5,000 a month. If you save up, it shouldn't be too long before you can purchase a car like this," Xiao Luo said as he chatted with her. He formed a good impression of her overall and didn't dislike her. Sun Yu said with a bitter smile, "Sister Ruyi can earn that much, but as a newcomer, I only earn enough to feed myself now." "It's all right, just take things slowly," Xiao Luo said, comforting her. "Mm-hmm," Sun Yu said, nodding her head. Watching the two protagonists charting away, Zhang Dashan and Xiao Ruyi and Tang Ren deliberately kept quiet. This was precisely the result that they had been hoping for. 10 minutes later, they arrived at their destination, a barbecue buffet restaurant. Each person only had to pay $65, and then they could eat as much as they wanted without any time limit. The restaurant served all sorts of meats, seafood, pastry, drinks, and fruits. The decor was grand and impressive. Many people were willing to pay $65 just for this barbecue experience, so the restaurant was already packed when Xiao Luo and the rest arrived. However, they were fortunate as there happened to be an empty table. A group of customers who had just finished their meal was about to leave. "Tang Ren, go reserve that table for us. If that other group gets it, then you will sleep on the sofa tonight." Xiao Ruyi hurriedly ordered Tang Ren to take care of it as she realized that another group was eyeing the table. Sleep on the sofa? No way that was happening. At a full speed, Tang Ren rushed to the table. Moving as fast as a gust of wind, he risked his life and reached the table before the other group. As he placed his butt on the seat, he lifted his head and giggled, "Excuse me, but this table is occupied." "Wow, look at Tang Ren's speed. What a light-footed runner," Zhang Dashan remarked, praising him with admiration. "That's a given. He's the champion of our hospital's 100-meter sprint tournament," Xiao Ruyi said with pride. Xiao Luo laughed without saying anything. All he could remember was his mother's evaluation of Tang Ren. He doesn't look like a 24-year-old man, but a high school student. Objectively speaking, Tang Ren did have a small and youthful appearance. He looked more like a growing teenager. Based on his face alone, it was hard to tell that he was already 24 years old. Since it was a buffet, diners were supposed to pick the food they wanted for themselves. Xiao Luo made a beeline for the seafood. He scooped up the hairy crabs, squid, oysters, and much more, filling their entire table with food. "Big-faced Zhang, are you sure you can finish all this food?" "Obviously, I can't finish this all by myself, but that's why you have my brother here," Xiao Luo said, while patting Xiao Luo on the back. Xiao Luo looked at him and remarked, "You took way too much food. Even with my help, I'm afraid there's no way we can finish all of this." "That's all right. You still have me. I really enjoy seafood." "How much can you eat?" Xiao Luo asked, jokingly. Sun Yu thought about it for a bit and then pointed to the whole pile of seafood on the table and said, "Out of all this food here, I can finish at least half." Her reply shocked Xiao Luo. Most girls in this day and age wouldn't boast about having such a huge appetite, but Sun Yu was different. She was direct and straightforward. She was increasingly making a favorable impression on him. "Brother, let's take a picture." Xiao Ruyi took out her phone and walked toward Xiao Luo. She pouted, puffed up her cheeks like a pufferfish, and took a selfie with Xiao Luo. Then she sent the image to her friends, captioning it, "My handsome brother and me." "Sister Luo, you're biased here. Why are you always taking photos with Xiao Luo and not with me?" Zhang Dashal asked with grief. While also responding simultaneously to her friend's chat, Xiao Ruyi replied to Zhang Dashan, "I won't be able to fit your face on my phone screen." Zhang Dashan's face went black in an instant. He felt as if there was nothing left to live for. Was she trying to say that his face was too big? Just as she had said, Sun Yu had an excellent appetite for seafood. In just a short time, all the bits and pieces of seafood, including shells and bones, had piled up into a small mountain. Just then, an unknown voice shouted out, "The prawns are here!" Every customer in the barbecue restaurant who had been focused on grilling their meat now rushed to the buffet counter. Xiao Luo observed carefully and saw one of the staff bring out a trolley full of river prawns. "Tang Ren, hurry and go grab them!" Xiao Ruyi commanded. At her wife's orders, Tang Ren put down all his food, took an empty plate, and transformed into a light-footed runner once again. However, someone else was even faster, and that was Sun Yu. As soon as she heard the prawns being announced, she immediately leapt up, dashed over, and started vying for the prawns with the rest of the diners. She completely disregarded her image and did not put on airs. Xiao Luo was surprised. Although they had barely interacted, Sun Yu seemed like a pretty good person to him. "Big brother, what do you think of Yu?" Xiao Ruyi asked, taking this opportunity to grill Xiao Luo. "I agree with that. If this were any other girl, no matter how much she liked seafood, there's no way she would eat this much in front of two guys she did not know." "That's right. I'm introducing Yu to my brother because she's genuine," Xiao Ruyi said with a sweet smile. "Yu just entered the workforce, so the way she deals with things shows how young and youthful she still is. In many ways, she's still a small girl in the process of growing up. Big brother, you're mature and stable. You two would be perfect for one another. You can guide her, and this way she'll take one less detour. Don't be like me. I paid a painful price and took the long road to find out what a perfect guy is actually like." At the end of her little speech, the sparkle in her eyes seemed to fade away. Xiao Luo knew exactly what his sister was referring to. A few years earlier, Xiao Ruyi had been young and rebellious. She felt that she was old enough and didn't need to listen to her family's teachings, especially not someone telling her what she could or could not do. Therefore, she often hung out with a bunch of guys until late at night. Her taste in guys was different from the other girls. She thought that tattoos, punks, smoking, and guys who casually fooled around all the time were cooler and much more handsome. At last, after having an abortion, she finally got her wake-up call. Then she had been fortunate enough to meet Tang Ren, who was ready to accept her for who she was and continuously adored her, loved her. Like a fool, he's always treated her like a princess.
Chapter 96. Casino. Let bygones be bygones. You and Tong Ren are fine now, Xiao Luo said as he sipped his tea. He could see that Tong Ren treated his sister well. Not every guy could put up with his sister's princess attitude. To tell you the truth, Tong Ren is definitely much better than big-faced me. After all, he's a doctor. Even if he's not treated well at the moment, once his qualifications improve, he can easily earn tens of thousands every month. Even his chances for promotion are considerably better, Zhang Daoshan said, reluctantly admitting the truth that was right before him. It was undeniable that Tong Ren was a better fit as Xiao Ruyi's partner. The dim light in Xiao Ruyi's eyes dissipated. Smacking her lips, she said, "Big-faced Zhang, I'm surprised by what you just said." "What's there to be surprised about? Everything I said is the truth. I wasn't exaggerating." Big-faced Zhang took the tongs, clipped a squid, and grilled it on the iron plate. "Oh, by the way, are there any single girls left at your hospital? At least introduce one of them to me. After all, I am your brother's brother. You have a part to play in my future lifelong happiness as well." "Don't worry. If I see anyone that suits you, then I will definitely introduce you to them," Xiao Ruyi said, smiling with a squint. At that moment, Tong Ren and Sun Yu returned from grabbing the prawns. Sun Yu had snatched 2 whole big plates of prawns, while Tong Ren had gone up with an empty plate and returned with an empty plate. "Wifey, those people are way too fierce. I didn't manage to snatch anything." Tong Ren looked like a defeated rooster with his head down. After a while, he held his head up, stood up tall and with determination said, "The next time they bring out the prawns, I will be sure to snatch up at least 5 to 6 plates worth." "That should be enough." Sun Yu was in a good mood as she looked happily at the 2 plates of prawns she had harvested. Xiao Ruyi did not blame Tong Ren. Instead, she signaled him to sit down, laughed, and said, "Yu is so amazing. Even those big men couldn't faze you." "In the past, I was unable to snatch any either, but I'm experienced now," Sun Yu said, smiling heartily. You could see that she was thrilled, and her satisfaction was derived from having snatched the prawns. "Come, everybody, let's all enjoy Yu's victory prawns," Zhang Daoshan said, laughing loudly. He helped himself and placed all the prawns on the grilling iron and began to cook them. "You guys eat heartily. If there's not enough, I will go and snatch more later," Sun Yu said, happily biting her lip. She was smiling through her eyes, and they turned into crescents. "If we let the girls do everything, then what's the point of having us men around? If there aren't enough prawns again later, then make Xiao Luo go." Sun Yu looked towards Xiao Luo, only to realize that he was looking back at her. She looked away quickly and blushed. It seemed like something was going on. Xiao Ruyi was very happy. She was confident in her brother Xiao Luo. As long as Xiao Luo decided to pursue a girl, he would definitely be able to win her heart. She was already wondering if it was time to call home and inform her mom and dad that she had introduced a beautiful girl to her brother. As for Xiao Luo, his impression of Sun Yu was still so-so. At the very least, he was able to understand her better now. After leaving the barbecue restaurant, Zhang Daoshan, Xiao Ruyi, and Tong Ren went straight home after making up excuses. This gave Xiao Luo and Sun Yu a chance to be alone. Clutching her handbag, Sun Yu broke the silence and said, "It was a very delightful meal. Thank you for your hospitality." "You're welcome." Just then, Xiao Luo realized that this was the perfect moment to correct the misunderstanding that had occurred previously. "Oh, right," he said. "That wasn't actually my car. It was my friend Zhang Daoshan's car." He was not used to lying, and it made him feel guilty. Sun Yu smiled flirtatiously and said, "Actually, I knew from the start that it was not your car." "You knew from the start?"
Yeah, I saw a crystal ball in the car carved with the name Zhongdao Shan. I doubt you would have done that if it was your car. Xiao Luo laughed and replied, You're pretty detail-oriented. I guess so. It's perhaps an occupational hazard from being a nurse. I was very careless in the past and often forgot my keys. I was always getting locked out of my house. Such embarrassing incidents have occurred more than once. Is that so? Xiao Luo was surprised. He couldn't imagine what it would look like for a girl to be locked out of her house. Yeah, I don't know how to explain this. Basically, it was just extremely embarrassing. I would squat by the stairs for the whole night, then go to work the next day with panda eyes. Thankfully, I didn't make any mistakes. Sun Yu talked about her embarrassing past lightheartedly. Do you enjoy your job as a nurse? Well, how should I put it? It doesn't matter whether or not I like it. I don't actually know what I like to do, so I thought, heck, why not just be a good nurse? What about you? I heard from Sister Ru Yi that you're an engineer at the Huahai Manufacturing Corporation. That was true, yes, but I've since resigned, and I'm currently unemployed. Did you quit to pursue something you actually want to do? I guess that's about the sum of it, except that I don't actually know what I want to do either. They talked while heading toward the place where Sun Yu was staying. Zhengcheng is a coastal city. It is the only city legally allowed by the state to open casinos. The gambling industry profited well, and each district had various large casinos. Of course, these casinos were backed by influential organizations or individuals. Guangming district was no different. Just as Xiao Luo and Sun Yu were happily chatting away, a fight broke out in front of the casino, not too far away. A soulless middle-aged man with a chin full of stubble was curled up on the ground and being beaten by 6 to 7 men. Sun Yu's expression changed. Disregarding everything, she ran toward the fight. In an attempt to stop it, she shouted, "Stop! Stop now! Why are you beating up my uncle?" "That's your uncle?" A man in a suit waved his hand to stop, staring coldly at Sun Yu. Sun Yu turned her head to look at her uncle with a trembling gaze. She couldn't believe that her uncle would rack up such a huge debt. Sun Jiannan sighed regretfully and confirmed that the man in the suit was speaking the truth. He pleaded, "Manager Geng, can you be generous and give me a few more days? Just a few days, and I promise that I will definitely return the money to you." "I've already given you a 7-day grace period. If you still don't pay, then I have no choice but to throw you into the sea as food for the fish," Manager Geng sneered. "But perhaps I can offer you a way out. If your niece is in good spirits, then she can pay the debt for you." "No, do whatever you want to me, but don't hurt her at any cost," Sun Jiannan replied. Shaking his head vigorously, he endured the pain in his body and shielded Sun Yu. "Ooh, wow, that's pretty brave of you. Well, let's continue to beat him up and see how long he lasts," Manager Geng said, waving his finger. His expression became fierce. Several men saw the signal and continued to beat up the middle-aged man. "Stop it! Stop hurting him! Stop it right now!" shouted Sun Yu. She was panicked and whirling with tears. At that moment, Xiao Luo walked over and calmly said, "None of you have the right to beat this man up. Whether or not he owes you money, even if you consider this debt collection, you should not be resorting to such extremes to solve a simple problem. It can be considered illegal." Manager Geng stunned for a moment. Then he sneered and said, "Where did this rash youth come from? Before you meddle in anything, boy, at least know where you're getting in the middle of." "I really want to know where this is. Oh, by the way, just a reminder, I recorded a video of you beating him up. If you don't stop, then I will have to call the police." Xiao Luo took out his phone and smiled. "Call the police? How refreshing." Just the thought of it made Manager Geng laugh. This was the first time in more than a decade that someone had dared to challenge the casino. "Boy, I was praising you when I called you a rash youth. Now you're simply courting death. I'll give you 3 seconds to delete the video. Otherwise, don't blame us for what will happen next. It had been a very long time since there had been such a thing as a kind casino boss. Manager Gang couldn't figure out where this fellow had found the courage to record a video. He even dared to boast of teaching others a lesson.
Chapter 97. Win 2 million with 100,000. The group of men who were assaulting Sun Jiannan now surrounded Xiao Luo with unkind expressions on their faces. Manager Gang only had to give the word, and they would provide Xiao Luo with a taste of their punches. Sun Yu wiped her tears from her eyes, glancing at Xiao Luo in a daze. She felt as though a bottle of 5 flavors had spilled in her heart. Her emotions were a mix of sourness, bitterness, spiciness, and saltiness. Only a trace of sweetness was missing. She had just met Xiao Luo today, and to have something like this happen before they'd gotten to know each other better made her feel extremely embarrassed. She was at a loss for what to do. The gambling debt of $2 million that her uncle owed was far too massive a sum, and she did not have the kind of money needed to pay it off. However, she could not also sit by and watch her uncle being beaten to death, much less drag Xiao Luo into this whole mess. Sun Jiannan's face was bruised and swollen. A trace of blood stained the corner of his mouth. Seeing a young stranger standing up for him, he said, "Young man, I appreciate your help, but this is my problem. Please stay out of it." As a regular at the casino, he knew what these men were capable of. They were like devils who devour people whole, and he did not want Xiao Luo to come to any harm for his sake. Manager Gang sneered. "You hear that? The man doesn't want your help. We can do this the easy way or the hard way. So how about you delete that video now and get out of here as far as you can?" These people were hardened thugs, and threatening to call the police didn't faze them. Realizing that he was getting nowhere, Xiao Luo changed tacts and asked, "How much does he owe you?" "2 million, Manager Gang replied, holding up 2 fingers. His eyes narrowed in a mischievous smirk. "Why, you want to pay up for him?" "I don't even know this man, so why would I pay his debts? Even if I wanted to, I don't have that much money." Xiao Luo reasoned before offering his counterpoint. "I do, however, know this man's niece. Now that I have gotten involved, I can't just walk away from this." Manager Gang and his 7 underlings looked at Xiao Luo like he was an idiot, thinking to themselves, "Look at this big shot talk. Who does he think he is? I can't just walk away from this. This is just a poor kid talking out of his ass. Debts must be repaid. We have every right to claim what is owed to us. What do you think you can do about it?" Manager Gang laughed coldly. "Give me half an hour. I'll get you 2 million in chips and settle his debt." He could have used violence to rescue Sun Yu's uncle, but the people running the casinos were part of the local underground and would not give up so easily. He might be able to stop them once, but he wouldn't be around all the time. The simplest way to resolve this issue was to clear the debt between the 2 parties once and for all. Manager Gang was a sharp man, and he regained his composure quickly. "You mean you want to come to our casino to play a few hands and win 2 million chips? What? Am I not qualified to enter?" "Of course you are. As long as you're not a minor, it's no problem. However, do you have money to play?" Manager Gang's smile widened. At high-end casinos like theirs, every dealer was a specially trained gambler. To even consider winning 2 million from gambling was a nonsensical idea. It was a ridiculous pipe dream. The other 7 men smiled in amusement. This was the funniest joke they had heard since they'd started working at the casino. Xiao Luo pulled out a card from his pocket and said, "There's 100,000 on this card. Is that enough to play at your casino?" 100,000? Manager Gang was slightly taken aback before grinning in glee. "Our minimum bet is 10,000, so 100,000 is more than enough. Please, follow me."
He made a welcoming gesture. If someone with money appeared on their doorstep, they had no reason to turn him away. "Brother Xiao Luo, don't go." Sun Yu pulled at the end of Xiao Luo's jacket, and her delicate face wore a worried and troubled expression. She said, "These men are professional casino operators, so you can't beat them at gambling. That 100,000 is something you've saved up for yourself. The odds are stacked against you. At a casino, the house always wins, so you're going to lose it all. I'll ask my family for help in settling my uncle's debts. We only just met today and barely know each other, Brother Xiao Luo, so you really don't have to do this." She could not, in good conscience, let a man she had just met put himself on the line for her. Xiao Luo smiled. He had stepped up to help mostly because of his masculine pride, but now he was fully committed to helping Sun Yu. This girl was sincere, which had helped her find favor in his eyes. "It's all right. I don't commit to things I'm not sure about." As he was saying this, the genius system sounded in his head. "Ding, ding, ding! Congratulations! You've received the gambling ability and used up 500 points. "Oh, so young and heroic. This young man has certainly got guts. This way, please." Manager Gang was all smiles. Now that Xiao Luo was a customer, his attitude had taken a 180-degree turnaround. He quietly ordered his men, "Keep an eye on Sun Jiannan. Don't let him get away." To turn 100,000 into 2 million was an increase of 20-fold. Was such a thing even possible? Of course, it was absolutely impossible. Otherwise, he might as well shut down his casino business. In his mind, he had already labeled Xiao Luo a fool. Only a fool would dream of making 2 million from 100,000 at a casino. For this reason, it was all the more important to keep an eye on Sun Jiannan. "Let me go," he yelled as he struggled. Manager Gang waved at his men, signaling them to release Sun Jiannan. If all 3 of them came along, that was just what he wanted, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. On one hand, he could keep an eye on Sun Jiannan. On the other, he could watch firsthand as this young man lost 100,000 bucks. When he lost all his hard-earned money in the span of a few minutes, the expression on his face would be priceless. The casino's interior was decorated to look like a palace, and it was no exaggeration to say that it was magnificent. The floor was so utterly spotless that you could see your own reflection in it. Xiao Luo was actually holding on to slightly over 1 million. However, he knew not to put all his eggs in one basket. So the rest of the money was not on the card that he took out. Entering his PIN number, he withdrew the sum of 100,000 and exchanged it for chips. "Brother Xiao Luo, I'll be too ashamed to face you if you do this." Sun Yu was full of anxiety. She was very moved, but her sense of unease was overpowering. How could she drag Xiao Luo into the mess her uncle's debt had created? She was nobody to Xiao Luo, so what right did she have? "Young man, it's not too late to turn back. $100,000 is a huge sum for normal people like us. Please don't be hasty. These are my just deserts, and I alone should bear this burden," Sun Jiannan said dejectedly. Xiao Luo simply smiled wordlessly. Then he made a beeline to a table where the dice game, Big and Small, was being played. As he went over, he saw the dice showing 1, 3, and 5. The dealer covered the dice in a box, and they rattled around inside as the box was shaken. Closing his eyes, his ears homed in on the frequency of the shaking sound to get a precise sense of how the dice were tumbling inside. Having redeemed a gambling ability, with his eyes closed and ears focused, it seemed to him that the box was transparent. He could clearly see every motion of the dice, as well as the numbers they were going to land on. Chapter 98. Going All In. After a while, the dealer put down the box and shouted, "Place your bets, big or small." The gamblers around the table started placing down their chips. Without stopping to think, Xiao Luo wagered all his chips worth 100,000 on big. Hiss! Sun Jiannan sucked in a breath of cold air. As the strength went out of his legs, he almost collapsed to the floor. This was 100,000 bucks, and the kid just put it all down. If the dice turned up small, he'd lose it all, just like that. My God, where did this young man get his confidence from? He looked fearfully at Xiao Luo, who was calm and collected, and he broke out into a cold sweat. Sun Yu was so nervous that she did not dare to watch and turned away. She held on to Xiao Luo's clothes with a deadly grip, feeling as though she and not Xiao Luo was the one betting at the table. When she saw Xiao Luo going all in with chips worth 100,000, all the blood instantly drained from her face. 3, 4, 5. Big! The dealer's loud voice boomed as he uncovered the box. The 3 dice revealed showed the numbers 3, 4, and 5. Just like that, Xiao Luo had won $200,000, doubling his chips. Unbelievable! Sun Jiannan's eyes opened wide, gawking in disbelief. Sun Yu also turned to look at Xiao Luo in surprise. "Brother Xiao Luo, you won?" "Mm-hmm." Xiao Luo simply nodded, without further explanation. Manager Gang had been keeping tabs on Xiao Luo from the second floor. At this turn of events, his brow furrowed deeply, and he muttered to himself, "This kid has some luck. Who wins on the first round with an all-in bet and so easily squeezes 200,000 from 100,000? The man beside him remarked, "It's got to be a fluke. If he tries it again in the next round, I'm sure he's going to lose everything." Manager Gang nodded ambiguously. Lady Luck would not side with anyone forever. The second round began. Xiao Luo closed his eyes yet again, focusing his hearing on the movement of the die. As he had won a significant amount in the first round, the dealer had taken notice of him. Seeing him with his eyes closed, acting like an expert, he couldn't help but softly scoff. "What are you playing at? You pretending to be a gambling god?" Xiao Luo acted he had not heard the dealer. With a small smile, he bet his chips once again. This time, he bet all $200,000 on big. Behind him, Sun Jiannan and Sun Yu's hearts skipped a beat each as they were unable to maintain their composure. This all-or-nothing style of gambling was not for the faint of heart, and they couldn't help but feel nervous. If Xiao Luo was right, he would double his winnings. But if he made a mistake, he'd end up worse than he started, and all would be lost. The dealer uncovered the box and reluctantly announced, 4, 5, 6. Big! The casino staff handed Xiao Luo $400,000 worth of chips. "You actually guessed right again!" Sun Jiannan swallowed hard. In less than 5 minutes, the 100,000 Xiao Luo had come into the casino with had become 400,000. Sun Yu was dumbfounded. She stared wide-eyed with her charming eyes at Xiao Luo, suddenly feeling like this man was a real enigma. Some of the color drained from Manager Gang's face as he continued watching from the second floor. He marveled how fortunate Xiao Luo was to have guessed correctly twice in a row. When Xiao Luo placed $400,000 worth of chips on big and won again, Manager Gang lost his cool. The gamblers at the table felt even more shook up. 3 rounds! He won 3 rounds in a row! He was too damn lucky! "Shit! What the hell is that dice handler doing?" Manager Gang grumbled testily. Meanwhile, on the betting floor, seeing that Xiao Luo was on a roll, the other gamblers held back their wagers. They were waiting to see what Xiao Luo would bet on this time. The dealer refused to believe that Xiao Luo's good fortune would continue, so he poured his all into shaking the dice and rattling them fiercely in the box. "Place your bets, big or small." Setting the box down, he almost seemed to be yelling directly at Xiao Luo. Once again, without a shred of hesitation, Xiao Luo placed his chips worth a total of $800,000 on big. Many of the other gamblers followed his lead, but some of them felt that the result had been big 3 times in a row, so chances are that it would be small this time. After some second guessing, they placed their bets on small. Xiao Luo calmly addressed the dealer. "Open it." Seeing how confident he was despite the high stakes, the dealer's palm was slick with a layer of cold sweat. If the dice showed big again, he feared that he would not be able to work in these parts anymore. He could even lose his livelihood. Nevertheless, gritting his teeth, he uncovered the box. Seeing the results, he felt like his soul had been plucked out of his body, and his legs buckled without warning. If he hadn't been using both hands to support himself on the table, he would have crumpled to the floor in a heap. The dice showed 3, 5, 6, and it was big again. From the very beginning, Sun Yu's emotional state had gone through stages of worry, fear, shock, and now incredulity. This man whom she had known for barely 3 hours was most impressive. In her mind's eye, Xiao Luo's image had grown incomparably enormous and magnificent. She was in a daze as she stared at Xiao Luo's profile. Her uncle, Sun Jiannan, also felt like he was dreaming. 10 minutes ago, Xiao Luo came in with 100,000, and now he has 1.6 million. In this short time, he had performed a miracle at this casino. What the hell? It turned out big for 4 consecutive rounds, the gamblers who had bet on small protested in annoyance. On the other hand, the gamblers who had decided to follow Xiao Luo were overjoyed. A few of them even told him, "Bro, your luck is amazing. We'll just copy your bets." At this point, the dealer excused himself, saying he didn't feel well, and a new dealer took over for him. As he took his seat, he looked at Xiao Luo and asked with a dry smile, "Sir, are you feeling lucky tonight?" "Pretty average." "You've already won 4 rounds in a row. You call that average, huh?" As the new dealer spoke, he switched out the dice with a sleight of hand. Nobody else saw it, but the move did not escape Xiao Luo's eyes. He didn't react or show any sign of having seen what the dealer had done. Now he finally understood why the house always won. Thinking that one could make a profit at a casino while gambling was delusional. The new dealer began to shake the dice, and Xiao Luo closed his eyes to focus his hearing. His ears picked up the faint sound of a die rolling after the dealer had stopped shaking. This meant that the die was loaded, and the dealer would be able to change the results as he saw fit. "Bro, are you betting on big or small? Hurry up and decide." The other gamblers saw that Xiao Luo had not placed his bets and were beginning to get flustered. "Brother Xiao Luo, if you don't feel confident, let's just wait and see for this round," Sun Yu said tenderly. "Mm-hmm." Xiao Luo nodded. There was no obligation to bet, and no matter what he bet on, the dealer could change the results to force him into a loss. Seeing Xiao Luo abstaining from betting, the new dealer felt that he was probably an experienced gambler. The kid must have heard something strange that tipped him off. The dealer tried to agitate Xiao Luo, taunting him. "Sir, you were really manly earlier, going all in without a second thought. What's happened now? Are you scared?" "I think you know what I'm afraid of, don't you?" Xiao Luo chuckled and shot the dealer a pointed look. It was a loaded statement, and hearing this, the dice handler's expression darkened. He was thinking to himself, "Has this kid discovered the trap I set?" Xiao Luo refused to elaborate any further and left it at that. Chapter 99. Born Lucky. The new dice handler stayed on as the dealer, but Xiao Luo had not placed a single bet since his arrival. The other gamblers were getting anxious, and those who had started to lose money began laying into Xiao Luo. "Bro, are you gonna play or what? You've already sat out 5 rounds." Maybe he feels like his luck has changed for the worse and doesn't want to continue betting recklessly. And here I thought I'd found my lucky star for today. So much for tagging along and making a killing. This is all he's got? What a waste. Xiao Luo turned a deaf ear to the other gamblers' griping and whispered something into Sun Jiannan's ear. "Are you sure about this?" Sun Jiannan's expression was troubled. "I'm sure. Just do exactly as I say." The new dice handler laughed contemptuously. He had full control of how the dice would land. No matter how Xiao Luo placed his bets, he was not winning a single cent from this table. Rattle, rattle! The dice clattered vigorously in the box as he shook them, and after several seconds, he firmly slammed the box back on the table. Big! Xiao Luo yelled out in a sonorous and forceful voice. The other gamblers who had been observing Xiao Luo were delighted. They gleefully wagered their chips on big without any hesitation. On the other hand, Xiao Luo made no move to bet after his outburst. Surprisingly, it was Sun Jianan who moved, grabbing 1 million in chips and rushing to the neighboring dice table. He squeezed in and placed all his chips on big. 4, 5, 6, big! The dealer at the neighboring table announced, his voice carrying. It was big. The new dice handler's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Xiao Luo like he was some kind of freak. He never would have imagined that Xiao Luo was capable of listening to the dice game at the neighboring table and accurately guessing the outcome. You guys have fun. Flashing a cheeky smile at the dealer, Xiao Luo left. Xiao Luo put down 2 million in chips on Manager Geng's table. He stared viciously through heavily lidded eyes at Xiao Luo, unable to express the mix of emotions he was feeling. In a way, he was at a loss for words. It was as if the universe had conspired to kick him in the balls. He couldn't believe that Xiao Luo had actually made 2 million from his initial 100,000, and with a bonus 600,000 to boot. How could he accept something so outrageous? The debt he owes you should be cleared now, right? Xiao Luo asked, raising his eyebrows. Manager Geng's mouth twitched, and he slapped his hand on his desk violently. Kid, were you cheating? To come in so casually and take 2 million off them, did he think their casino was some kind of charity? Xiao Luo smiled almost imperceptibly. The dealer works for you. I'm just guessing the results. If you want to accuse me of cheating, please enlighten me. How could I have cheated? At this, Manager Geng's face flushed red. He didn't really believe that Xiao Luo had used any underhand tricks. The casino monitored all their customers with surveillance cameras. The staff would have immediately noticed if Xiao Luo had made any overt moves to cheat. Yet, if he was playing by the rules, how did he win 5 rounds in a row without losing? Was his luck that good? The notion was absolutely preposterous. How did you do it? Manager Geng asked, with a death stare. He looked like he wanted to take a bite out of Xiao Luo. I'm just born lucky. See you. After tossing out this casual answer, Xiao Luo picked up the remaining 600,000 in chips and departed. Manager Geng sank into his sofa, gritting his teeth. His hands were tied. He couldn't dispatch his goons to deal with Xiao Luo here and now. There were guests downstairs, and a brawl would ruin his casino's reputation and force them out of business. Young man, thank you. Thank you so much. Leaving the casino, Sun Jianan tearfully knelt on the ground, kowtowing to Xiao Luo in appreciation for his help. Xiao Luo helped him back to his feet. You don't look like a gambling man, so how did you end up 2 million in debt? Sun Jianan sighed bitterly. I was a manager at one of the Lowe's workshop bakeries. When business was good, I had a monthly income of around 20,000. But after Lowe's workshop's food safety scandal, the flow of revenue from customers visiting our store has dropped to an all-time low. There are some days when we get no customers at all. My salary has also dropped from 20,000 to a mere 5,000 or 6,000 a month. Lowe's workshop? Xiao Luo was somewhat surprised to discover that Sun Jianan was a manager at a Lowe's workshop stall. Digging deeper, he asked, Your pay cut doesn't directly explain how you ended up with gambling debts, does it? Sun Jianan felt like the words were stuck in his throat, and he struggled to share his misery. Young man, you wouldn't know this, but I recently bought a house in Jiangsheng. In addition to my car loan, I have to pay 15,000 a month. My wife's salary is currently being used to fund our 2 sons' university education. When things were normal, we managed to get by just fine, and we made enough to cover our expenses. However, now that my salary has dropped to 5,000 or 6,000, we're really feeling the pinch. Uncle, if you're facing financial difficulties, then why didn't you tell us? My parents could have helped you out. Sun Jianan smiled bitterly and replied, My niece, every family has its own problems to deal with. I could borrow from them once, but if I have to rely on your father every month, I could not bear to bring it up. So you decided to gamble. Sun Yu was somewhat triggered. Even she knew that gambling ruined lives, so why hadn't her uncle understood this simple fact? Gaming did not improve one's fate. It only dragged one deeper into a bottomless abyss. I managed to win 100,000 at the beginning, but then... Sun Jianuan's voice grew weaker and weaker as he spoke, until he finally shut his eyes in remorse. Xiao Luo explained, The dice are rigged. There are microchips and electrodes embedded inside. This allows dealers to fix the games and show the results they choose. Basically, you're guaranteed to lose if you gamble at the casino. Sun Jianan nodded solemnly. I've learned my lesson now. I will never step back into that kind of place for as long as I live. I hope you keep that promise, Xiao Luo advised. Saying his goodbyes, Sun Jianan climbed into a taxi and left. Xiao Luo and Sun Yu were left alone at last, walking side by side. Xiao Luo was thinking about what he'd just heard about Luo's workshop. If a manager was only earning 5,000 or 6,000, how little were the other staff getting? Just then, Sun Yu ran to a small roadside shop. She bought a pen and paper and scribbled something quickly. Xiao Luo was puzzled by her actions, but before he could ask, she passed the slip of paper with her writing to Xiao Luo. He looked down at the piece of paper, which was clearly titled with the header, IOU. Written below that was, Today, Sun Yu owes Xiao Luo the sum of $2 million. Her handwriting was neat and beautiful, just like her. Brother Xiao Luo, I will return the 2 million to you, Sun Yu said through pursed red lips. Return it. Xiao Luo headed and laughed. Don't worry about it. I didn't lose any money. In fact, I ended up 500 grand richer. No, I must pay you back. Otherwise, I won't be able to live with myself. Sun Yu insisted stubbornly. You really don't have to do this. Even if I wanted to be repaid, that should be your uncle's obligation, not yours. My uncle is family, and his debt is my debt. Xiao Luo, I can't pay you all at once, but I can spare 2,000 every month. I'll be able to pay you more when my salary increases. My uncle's business is sure to improve. One day we'll clear this debt.
Chapter 100. 5 Savages. Xiao Luo did not expect Sun Yu to be so bullheaded. Unable to convince her otherwise, he decided to accept the IOU slip for the moment and placed it in his wallet. He surreptitiously sized up the girl beside him. She had some gentle curves, and she gave off a youthful, lively vibe. The handbag hooked on her shoulder was not branded, but it suited her style. Overall, he felt pretty good about this girl. Sun Yu was also secretly observing him. For a man, he had an attractive profile, handsome and charismatic. His eyes were worthy of special mention, as they were deep and dark as the night sky. One could easily get lost in them. At the same time, she was genuinely intrigued by Xiao Luo. To think he could turn a $100,000 into more than 2 million? She was unable to grasp the full depths of his ability and felt like he was shrouded in mystery. Brother Xiao Luo, at the casino, how did you know what numbers the dice would land on? She asked curiously. Xiao Luo brushed off the question, remarking, I just got lucky. So, if I stick with Brother Xiao Luo long enough, will your luck rub off on me too? Sun Yu laughed as her eyes sparkled. I guess so, Xiao Luo replied. The pair looked at each other, breaking into laughter. Half an hour later, they had arrived at a residential area dedicated to providing rental housing to workers. Most of the apartments had been built by individual private developers, and the overall layout of the buildings was not great and gave off the impression of being messy. The structures were packed tightly together, and various types of telephone and internet cables crisscrossed the area. It was not a pleasant environment to live in. This is my place.
Sun Yu turned to face Xiao Luo, feeling warmth in her heart. You should go up. It's getting late. I should be heading back too. Stretching out her hand, Sun Yu said, Brother Xiao Luo, give me your phone. Xiao Luo had a favorable opinion of her, so he took out his phone and placed it in her hand. She lowered her head, using Xiao Luo's phone to call her own number, then hung up, passed the phone back to Xiao Luo, and saved Xiao Luo's contact in her own phone. Smiling sweetly, she said, Okay, now we have a way to contact each other. Then I'll see you again, Xiao Luo said with a light smile. Sun Yu nodded, then nagged him, Be careful on the road, drive slowly. Xiao Luo replied with a soft, almost imperceptible sound, then turned to depart. Sun Yu waited where they'd parted and only entered her apartment building when Xiao Luo was out of sight. She was brimming with happiness and joy, like she had just returned from a date with her boyfriend. While making her way back to her apartment, she paused to think. Then she took out her phone and saved Xiao Luo's number under the name Big Creditor. Having left Sun Yu's neighborhood, Xiao Luo called Zhang Deshan and asked him to drive over and pick him up. Just then, a group of 7 or 8 men approached, looking like trouble. They were holding sticks and clubs while wearing vicious expressions, and they moved to surround Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo recognized them as the men from before, the ones who worked for the casino and had beaten up Sun Yu's uncle. "Do you need anything?" Xiao Luo asked quietly. "Kid, you're quite something to win more than 10 times your initial bet in less than half an hour," growled a man sporting an undercut hairstyle with a scar on his forehead. "Our manager is not happy, and he asked us boys to make you bleed a little. The lesson to be learned here is to mind your damned business, or there's a price to be paid." Xiao Luo's eyes narrowed as he replied with a small sigh. "I'm in a good mood right now, and I don't want to fight. If you guys leave now, I won't cause you any trouble." Hearing these threats, the men were shocked into stillness for a split second before bursting out laughing. "Brother Bao, it looks like this guy has some screws loose. He's a nutcase, saying that he won't cause us trouble." The rest of the guys bellowed with laughter. The man with the undercut also laughed along with them, before his face suddenly darkened. He threw the cigarette he was smoking down to the ground and ordered fiercely, "Get him!" The other men steeled their expressions as they raised up metal pipes and wooden sticks, preparing to advance on Xiao Luo. "God damn it! I can't stand watching you city folk. You guys have no balls, ganging up on someone like this." A rugged voice boomed suddenly, stopping the men in their tracks. Xiao Luo looked toward the source of the voice and saw 5 savage-looking men sauntering over leisurely. They were all over 5'9", and only the man at the front was slightly shorter, around 5'7". The man's build did not look particularly strong. He was kind of like the character Lu Xiaobu from the TV show iPartment. Even so, he seemed to be the leader of the other 4 men. He was wearing a large gold chain that was just visible under his open shirt collar. The man with the undercut saw the imposing mannerisms of the 5 newcomers and decided to act cautiously, asking, "Brother, what group are you with? This is Dragon Gang business, so don't come looking for trouble." "Dragon Gang?" Xiao Luo knit his brows, feeling like he'd heard this name before. Thinking for a while, the memories came to him. If he wasn't mistaken, the crime syndicate that had been trafficking child beggars before had also identified themselves as members of the Dragon Gang. Pah! The man wearing the heavy gold chain raised his hand and delivered a tight slap to the face of the man with the undercut. It was a solid slap, not watered down in the slightest, and the sound it made was crisp. The blow stunned the man with the undercut, as it had come so suddenly, without forewarning, and he'd been completely unprepared. Nobody could have expected the man with the heavy gold chain to suddenly resort to violence. Xiao Luo raised his brows with a slight grin and thought to himself, "This should be interesting." Then the man with the heavy gold chain yelled out loudly, I don't care what gang you're from. Dragon gang, horse gang, I've never even heard of it. And what do you mean, don't look for trouble? We may be from the country, but that doesn't mean you can scare us away with your bullshit. The man with the undercut shook his head, regaining his senses. His face burned hotly with pain, and he was practically shooting fire from his eyes. You dared hit me, asshole? So what if I hit you? I hit you because I acknowledge you. I hit you because you deserve to be hit. I hit you because you spied on the widow Wang from the neighboring village while she was taking a bath. The man with the gold chain began to explain straightforwardly, but his voice trailed off as he went on. He realized that something was wrong. He'd gone off topic and started talking about his own village affairs. He scratched his head, then spat angrily. God damn it, why did I start talking about the widow Wang? Brother Feng, you're the one peeking at the widow Wang while she was bathing. That's right, Brother Feng, so why are you exposing your own shameful behavior? It's a good thing that these people don't know us, or that would have been so embarrassing. 4 of his companions laughed as they made fun of him. The man with the gold chain went red in the face. Clearing his throat, he announced, Bullshit, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. So what if I spied on the widow Wang in the bath? When I was young, I bathed together in the nude with Hong Hong and even touched her privates. And you know me, when have I ever lied to you guys? Brother Feng, you're too awesome. I admire you. No wonder Hong Hong was looking at you differently when we left the village to start our new lives. You two have had a special relationship ever since you were young. I can only describe my brother Feng with one word, awesome. Hehehe. The 4 men looked at the man with the gold chain with unending adoration. They gave him 2 thumbs up as they praised him.